get my mind, yeah. You gotta say something to get my heart back, baby. You gotta say something. My skinny jeans, your leggings, no two gon' do better. But you gotta love yourself first. Before I could be that brother, grow a little, gotta search. Get in touch with your feelings. Know you hate the 9 to 5. You living to catch this vibe. I'll be your Mufasa, I'm your Leo, I'm your lion. I don't really care about your hair length or your diet. Know you hate working and you working sick and tired. I can be the vibe, girl, the vibe that you tryna find. Get my mind, yeah. You gotta say something to get my heart back, baby. You gotta say something. Say nothing, I'll find it through someone new. I close my eyes and I just hope it's you. Hope it's you, but you gotta say something. Whole house looking like a scene out of Insecure. Talking about dreams, but you thinking fair. Floating through life cause it's sink or swim. Take what you want by the horns and ride. You only want truth, but they told you lies. Get on your knees when you pray to God, and that's a capital G when I'm saying God. Really want you when I say it's time. Spitting that flame like it's 99. And all the girls from the 99 and 2000s know what's up when it's time to grind. You don't call or text me ever. Girl, I gotta see some effort. I don't mean no wine on Friday, but we chillin' watching Netflix. Get my mind, yeah. You gotta say something to get my heart back, baby. You gotta say something. Say nothing, I'll find it through someone new. I close my eyes and I just hope it's you. Hope it's you, but you gotta say something. Lost too much, too soon to say and keep quiet. Can't watch you walk out, you someone that I vibe with. No IG posting, we just moving in silence. Yeah, the mile a minute, and I finally find mine, yeah. You gotta say something to get my heart back, baby. You gotta say something. Say nothing, I'll find it through someone new. I close my eyes and I just hope it's you. Hope it's you, but you gotta say something.
Try your disappearing act. No, I won't stand for that. One chance is all you get before you get the axe. Try your disappearing trick. I won't put up with it. I know you think you're quick, but I quicker. I'll leave you here in pieces. I know you know I care. You overlook my strength. Don't make me get my fangs out. I know you thought I stayed. Don't try your disappearing act. No, I won't stand for that. One chance is all you get before you get the axe. Try your disappearing trick. I won't put up with it. I know you think you're quick, but I quicker.
I'm a 10 out of 10 all across the board. Price written up, you can check the score. See me in real life, they lock jaw. Really am about it, yeah, put it on the floors. Put it in drive like a manicure force. Stacking them racks like a boss, of course. Middle name pressure, that's for sure. Bitch, I'm a dumb, but that let you know. CEO, got a boss energy. These hoes ain't all fucking with me. Everything nice, yeah, everything real. Talk to me nice, for real, for real. I don't play that, I've been in my bag, I stay there. I got plans on top of plans, and I do not intend to play fair. I'm going in, that's all I do. Standing on business, that's what I do. Phone blowing up, bands come through. I'm on top again, what's new? I'm staying here, I like the view. I got options, I ain't gon' lose. I'm a savage and I'm cute. Talk to me nice or you get the boot. Talk to me nice, don't talk to me crazy. Yeah, 10 out of 10. Yeah, you know I'm wavy. Yeah, talk to me nice, don't talk to me crazy. Yeah, bitch, I'm a don. Yeah, I'm not your baby. Yeah, I run it up, back it up, they just a fan. Look at me, bitch, yeah, I'm high in demand. I'm pressing play and they pausing their plans. Feel like a DJ, I'm running the bags. Catching the service, damn, look what I started. I'm killing shit now, they can't do nothing about it. I bet on myself, give a fuck if they doubt it. It's up and it's stuck, you know me, I be wildin'. I'm out if they ain't trying to pay me the fee. I'm bad as fuck, I got places to be. Look me in the eyes when you speaking to me. I'm knowing that they want the spot that I'm in. Hair, nails, everything did. Feel like a model, I'm out of your league. Drinking my water, protecting my peace. Just hitting the pinnacle, shooting them.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I felt like I was gonna win.
And this is how Joseph Cheong did it. Three-handed in the Zodiac Classic, Joseph Cheong knocked out Deng Peng with ace-king over king-10 to take the chip lead going into heads-up.
I mean, I thought I was gonna win the tournament when he started tanking. Once he stood up, I knew I was just dead.
But the roles were reversed when Joseph Cheong ran a straight into Zhou Ledong's flush, crippling him to 4.5 million chips versus a whopping 13.5 million.
He was playing pretty tight and snug. I wasn't sure what to do, especially because he would have shoved an ace pre-flop, well, most players would have. I flopped second pair on ace-jack-8. Turn was at 8 of clubs, bringing a backdoor flush draw for me. And he shoved, what I had, like 11 big blinds, so I called. But he had an ace. I hit my flush, and he said, yes, like you won, but I kind of felt bad for him. I was like, I have a flush.
And when it looked almost over for Joseph when he called off a turnover bet with second pair versus Joe's top pair.
On the last hand of the tournament, but I was kind of tired from playing 15 hours, and I was pretty sure I was going to win regardless of what he had. But there was a deuce in the window, and the tournament was over. The moment I won, I felt good. It's a lot of money. It's my second Zodiac trophy. I'm not sure if anyone else has 2 Zodiac trophies. And then I get the main event pass, so I don't have to worry about Taiwanese dollars in November. I think I'm the APT all-time money leader, so I hope to like win that and just make it unclaimable, just like top spot locked up forever. I'm glad that I finally won something for it. It's been a while, it's been a drought, so it feels good.
In a world where the stakes are high and the competition fierce, there exists a realm where the best of the best converge. From over 50 countries, they gather, drawn by the chance of winning millions of dollars in life-changing money. But amidst these contenders, only a rare few will make it to the top. Those who remain composed under the relentless pressure, armed with an analytical mind that dissects every move, adapting, adjusting, shifting strategies like master tacticians. Under the bright TV lights and the watchful eyes of thousands, they take center stage.
Is this the comeback we've been anticipating?
In this arena, they are not merely players. They are warriors, united by a common purpose: to emerge champions. The APT Championship from November 14th to November 30th.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour here in Jeju, South Korea, 2025. This is the final day of the series, the APT High Roller final day, and I am Pocket Kyles, joined one last time in Jeju in the booth with Sam and Seoul. Good morning, Sam, for the last time in South Korea, or, well, in Jeju anyways.
Good morning, Kyle. Folks, we've got a great day for you. Our final Mega Lion coming out. We're still at 68 players, 39 places paid, 38 average big blinds, so still plenty of play. It's generally our longest stream, so folks, buckle up. Get yourself some tea, some biscuits. It's going to be a long one, and it's going to be a fun one. We do have some big names in the field. The name of Punat Punsri, the Thai superstar, a fan favorite. We also have Team Hot, Natural 8 sponsor pro Nevin Chang still battling, and of course Ming Kong Chen, who won the High Roller Mega Lion early this series and got second place in the Baby Superstar, is now making a deep run in the High Roller. Could be the first person to win 2 Mega Lions. There we have the chips. 1.4 million is our chip leader, Chi Ngong Tang, coming in. That is a commanding stack here in day 2. And there we have it, Ming Kong Chen, 1.2 million. He's having an incredible series so far. Let's see if he can continue it.
Yes, definitely an exciting top 3 names there. Of course, we had set a guarantee for this high roller at 500,000 USD. And of course, what did we do, as we do with all of our big series at the APT lately? We shattered that guarantee, bringing in a prize pool of $941,000, just shy of that $1 million mark. Not bad for a $3,500 buy-in. Of course, you can see there, we'll be playing down to our top 39 in the money. The min cash will be $6,400. And of course, today we play all the way down to the winner. And they will also be taking home that, what do we call it? The bronze rose gold Mega Lion statue there. Yeah,
absolutely. $185,000 to play for from a $3,600 buy-in event. So quite a large field, as we do see over 300 runners entering into our final day, to our final large event.
And of course, yes, with all those entries, 305 entries that we started with, we have once again, we just did it in Incheon for the second time in a row. We have broken the high roller record for the largest field in South Korea. And it's just absolutely insane how many records we keep shattering here in Jeju. For such a tiny island, so many of you have come out here to the wonderful, I don't know, someone called it Orange Island, a friend of mine, I guess, for all the fresh fruits we've got over here. But a lot of fresh money at play too. As we said, there are 68 players remaining. 38 big blinds is the average stack, all the way down from 305 entries. We are playing down to 39 in the money, and of course that grand first place prize of almost $187,000. And of course, don't forget, the winner will also win an APT Championship main event ticket worth 10,000 USD to play at the very next series in Taipei in November. That's the next time you will see us after the stream. But if you're not sick of us by the end of today.
Absolutely. And all of our players have come in. They played 17 blind levels, 40 minutes per level yesterday to come back. So hoping they're refreshed, ready to go. Some other notables in the field, Kyle. Dylan Foster, who did cash the Superstar his first time playing a 25K event, manages to get the min cash, and it was a big one. 25K buy-in got him about $65,000 for his efforts. Some other notables, Martin Finger, German Superstar. He final tabled the Baby Superstar just last week. Most notably, he won a 7-figure score on the GG Millions. He played that until, I think, 7 in the morning, lost heads up, and then came straight into the main event the next day on pretty much no sleep. No stranger to the online poker streets.
Oh, there's Mr. Foster himself, at least the back of his head at the moment. Look at that flow, getting ready,
There it is.
zoning in for the day. And of course, on our feature table, we will be featuring someone familiar from the Super High Roller final table stream as well. Fabian Schmidt, a 9th place finish earlier this series, will be starting in our feature table. Seat number 3, there on your top of your screen.
Yeah, as well, seat 6, I believe, that's Murli Manokaren, who actually final tabled this event in Incheon for a 5th place finish, giving him a roughly $48,000 score, looking to make another deep run and hopefully another final table. We'll have to best 68 contenders. I suppose 67 if we don't include himself.
I mean, the demons you battle within are the ones that are the strongest to overcome, Sam, so.
Murli is our most experienced player at the table, $900,000 on his hand and mob, one of the nicest players you can meet. Man from Malaysia, business mogul, picking up the 9-5 of clubs in the hijack. And folks, we are underway. Hand number 1 of the APT High Roller final day. Off to a slow start on hand number 1 until he reached the small blind pocket sevens for Ka Kuo Wei. 1.1 million in his stack. It's our second largest stack on this table. The man from Taiwan has $360,000 on his hand and mob. However, his largest cash only $32,000. So I know one of our regulars in chat, Justin Fairbanks, says that is a true poker grinder if your largest cash is less than 10% of your total live earnings.
That's a great metric for finding that grinder status. I like to see it. There we go. Fabian Schmidt also getting involved, defending the Queen 10 off here.
Kuo Wei, his limp re-raise trap not panning out. He's now faced an ace 10-6, 2 overcards to his 7s.
Fabian Schmidt with the option once again, this time with second pair on the board. Goes for value. Wei is coming into the day 5th in chips. Only 5 players hosting that $1 million+ chip stack. One big blind bet and a call. Go to the turn. 8 of spades. The front door flush draw gets in there. Wei also picks up a gut shot on this turn. Checks again to Fabian. And the gut shot gets there. 9 of diamonds on the river. It's a clean-ish 1-2. No 4-liner to the flush.
Incoming value bet. Small one at that as well.
gonna get paid off. He gets there on the river and takes down the first pot of the day on our feature table. We're also making a deep run in the single day high roller event midway through the series. 17th place finish in that one for $7,300. Min cash here today would be almost equivalent to that deep run.
Looks like we lost our first player of the day down to 67. Still quite a ways away from in the money. I wonder what we're going to see the average big blinds dwindle to as we approach the bubble. Currently sitting on a healthy 38. Could see that number tick down as the blind levels go up and eliminations slow down.
So of course, welcome to all of you tuning into the stream on this final day in Jeju. Already got over 200 of you. Feel free to say hi in the chat. Love to engage with you, and we could definitely use some engagement back. We're nice and fresh right now, but I bet you in about 8 to 10 hours we're gonna start needing some pick-me-ups. Little chats going on. At least until we get to that final table where the real money starts to come out, and I'll wake up again. Great.
Pocket threes for Chen Liang Kai. So for Chen, he has 65,000 on his hand and mob, 50,000 of which came from a 4th place high roller finish just 4 days ago here at APT Jeju. So another fella having a good series. On going to defend. We've seen him on our feature table before. Making another appearance. 920,000 on his hand and mob with 150K in cashes in September as we head to the ace jack 2 heart flop.
Other notable players that we've seen on the stream previously this series in the field is Andre Vasquez. Also have Julian Bebea. They hang on, might get a chance to see them on the feature table. I believe you mentioned Martin Finger as well. And Martin Sedlak. Atomic Pineapple cohort.
So far, a pretty breezy start to our feature table. Quite unlike the start we had yesterday, that final table. Start off with a bang.
Yeah, 3
Did not slow down.
eliminations, all from the eventual champion. I mean, if you're going to get 3 knockouts to start your final table, that's probably going to be a good sign you might take it down. But even with those eliminations yesterday, C-Spin did find himself bobbing from chip leader to middling stack. Well, maybe not middling stack, but below chip leader at least. Quite a few times. Once we got to that final 5, it was pretty equal.
It was quite equal for a long, long time. Everyone not willing to give up the chip lead, just fighting tooth and nail for every single chip, every single big blind. Here we go. Queen 4 suited will defend the small blind's raise. Finds itself with bottom pair on the Jack 9-4. Outflopping On's King 5 off. On with the C bet, putting some pressure on Chen.
Good call from Chen. A couple backdoors. One of those draws come in on the turn, but Air 4's still good in theory. Can't feel great to run out on this board.
I don't think the ace is a scare card. I think On is jamming almost all ace-x given how short Chen is. I think this card is fairly neutral. I don't think either player has too much ace-x in their range. On can perhaps have some of the strongest ace-x that goes for a min-raise instead. All in all, quite a decent run out for the 4. Now less likely. There's a jack. Still losing to a 9. Shouldn't be any pocket pairs in On's range. If On fires, I don't see how Chen gets to fold. You'd have to have a pretty crazy read to let this one go. On may think his king has enough showdown value. Yeah, check, check. Some much needed chips heading Chen's way.
What's that, 25% chip increase for Chen? Now above the 20 big blind mark. Sitting on $250,000 in chips. Did lose another player on one of our side tables as the day starts to roll off. A few eliminations. Still going to need to find 27 eliminations before anybody sees a penny, though.
Yeah, so Kyle, you know, we broke quite a few records here at APT Jeju. Not only APT records, but also some player records as well. Abraham Seasfin becoming the first player to win $1 million, or to cash for $1 million in the APT New Era, besting Joseph Cheong and Tanisor Sailor, who were both within $50,000, as well as Punat Punsri around $100,000. As we do come into the APT Championship, so great time to smash that record. We also had the furthest, or I should say the deepest run by a woman in APT history, Lily Tang.
Yes.
Coming in second placed at the APT main event. What an incredible run, and you cannot say she did not earn her seat at that final table at that heads-up match, could you?
No, the entire final table, even the day before, just really trying to be as aggressive as possible to take down more than her fair share of pots.
I'm going to call it. I think this is the tournament where we award a second Mega Lion to an individual player.
Oh.
So let's take a look at the field. I know we've got Ming Kong Chen, who is in contention. Punat Punsri as well, winning a golden Mega Lion himself. Martin Sedlak, who actually won this event in Taipei. I believe that's it. I believe it's those 3. So a pretty small chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Need 3 players in the final 66. It's for something that's not likely to happen. It's very exciting.
That's the nuts for Fabian Schmidt. And both players making top pair. Merle with the 6 of hearts doesn't know he is drawing dead. I think we're going to see a royal.
If we see a royal, then for sure one of those 3 players takes their second Mega Lion.
Murley's stack depth. He's got to be feeling quite good about his hand.
Checks back over to Schmidt. Trying to extract some value from the nuts. Really thinking about that one. Besides multi-way, top pair, even the 6 of hearts. Not going to be good enough. Weak kicker, weak flush draw. Both players just turned top pair here. Both checked it over to Schmidt. Fired in position. He's going to decide good enough for a call. Go to the turn, the 10 of spades. The nuts have not changed. Fabian Schmidt still with the lock on the hand. He checks again and will definitely be facing another bet from Fabian. Question is how much can he call on this river? Fabian using up a time bank. Has a raise in mind. $250,000. Massive overbet to the pot. Away with just a pure bluff catcher at the moment. Doesn't take too much time to find the fold. Fabian Schmidt picks up his first pot of this featured table. I think I'm just shy of 50 big blinds. Middle of the pack for this table. Some more of you in chat. Nick Chang. How's it going? Kiwi Special as always. Good to see you. comments in Thai that I can translate here. Wondering if there's any Thai people. There's not currently any on our feature table, but we do have 2, 3. We've got a few Thai people in the field. Of course, Punat Punsri in the field. I'm sure we're bound to see at least one at some point in the day, unless they have an unfortunate first few levels, but you have about 4 Thai players left from a quick glance. Young Chen, King Queen off under the gun. Opens it up and folds all the way to the big blind. Tang Chin Young fends 8-7 off. Seven, 5-4 top pair for Tang. Checks through. Also with the gutter. Young Chen. Just 2 overcards at the moment, nothing else. Jin Young was able to get a bit of value on that turn. I think they're going to get more value, but King X to call 1 street. It's going to be pretty good. Chips up to 1.5 million now. 122 big blinds. Is the chip leader to start the day. Taking down another pot. Could possibly still be our chip leader here on day 2. The final day of this high roller event. See the chip denominations there if you want to count on screen. It looks like we've introduced our white or gray 100,000 chips. Fabian Schmidt seeing some action on this feature table. Besides King 7 suited, qualifies for more of it. Kai Chen defends King 8 unsuited, but 1 pip above Schmidt. Flop comes King Jack 9. Both players with top pair. Their kicker very likely to be irrelevant by the river. Schmidt going for value at half pot. That's the call from Chen. Theoretically was ahead in equity, but the 7 of diamonds on the turn. 2 pair now for Fabian Schmidt. It does bring in the gutter for the young Kai Chen. There's a double flush draw on the board, very dynamic turn. Kai Chen deciding to lead out now. Did have the best hand, suddenly behind. Doesn't want to check back from Schmidt, thinking his top pair is still good on this turn. How dynamic and that this board is. Doesn't want to give him a free card. Schmidt using up another time bank.
Weird spot. You're ahead of some. Actually, you're ahead of all 2-pair combos that make a 2-pair on the turn. Or behind 10-8. Such a draw-heavy board too.
Is that the jam from Fabian Schmidt? All in to call for Yang Kai Chen. Should he make the call, he's going to need to find either the straight, better 2-pair, or jack for the chop. That's full. Fabian Schmidt with another pot on this feature table, climbing his way to $1 million in chips. Now just shy of 700K.
Oh, I'm surprised to see Roman Hrabek not make this after the run he's been having. Final table, the high roller, the super high roller, the superstar, and then day 4 of the main event. Looks like we'll not be covering any more Roman Hrabek for this series. Hope to see him back at the APT Championship.
Streaks end eventually, Sam.
They do.
They do end eventually. Let that be hope to everybody on a downswing this series.
Ace-queen offsuit, Ko in the big blind, facing a +1 open. Are 50 or so blinds effective. Is it cautious with the call? Head to a flop of 8-4 deuce rainbow. Jack 10 offsuit, probably the lowest offsuit combo that An will open in +1. The where he draws his bluffs from. Backdoor straight draw, 2 overs. Big bet coming in. 51,000. Nice size for the board. Puts a lot of pressure on a hand like ace-queen. Probably still a mandatory call, but we're already pretty uncomfortable. Here's the call. 168,000 already in the middle as we head to the 4 of diamonds on the turn. On want to keep firing. 4. Better card for Kuo's range. Shouldn't be defending too much offsuit 4x. It's not like it's a high frequency of turning trips for Kuo. Check, check, and hits the 10 of spades on the river for top pair.
Checks. Sure believes his hand has a lot of showdown value here. $125, 10 big blind bet on the river. Back over to Kuo. How does he want to approach this? Just ace high. Could think that An is going to be checking some over pairs. Board pairing turn. Kuo did just face an overbet from Schmidt. Had to fold his hand. Doesn't look like he'll find that fold this time.
Nice value from An. That's pretty close to the maximum. 418,000 chip pot.
I've lost our first 5 players of the day. Down to 63. 24 players to go until we see some cash being handed out.
Gerald Sam, very short stack with the ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff, will move all in.
Going to run into aces, unfortunately, for young Kai Chen.
Fortunate for the man from Singapore. Chen setting the trap, trying to find some action in the blinds. That is unfortunate. Another 3 folded for Sam, as well as 2 clubs. Diamond still live. Some wheel draw possible as well.
This is effectively all in to the flop. Still the back doors. Full of straights. Gerald would love to see 5 on this turn. An ace is no good though. Absolutely dead. Immediately walks away from the table. Possibly going to buy into the high roller event we have going on now. Is a high roller last chance. That was a 3 million Korean won buy-in.
Such a dramatic name, isn't it, Kyle?
The high roller last chance?
Yes.
Yes. I thought you were talking about Gerald Sam for a second. I was like, what's so dramatic about his name? Yes, high roller last. I feel like it's like ominous. It's like, hey, you're a high roller and you didn't cash. Like, this is your last chance, buddy. Like, let's go. Rebuy or die. But it's, yeah, no, well underway. Late reg. When does it close? 3:30. Still tons of time to enter that tournament if you're here in Jeju. Only 28 players in the field, so not going to be too difficult to find your way to that final table. Jump in that one. Of course, you're going to have to get through a few players like Kunal Potney, Martin Sedlak.
Looks like we did lose Martin Sedlak.
Oh, did we? Oof.
So now only 2 chances, I believe, for the Mega Lion, the double Mega Lion. Merle picking up King Queen offsuit early position.
I think he rebought. I think he's back in for Martin for the high roller.
This is the last chance one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying, oh.
Because he was in
Yes, sorry, you were saying
in a 2-day earlier today. Merle running into ace queen suited in the cutoff.
Everybody gets a hand. Jack will get away from this 3-bet pot.
Yes, Punat is still there. If you do want to check if Punat is still in, head on over to apt.poker, click on the high roller 2-day event. You can check out the live seating.
Mano Karan does get out of the way. Really is our short stack at the moment, sitting on just 14 big blinds. Will be even shorter in about a hand or two. Lines going up. I recognize Merle from his 5th place finish, the APT High Roller in Incheon. If I recall, he was getting quite involved on that final table, playing lots of hands. See if that rings true today.
Queen Jack offsuit makes an appearance in Kuo's hand. Good enough for a raise in the cutoff. Big blind, 10-9 of clubs. Quite short. Jack 9-7. Dangerous board. Equity's running very close. Top pair for Kuo. Middle pair, backdoor flush draw and gut shot. Chen. Kuo with a rough start to this feature table. First orbit losing about 30% of his chips. See if he can gain some back this hand. Large 50K bet. Back over to Chen.
Final day lights up with 8,000, 16,000, 16,000 back here.
Quite a large bet, Chen. With the presence of offsuit straights being able to be flopped, does introduce some level of risk, these large bets. Well, queen kicker could be outkicked sometimes by Chen. Chen moves all in. Back over to Kuo. 158K to call to a 324,000 chip pot. Tough spot now. Looks to be maybe a little bit of a polarization error. You know, if your value part of your range can't snap a jam, I think it might be a little bit too weak to put into a big bet size. Oh, taking his time. There's the call. They are essentially flipping 54%. Slight favorite for Kuo with his top pair. Nine of spades on the turn, a very good card, and Kuo losing about half his chips, just the first 10 hands. And a straight for a little bit of overkill for Chen.
Down to 61 players now. You see a bit of a sick elimination on one of the outside tables. Ace King versus Ace King, all in pre. Of course, the 4-card flush. They were both offsuit. Ace Kings. Sent Tyler Jennings to the rail.
It's a funny interaction as well between the two. Tyler Jennings asking for all red cards from the dealer. Verbruggen replying, "That's a lot to ask," as the dealer fans out 2 clubs. Turn 8 of clubs, river 3 of clubs. Verbruggen makes his flush.
Poker gods are listening. Always.
Loose open from Tang. Has the chip lead. To put that to work, is going to run to Fabian Schmitz. Ace King offsuit in the cutoff.
Extend rise up. 200, 400, 400 for the grand T. Run on 4.
Tang caught with a loose open. Posturing. Some image. Or posturing. To come in for a 4-bet. Really trying to make that big stack work. Haven't seen too much of him. He did come in 1.4 million in his stack. Hasn't moved too much. Man from Hong Kong with 63,000 on his hand and mob. Not afraid to put players to the test.
Be unfortunate timing here with Fabian Schmidt's Ace King. Getting tons of TV time on this feature table, and with the rate that he's picking up chips, can't be complaining about it.
There's the jam.
Fabian Schmidt soon will take this down pre and will be just shy of $1 million in chips.
Great start to the man from Germany. 226,000 on his hand and mob.
Got to meet him briefly at the players' party. Very nice guy.
I have to say, I haven't met anyone I don't like at APT. No. I've been to quite a few tournament series, and there are some characters that perhaps you might not get along with, but everyone at APT is so friendly. I don't know what it is. Just overall, a very enjoyable experience.
I hadn't really thought about that very actively, but now that you say it, like at other series for sure, in different like poker rooms, I've definitely come across some characters that I go, okay.
Especially the ones that explain to you why your play is bad.
You mean every 1-3 game I've ever played it? Oh man.
Huge pickup for Fabian. Adding like 50% to his stack without showdown. What more could you ask for? Moves him up to second in chips at our feature table. Maybe close to crossing that 1 mil mark.
Nearly doubling what he came in with. I believe he started with about 500K. Just 21 players off the money. Fabian Schmidt going to keep firing on this feature table. Another open from the hijack. King Jack offsuit this time.
An easy pickup. That will cross him over that 1 mil mark. Doubling his chip stack in just 12 hands. Great start.
There are only 5 players with stacks over 1 million to start this day. Still early here in the second level of play.
Nine, 8 of spades. Could be a spot that Murley takes. His stack, 127,000. Indeed, he does all in.
We'll take it down pre-flop. Picks up an extra 40K.
Still our shortest stack, but 10 big blinds. Little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, just paid the blinds, got him back. 100% rebate.
Dang, still undeterred. Loose open on the button with a king 3 offsuit.
Cool, going to defend 7-3 of hearts in the big blind. We go to the flop. Jack, 6-3, both players with bottom pair. Backdoor hearts for cool.
Might be a little bit of a tell as he saw him reach for the green chip and then decide to fire 5 blues instead. Generally, players are protective of their larger chips. Happier to give away the smaller denominations. Quite a big generalization, but... And that is an action turn. The King of Hearts, Kuo, picking up the flush draw to go along bottom pair, and Tang with top and bottom pair. $80K is the bet. Round half pot, slightly over. Below the very rough start to this feature table, finds himself in another predicament. He's 21% equity. Only his flush draw is good, he doesn't know it. Makes the call. This pot is up to 304,000. Does not want to hit a 3 or 7. Deuce of clubs on the river. Hopefully save him any additional damage. Looks like a small overbet. Yeah, 350,000. Whoa, gonna think about this spot with bottom pair. His hero called incorrectly once already with the ace-queen on this table. Being put into a lot of spots.
Second time in 2 orbits facing an overbet on the river.
Maybe really reading into the bet sizing. You know, why would Tang go half pot on the turn and now overbet a deuce of clubs river?
Doesn't block too many tongues, missed flush draws. Straight draws are still out there as well.
Makes the call. He's going to get some more bad news. Came in as one of our top 5 stacks, is now left crippled with less than 10 big blinds. Tang getting max value. Now be up to 1.6 million. Could still be the chip leader of the entire tournament.
It's been an unfortunate start for Kuo. Just running into solid hands. He's been facing a lot of aggression, but every time it was with value. It starts to become hard to believe after a while. You don't want to feel like you're being pushed around. It is a high roller event. Lots of players know how to find that aggression, know how to put you in tough spots. I think they got to be bluffing a good amount of the time. Sometimes you just run into it. In the case of Kuo, it's been 3 times running into it to start this day. Left with just 10% of what he started with. Tries to breathe there, as you can see on camera. Refocus. Tournament is not over. Still got chips. You're still in play. Money is approaching. Just 18 away.
Chen, pocket jacks on the button.
Very quick open.
Oh no. Kuo is going to run into it for the umpteenth time today. He was all in. Does have 40% due to card removal.
For all the times he's ran into it, this is going to be his best chance, though. You get face three bets like that, make one fold, 2 incorrect calls. And just to run into jacks here, you must just be thinking, my God, I'm starting to run like Sam Insel in a late night hyper turbo.
There's an ace.
And a 4.
2 live outs for Chen. Yeah, spades doesn't change anything.
He
Come
loses
back
here.
for Kuo.
There it is. The start of his redemption at this feature table. The young Kai binked that river. I think Kuo is going to take a little break from poker.
Perhaps.
You think coming in with a top 5 stack and then being out in the first 15 hands, do you think you jump in the next tournament that quickly?
Take a quick walk.
Yeah.
And then jump in, yeah.
I guess I was at a similar spot at a circuit event in Calgary once, and took maybe 30 minutes and a beer.
Okay.
Yeah. Did get a little tipsy in the satellite I played later that night, but but I cashed a satellite, so, you know.
There you go. Works out.
It was the series before we met. I can't remember. I think it was 2
not
years
sure.
ago I did that one, yeah.
Early ace-10 offsuit, just shy over 10 big blinds. Early position. Here's the jam.
Fabian Schmidt with the identical hand, give or take a couple suits. It is an early position jam. Fabian Schmidt might just fold in this spot. He does still have Unkao behind him. Stand corrected. Fabian makes the call and quick fold from the big blind. We've already seen once today on an outer table, ace-king lose to ace-king. Let's see who wants to pipe up and call for their suit on this flop.
All 4 suits are alive.
As our friend Stephen Lai would say, they have 2 flush draws. And here comes one of them for Murley. 2 hearts on the flop. The queen of clubs will be safe. Chop it up. Of course, welcome back to the chat, Justin Fairbanks.
Hello, hello.
How is your late night evening going?
Folded rounds of the blinds on playable Jack-6 of diamonds in the small blind. Seen some aggression from him before. Blind on blind. This time with the limp.
Got a few similar names at the table today. Trying to keep up. A couple Chens, Han and An.
Ace 3-3, neither player any connection, some backdoors in An's favor.
Welcoming event transfer 205 meter. Before the different team. 1 to 5.
I don't think I see Jason Lau in the field. He's final tabled this event 3 times and won it once in Fukuoka, heads up against Nevin Chang. Surprised not to see him.
So Navarre's just gonna hit the muck. Nobody really waking up with much. Actually a walk from early.
Ah.
Shows at least the ace. Really still looking for that spot to chip back into this game. Field keeps dwindling. Don't forget the bubble is approaching. 16 players away.
On 10-8 of hearts in the cutoff. Nice looking hand. Does have to be worried. Merle is quite short in the blinds. Oh, 6 is hitting the muck. Quite surprising off of 30 blinds in position.
Especially versus a cutoff open. Yoko An gonna get away with one. trying to tighten up his range a little bit as the bubble approaches.
I think that's Chen Ming Kong there, the bottom left. Martin Finger on the right.
Chen. Not going to open the Queen 5 suited. Everybody tightening up a bit. There's the jam. Jin Yong Tang.
Yeah, but Justin, if you're flatting the sixes and the small blind shoves, you have a very easy call if the cutoff folds. You're getting a great price. Big stack does still have to be worried, and they're not being too aggressive pre-flop. So 30 big blind stack is most likely not enough to get you into the money at this point. Some chat asking why he's jamming there. Kyle, why don't you give that one a go?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, both jamming there. This stack next to him is short. Got a king in your hands. Might as well just pick up the pot there. They're going to have to fold most of the time. You get a free 2.5 big blinds. Block a lot of their calling hands, and they can even call with worse hands too, where you have them beat. So,
yeah, exactly right.
A lot of good reasons to jam.
Quite an active player at our feature table. Not be slowing down as he picks up ace-queen offsuit in middle position.
Sitting on about 20 big blinds. He'll defend Queen 3 offsuit. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong stack there. Sorry. Kai Chen does make the fold. No call on. Does take it down with ace queen. Fabian Schmidt and Shin Yong Tang with stacks above $1 million. There's another player in the background, 15 till the money. Bubble fast approaching. Fabian Schmidt with yet another hand, pocket nines under the gun.
Done well to double his stack in the first 3 orbits. See if he can continue that run, build that stack, you know. Get a big stack on the bubble, really increases your chances of a final table run.
Our newer players at the feature table, Li Wei Liu. Over 200,000 total hand and mob earnings. Kuo still alive in this tournament, but had a pretty rough start. Need to get involved with 9 deuce.
Greetings from beautiful Vavau, Kingdom of Tonga. I worked with a lot of Tongans in Australia, very nice people. You folk are massive. Never seen such beastly humans. It's just 7 foot tall, solid walls of muscle.
Wow.
So nice, so friendly too.
I hope so. We keep having players drop on the outside tables. Down to 52. Nearly 10 away from the money.
Whoa. A 19 big blind shove with 6-4 suited on the button. This is interesting, I'd have to say. And Kai Chen, 65,000's hand and mob. Did have a 4th place high roller finish just 4 days ago at Jeju. Whoa, does he want to take the spot? Ace-8 offsuit, 15 or so blinds in his stack. Heavily considering it.
That 4th place finish for Liang Kai is almost the entirety of his hand and mob earnings. Possibly newer to this live poker, at the very least.
Does Fabian want to take this spot? King, queen offsuit. Dominating quite a lot of shoves from Chen's range. We'll be shoving a lot of suited broadways. There's the call. Chen getting some very bad news, rolling over the 6-4 of spades. Does have 40% equity, however.
Fabian Schmidt trying to keep a straight face, but I saw his eyes widen a bit there when he saw the 6-4 suited.
Just like yesterday with the 6-deuce offsuit under the gun. Open. Flops a gut shot on the 3-deuce-deuce. Equities still roughly the same as they were pre-flop. Ace of clubs on the turn. Some chop outs now as well added to Chen's 6-4 spades, and the 10 of hearts will seal his fate. Eliminated 53rd place with an adventurous jam on the button. Fabian Schmidt chipping up to 1.4 million. This is where the chip leader began their day with 1.4 million and is really growing that stack. Can now start to apply some ICM pressure to the short stacks as they try to make the money.
Yeah, you were just talking about it. If Fabian was able to build his stack just a little bit more, going to be in an excellent spot here on the bubble. And it appears he will be sharing those honors with just one other chip stack at the table, Chin Young Tang. 2 of them may be able to find spots to put on a lot of pressure on this table. Maybe nearly tripling what he started with here in the final day of the high roller event. Ace Jack from early. Sitting on about 12 big blinds. Only one option. He exercises that option.
High roller final day blinds up 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 advantage. Once again, high roller final day 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 advantage.
Looks like Murley will get this one through. Doing his best to stay alive. Chip back up. Murley and Kuo found themselves short. Now both just shy of 15 big blinds. Probably like a little bit more to work with as we get closer to the bubble.
Always hurts picking up getting a shove through, and then the blind level goes up before you're into the blinds. 25% increase too, so a medium one at that. I wonder if Queen 9 off could be a candidate for an open fold in the cutoff.
$11 off the money.
No, way too short.
For an open fold?
Like a raise fold.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Sorry. One Chen. We get a walk. 9-4 off. Never a bad thing. Chen just might find themselves in one of those middling stack positions on this bubble. Still are 11 players away, but it has been moving pretty fast so far in the day. You expect it to slow down shortly, but these are high rollers. They're well studied in spots of aggression, or if not well studied, generally people with more money who want to get more action in, don't want to fold. I think the combination of those two things creates more action, a little less complete knit-ups on the bubble.
Cool. Ace Jack offsuit in the hijack. All in is announced. 11 big blinds. Pocket eights. Could be a time to get up to 22 big blinds if you can find an ace or a jack. We did see one fold Fabian's hand. Or if On can hold, we'll move him up to join the 7-figure chip stack mark, along with Fabian Schmidt and Tang. Is that a rejam? 41 bigs. Okay, with those stacks behind, that makes sense. Slight favorite to An. They are flipping. Let's see if Kuo can gain back some chips that he's lost today, or if An will continue the run.
For the upcoming event, complete your first hand off. 15 minutes break.
Top set for An. He's running clubs. Cool.
Or straight still possible. No longer. That will be it for Kuo Weikao. Eliminated in 50th place.
Now we are 10 away from the money. Already dropped 20 players in the first hour and a half of play.
It's like 3 players in that one hand alone field.
An chipping up very nicely. This table is getting deep. 3 players with over 1 million in chips. I think on the outer table shot, saw Martin Finger put in a time bank. It's like somebody's putting him to the test. Time bank. Yeah, it was. He was doing that to Martin. Looks like it might be Guangli Xiao. Put him to the test.
Ace Queen for Yoko An. One of our bigger stacks at the table.
Playing very well today. Found some very nice value with the Jack 10 early in the day. Continued his run since then. You know, if we ever get those the commands they have in sometimes in chat, we can type in like exclamation mark payouts.
Right.
I think we're gonna have one for specifically just is Punat still in?
Even if we just had that one, that'd be great.
Yes.
Has to be the most popular question in nearly every tournament we cover.
Yeah. Punat as well as Ming Kong Chen, I believe that the last 2 remaining players that can win their second Mega Lion. Sure if I'm incorrect. Justin, set me straight. Was Nevin still in? Has Nevin won one? I know he came second place at this event. Let's take a look at Nevin Chang's Hendon Mob. 2.85 million on his Hendon Mob. Team Hot Natural 8 Pro. First in a single day high roller, another single day high roller, a last chance high roller, and another last chance high roller, a high roller, hyper turbo high roller, a turbo high roller.
Sorry, Sam.
And unfortunately, no Mega Lion.
Welcome to the table, Mir Weiss Husayani. Ace Queen off with the 17 big blind open jam.
And from Australia, did not come to mess around. So no Mega Lion, Nevin. But a very impressive resume regardless.
She getting a count Husayani's stack. It's likely to just find out where the newcomer sits at in terms of chips. Blue Ice will take down his first pot of this feature table. They like playing one hand on TV and then going home.
We've seen that a lot.
Yeah.
Chang in chat saying it's so sad the last day of the series. It is a little bit sad. But we will be back in a month and a bit, November 14th to the 30th. We'll be returning to Taipei. Leave stream starts on the 19th. 23rd is the APT Championship. $10,000 buy-in. Freeze out with $5 million guaranteed. Tang picking up the ace-7 offsuit on the button. Open jams. Lee, 7 big blinds, forced to fold. Francis, just 8 big blinds. Francis. Should be, I think that's Mirway's Sunny.
Yeah, 47 players now. Just 8 off the money, 1 table away worth of players from a min cash. Will be $6,400 locked up. Nearly a 3K profit.
So far, so good for Fabian Schmidt's Open until ace-jack suited for Lee. And with just 7 blinds, could be getting a full double up if he can hold. It'll be tough for Fabian to fold, despite pretty close to bottom of range open. Okay, we had the pictures wrong. That is Francis, and this is Usani. Yeah. Close it off.
Fabian Schmidt with another chance to eliminate another player on this feature table. Li Weiliu is ahead. About a 2-to-1 lead in equity. See what the flop has to say about that. Queen in the window is a nightmare card for Li Weiliu. Now looking for an ace. Does pick up the gut shot on the turn. A 10 or an ace will do to save his tournament life. And the river is a 10. Li Weiliu gets it in good. Nearly gets sucked out on, but saved by the river.
That's a nice one to win this close to the money. Still has some work to do, sitting on 14 blinds.
Francis Anderson also coming into the table really short, just 8 big blinds. King Jack from early and +2. Could this be his moment? Done his best to stay alive so far. Besides King Jack, not good enough approaching the bubble. And King Jack suited this time for Chin Young Tang. Goes for the open as our chip leader.
See if Fabian wants to tango with the chip leader as they approach the bubble.
Imagine a defend can't hurt. Lots of chips to play for. Should you pick up a monster hand? King 10 deuce. Will not be what Fabian's looking for. Top pair for Chi. Likely just takes this down on the flop. She's still holding onto that chip lead, 1.7 million. The first player we've seen on the feature table to surpass 2 million in chips. So haven't seen anyone in the live report so far reporting anything over 2 million, so could still be our chip leader. Was the chip leader coming in today too. Francis Anderson with Queen 10 off in the cutoff. Just 8 big blinds. Could this be his moment? There it is. Jam. Francis Anderson gets through the button, but pocket kings for Fabian Schmidt.
The killer.
This is what happens when you talk to pocket Kyles at the players' party. Poker gods rewards you. Pair of kings versus a jam.
159.
Makes the call on ace-7 offsuit in the big blind. Weighing his option. We don't see too many players take any thin spots like this.
I think you need to think about a squeeze too much here. Both bigger stacks approaching the bubble. Don't really want to tango with each other at the moment.
Very bad news for Francis Anderson.
Not dead yet. 16% equity. Going to the flop. Stay alive. Jack 9.
About as good as you can hope for. Fabian has been in this spot before. His opponent flopping a lot of equity with the 6-4. This time, Queen 10. Flopping the open ender. 4 outs. Going once for Francis Anderson. That is not good enough. Top pair will be beaten by Fabian Schmidt's pocket kings as he moves up to 1.4 million in chips. GG to Francis Anderson.
Fabian Schmidt pulling a bit of an Abraham C-spin here and dominating this feature table with knockouts.
All right,
Hard to believe Fabian Schmidt started the day with just 500,000 in chips. Not even reached the first break yet. He's climbing his way up to one of the top chip stacks in the tournament. Minutes left at this blind level. Bubble play should still be going on after this blind level, but these short stacks will get even shorter. And one of those short stacks is Murley, now with Ace King. .5 big blinds, no better time. Murley with a few jams already. Jin Young Tong has to think about the spot here. King, queen up. Is that a call?
No, no. Yeah, just riffling.
Does know that Murley is quite short. Also going to have to pay the big blind ante next hand. I believe he's going to jam decently light here, but we'll have to call a big all-in with the rest of the table behind him. So opts against it, folds the king, queen. We are just 5 players off the money now. Ace-8 suited for Kwan Han Chen. Sitting on 20 big blinds. Some big implications to his stack if he calls and he loses.
Close, given it's an under-the-gun jam. I don't even know which way I lean on this spot. Looks like Chen will lean towards the conservative route. Folding the ace-8 suited avoids disaster.
Yeah, under the gun, 5 off the money. You have to weigh in, how much does someone value the fact that they have to pay that big blind ante next hand. It's a big topic of conversation lately. That future game consideration, how much shorter their stack is going to get if they don't jam under the gun.
Supporters for Liu in chat. Always nice to see. 2 Malaysians at our table currently. Murley being the other.
He does keep stealing some pots, doing his best to stay alive, but without a pure double up recently. He's going to have to keep struggling to stay afloat as he approaches this bubble.
Limp from Chen, trying to set up limp re-raise.
I think N just opened and Chen considering the 3-bet here.
Oh, right, this is a blind on blind.
Yeah. I was trying to see, I was like, did I miss something here? But no, Murley still in the big blind behind. Is that short stack, but pocket tens. Beautiful spot to go for the re-steal. Will work well. Fabian Schmidt with ace-3 of clubs. One of our bigger stacks approaching this bubble. Imagine he will choose aggression. Two big blinds in the middle. There are some short stacks behind that can rejam. Murley with ace-9 of diamonds. This be his spot to take even more chips down.
9 big blinds. You want to go against the German death machine that is Fabian Schmidt. All-in has been announced. Back over to Schmidt, asks for a count. 7.2 big blinds, 143,000 to make the call.
A little bit bigger than last time when he had Queen Jack. Very priced in. This time, a little bit more of a consideration.
Queen Jack, you do get it in flipping, I think, more often, especially against those lower pocket pairs. Ace-3, I find you just 30% too often against pocket 4s plus Ace-X plus. With the larger size, laying him worse pot odds, he will release the Ace-3 of clubs. Murley picking up another pot up to 13 big blinds as he comes through the blinds.
Really doing very well to take down a lot pre-flop. Usually just the blinds, this time picked up an open as well. Deuce suited for Murley on the button. More chips to play with in the last few orbits. Still relatively short stack. Just 13 big blinds. Trying to think about this one. Almost out of time, Banks. It's a very important part of the tournament. Squeeze into the money. Sides all in as the play once again.
Nice shove from Murley. Liu. Just chilling.
Really going to show the ace. We have 3 short stacks, all between 15 and 17 big blinds. Start to be a spot where the chip leader at the table can apply a lot more pressure. Both Qin Yongtang and Fabian Schmidt, possibly even Nyoko on 3 players above $1 million, depending on who's behind them in each orbit. Can start applying pressure to all these shorter stacks who may just have enough to squeeze into the money, 5 off the money. Hard to tell with live tournament poker sometimes, but you gotta imagine it's at least 5 stacks under 10 big blinds that are gonna have to start putting their tournament lives at risk before you. average big blinds of the tournament is 35. Here's our tables a little bit on the heavier side with chips. Table with more shorter chip stacks as well.
Alright, collection of players on high roller, last chance. 3 minutes left in your break.
8 minutes left in the 10K, 20K blind level. Also be a break after this blind level. Before then, Murley with Ace King. Another powerful hand for Murley.
Picking up some hands. Might be at a stack depth where he doesn't need to open shove anymore and start raising, but 16 big blinds, just jams, doesn't want to play post flop this close to the bubble. Ooh. And I don't see how he folds this. There's the call, Fabian Schmidt with only 14% equity due to card removal.
This would be a massive pot for Murley. Needs to hold, wants to fade a queen. Diamond's also unfavorable. Ace 8-6 rainbow, not a diamond out there. Very safe flop from Murley. Just dodging that last remaining queen in the deck, but there are now chop outs. Fabian. King of Hearts will be a massive double up from Murley. 650K. Able to dethrone Fabian Schmidt of that million chip count. Fabian, even with doubling up Murley, still one of the larger stacks at the table. Did a really good job. Have a monster stack that could take hits like this. I think that's a big thing with tournaments. A lot of people say, you got to win your flips. And while that might be true, it's the other sides of the tournament that really determine how far you can go. The fact that you were able to build up a stack, you can lose a flip and still continue as a big stack is very important. Of course, if Fabian somehow wins this, it's going to be amazing for a deep run, but everyone's going to lose runouts. If you've been able to build up your chip stack to be able to afford to lose those runouts, that's what really brings you some longevity in tournaments.
Still well above average stack, in around 700K. We're still at 38 big blind average stack. I thought we were going to see this dip down, but we have been flying through the field. Began the day with 68 runners down to 44. Hasn't even been 2 hours of play yet.
All right, big blinds in empty. Round number 6, 600, 1200, 1200 big blind empty.
Murley with another pretty hand, ace-4 suited. Does have more chips to play with, but now is kind of facing pressure from bigger stacks and very easily make it into the money with that stack. Doesn't want to find himself back down to a short stack when he doesn't have to be. Doesn't really have a stack big enough to be the one to apply pressure on everyone else. So just gets away. Fabian Schmidt. No shortage of hands for the German in seat 3. The German death machine, as Sam so eloquently put it. Fortunately, Early was able to get away from Fabian's reign of terror on this feature table. That was the first person to...
No, Lee Wei-Kwai as well, with ace-jack
yes,
suited.
You're right, you're right. Fabian with no action with the queens. Only had one potential contender.
Liu. Sorry. Sorry, Liu. It's getting tense. 14 big blinds may be enough with just how fast we've been seeing the field drop down. However, it has slowed down, sitting on 44 runners for a few minutes at this point.
It just so slowed down because all those 5 big blind stacks suddenly want to fold. Nah, probably not true, but there's probably quite a bit much shorter than you at this point, and even if they're sitting on 8 to 10 big blinds, the blinds are about to go up. They're about to be even more at risk being blinded out.
Here we go, Tang with a 40,000 chip raise, and Lee picking up ace-queen suited, around 14 blinds. Moves all in.
Fabian Schmidt keeps looking down at hands, facing this action. Easy fold, but
a lot of playable hands in the field. Not facing this action though. 8 and 2 diamonds folded. Tang does decide to make the call. Could be some key cards.
folds the ace. Jin Young Tong.
Lee showing the queen.
It's 5 off the money. We got here fairly quickly. Only a couple hours into this final day of the high roller. One of these 44 players will be walking away with that rose gold Mega Lion trophy and 186,000 USD. Now Li Liu's turn with the pocket queens.
Just open rips some 19 lines.
I think so. Like all chips were in the middle.
Fabian Schmidt, ace king. This could be big disaster for Lee. Or it could be his chance to start spinning it up. Okay, looks like there's a raise to 40K.
Oh, okay.
I thought I saw a lot of chips go in.
I thought I saw him put all the chips there. Guess not. Doesn't make sense at that stack depth. I mean, big blinds really don't need to be just open jamming. But facing a 3-bet, I think it doesn't really matter how it started there. It's
last hand before the break as well.
I don't see any way this doesn't get all in pre.
Okay, so he raised to 40, but just put his chips there to show
yeah,
the players.
I'm sure someone asked to see a stack. At this point in the tournament, I'd be so nervous to put my chips that close up even to show somebody. I'd be like, please don't misconstrue that as an all-in or a bet, if that wasn't your intention. There's the jam. Trying to be snapped off by Fabian Schmidt. Will he find another knockout on this feature table? It is his last chance before we switch feature tables.
Only has 31% equity due to card removal. A lot of aces and kings have been folded. He doesn't know it, but has gotten in very good. 69% equity. So flop jack 7-7, so far so good.
Half of Fabian's outs were folded pre-flop. One last chance for Fabian to take this pot down. Does not do it. Lee with you. Chips up to 800K, surpassing Fabian Schmidt. Lee, one of our shorter stacks here before the break. Now, just a couple 100K away from $1 million. And Fabian had a roller coaster. Started with 500K up to 1.4 million, and now back down to 652K. Almost finds himself as a middling stack as we head to our first break of the tournament. Folks, do not go anywhere. We've got an exciting new feature table coming up with, of course, you guessed it, Hunat Punsri. See you guys soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
In a world where the stakes are high and the competition fierce, there exists a realm where the best of the best converge. From over 50 countries, they gather, drawn by the chance of winning millions of dollars in life-changing money. But amidst these contenders, only a rare few will make it to the top. Those who remain composed under the relentless pressure, armed with an analytical mind that dissects every move, adapting, adjusting, shifting strategies like master tacticians. Under the bright TV lights and the watchful eyes of thousands, they take center stage.
Is this the comeback we've been anticipating?
In this arena, they are not merely players, they are warriors, united by a common purpose: to emerge champions. The APT Championship from November 14th to November 30th.
Well, welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour here in Jeju, South Korea. We are covering your APT High Roller final day. It is the final day not only of the High Roller, but of our entire Asian Poker Tour series here in Jeju for 2025. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I'm joined in the booth, as always, by my good friend and excellent poker player, Sam Insel. Sam, how you doing?
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Kyle. What I say, I didn't know you were such a good singer. We did some karaoke last night. It was a lot of fun. Did join two of our main event champions last night. A little bit of fun last night, but now we are back to the poker. Average big blinds, there we have it, 29, so it is getting short as we head into 43 players remaining, 4 off the money. And we do have a loaded feature table coming up. Some returning names like Mir Weiss, who we have not seen too much of. The Australian Mannequin Murley is returning with his 520,000 in chips, as well Lee Wee of Malaysia, 735,000 courtesy of holding with the Queens versus Ace King. Some other notable names, Poseidon Ho, who we have not seen too much of. And of course, Kyle, the big name everyone's been waiting for, Punat Punsri, with 1.1 million in chips. Second in chips to Poseidon Ho, who has 1.8 million. It'll be interesting to see how these two leverage their stacks on the bubble.
If somebody in chat asks if Punat is still in, I am going to lose it. He's right there. Look on the table. Well, okay, they cut when I said that, but yeah. He is at the table with us. There he is. Sporting the Triton sweater and, of course, his iconic face mask at these high roller events.
Punat Punsri, one of 2 remaining players in the field who could be the first to win 2 Mega Lions. Already has himself gold Mega Lion.
Coming to the table with over 1 million in chips. That was a top 5 starting stack at the start of the day. Now it's getting a bit shorter, but still plenty to work with and apply pressure on this bubble. Because anyone who knows how to apply pressure, Punat is your man.
1.2 big blinds with a suited ace for Huang.
Just talking about this on our previous feature table, that there's got to be some short stacks out there. Table was a little bit chip heavy. Here you have it, just 4 off the money. We already see a short stack of just 1.2 big blinds.
Chang with the pocket nines. Had a very deep run in our main event. Just a small raise up to 50K. Another short stack. Looks like he has quite a bit more than 70K. Oh no. That is exactly 70K.
See where the producers picked this table for bubble coverage. Two very short stacks and pocket jacks. Tian Tan Pham. Technically a 3-bet pot, but closer to an open from Xiaoting Cheng.
Just a flat from Pham. This allows Punak to come in with the covering stack. Very surprised by the pocket jacks, just flatting. That stack depth seems strong enough to shove.
Not going to be super likely, but there is a world where Punat could break the bubble here with 3 eliminations.
King 10-5, nobody liking that flop. Needs to find an ace to stay alive. Running hearts, 2 backdoor straight draws as well. So as many backdoors as you can ask for. 2 backdoor straights, backdoor flush draw, backdoor trips.
Punat going to turn the best pair.
Got shot now for Huang as well as an open ender for Pham, and it got shot for Cheng. Everyone marginally improving this turn. However, Cheng will be drawing dead.
Eight of hearts on the river will not help anyone, leaving Punat's pair of queens ahead of all 4 players. This will be an elimination of Haoyu Huang. Punat, who just had to put in 1 big blind, will take down a pot of 205,000 with a junky Queen 3 offsuit. Haoyu Huang eliminated in 42nd place. You're now just 2 off the money.
That's some very valuable information, seeing Pham's pocket jacks up on their backs. See how players use that to their advantage going into the bubble.
I believe hand for hand will only start once we get to 40 players. So we're not quite there yet. Going to still wait out 1 more elimination before we go to hand for hand. Folks, we are almost on the stone bubble. Nearly everybody left in the field, minus 2 players, will be receiving a $6,400 min cash. reach the first shift in phases of this final day of the high roller. Of course, unlike all our previous streams, we will be going through all the phases. Start of day 2, bubble play, in the money, final table bubble, and of course, going all the way down to heads up and a champion. All in one stream.
Nice one, Kiwi.
Lost the one hand.
I just realized the 42 is like 6 tables to 7.
Wow,
Ace 10 offsuit for Alan. Short stack. Early position near the bubble. Decides to preserve his chips.
Especially if you were just sitting on a table with a 1.2 big blind stack and you've got another 3 big blind stack over here. Gotta imagine there's at least one other really short stack. No need to get involved. Also, we're just on break. Probably we're able to take a look. See quite a few stacks below you. Fam with another one of those stacks that could face a lot of pressure, but ace queen. What a monster of a hand here on the button. Oh no. Tan Fam. 2 off the money opens ace queen on the bubble. Punat Punsri waking up with pocket aces in the small blind.
How deep was Fan to start the hand? 60k, so 430. So 17 blinds. There's still room for small 3-bet. There it is, 130k.
Oh, it feels so uncomfortable for Tan Fam. If I'm in Fam's shoes, I'm thinking I'm opening up a monster hand here from the button. Hunad is one of those players that is going to attack this bubble pressure and raise me pretty wide here to apply that pressure.
I think I'm actually quite excited. I'm pretty happy to see this. And you get an easy reshove, you should be picking up 130k more often than not.
Oh yeah, I just meant results-wise.
Oh yeah.
I meant like you're going to be jamming this in here and it sucks.
Yeah. We did see Fam play very conservative with the jacks just a couple hands earlier. See if
that
he
is
takes another
true.
conservative route.
It just seems so tough to do with ace queen because what are you going to do, call and fold on a flop with ace queen?
There's the jam and the call. A brutal spot for Fam. No, you never call, but no. Maybe he considers a fold. Just wants to eke his way into the money. Does have a stack that could do that, but it's going to be very unfortunate to run into aces here. Goes for the standard jam, and not much you can do. 9-8 deuce, all diamonds. Neither player with diamonds, but some chop outs for Fam.
That's not going to help Tan Fam with the very unfortunate button versus small blind, ace queen versus aces. Devastating finish here in the high roller final day. 41st place. Punat chipping up to 1.7 million, getting close to that 2 million chip mark. On the stone bubble, we are now hand for hand. Side and Ho, the other monster at this table, with 1.8 million in chips. 2 phenomenally strong players with a large chip stack in front of them here on this bubble.
If only you, how much you open? 30. And Bob, you check. In this time.
Like maybe you can fold ace queen if it's not punat.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some people that's a very reasonable hand to fold versus. But for most of the runners in the field, ace queen off is simply too strong.
But you're probably taking it down pre-flop there a huge chunk of the time. How much they're going to be aggressive. So
And you can get called by worse
fortunate.
often.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and look at this, all in on the call already.
Spades, all in against Queen 5 of diamonds. We have Chan Chan at risk. Xiaoi Lin with the Queen 5 of diamonds. Dealers, the flop, please. The flop is 7 of diamonds, 9 of hearts, King of diamonds. Chan needs to avoid a diamond, a queen, or a 5. Dealer, the turn, please. The turn is a 5 of clubs. Chan now needs either an ace or a 10 that's not a diamond to double up. The river. The river is a jack of spades. Congratulations, high roller players. You are now in the money.
And just like that, the bubble has burst nearly as fast as our main event. Did not even get to that first hand of hand-for-hand play. Something about this room and bubbles. Go fast.
Congratulations to the 39 of you that have cashed our final 2-day high roller.
Not even sure if Fan was able to walk out of the room before that bubble burst.
No, probably
It's just
not.
unfortunate timing. There's that beautiful rose gold trophy, and where's Victor Chong? Walking past it, we saw him in, I believe it was in Xi'an, played one of the exclusive events there.
Nice.
Very fun to see him get a chance at the action.
So some notables that have cashed. Tom Verbruggen, who did have the ace-king versus ace-king, rivering the flush. Nevin Chang is still in the mix, of course. Punat Punstri and Poseidon Ho. Ming Kong Chen, another Mega Lion winner, has the silver Mega Lion from earlier this series. Also a second-place finish in the Baby Superstar. Speaking of superstars, Martin Finger is still in the mix, as well as Julian Blebia, Dylan Foster as well, and Fabian Gooms and Fabian Schmidt, both the Germans, still making a deep run.
Kelvin saying the 1-point-X big blind guy on the feature table jumping for joy. I think he had like 3 big blinds, but nonetheless, still very short. Absolutely.
Yeah, 70,000 in his stack.
Yeah.
Only has like 3 free hands as well.
Yeah. Would have just squeaked through the blinds, just barely, with...
Is that enough?
A couple chips. Yeah, 2.5 bigs, had about 2.8.
40, 50, yeah, so he's still
Yeah.
one orbit, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that it was doomed for him in the big blind. It's Min Sung Lee. Might have to go with it here. It's his last chance to win big blind ante.
I mean, you're in the money now.
I could just
Might
wait
as
till the
well.
big blind might get a better hand. Queen 3, so ugly.
It is pretty bad. Opts for the ladder. Just
Hello.
knows he's running into absolute death. Punat Punsri, the real death machine of this tournament now.
Hello, Kelvin Peng. Good to hear from you again. No action for Punat.
Didn't even get a chance to abuse that bubble.
No.
I mean, it looked like he was, and I guess that's what paid him off. Punat and Poseidon, a couple crushers at the same table.
Maybe the start of something. Never know. Yeah, never know.
I'd love to see more puns from our live writers on Poseidon's hands. Just such a perfect name. Of course, all 39 players have locked up 6,420 USD. Playing for that first pay jump of about $800.
Hopefully we see you in Taipei, Kelvin. Miss you.
Kiri saying, sorry, went to check on my dinner. Kiri, you might have missed the whole bubble. It lasted about one hand.
Jao jamming the king 5 into 2 very short stacks. Jack 4 offsuit makes the call.
Fortunately, not really better than queen 3. But is alive here, much more so than if he were to jam into queens. So, Ming Sung Lee goes with it. And Jack in the window. There are 3 hearts, though, out there on that flop. Chao Ting Cheng with the king of hearts. This spades is safe. Needs to dodge a heart or a king. But the 10 of hearts on the river will seal the fate of Ming Sung Lee. Cannot be happy. I think he's smiling. He just walked away with $6,400 when he very well might have been the bubble boy. Can't complain about that. That's nearly a $3,000 profit here in a high roller event. First person eliminated with money.
Yeah, you gotta counter it. That's important. Yep.
No, I don't think so. 31 is the page.
There are a lot of people.
King 6 of diamonds from early.
Early could have very well been one of those stacks facing a lot of bubble pressure, but was able to steal a lot of pots and win a few showdowns.
The ace-10 offsuit. Another stack that was quite short, but did pick up some very big hands.
20 big blind stack for Cheng with pocket 9s. We see an all-in in this spot. There it is. Jam from Chao Ting Cheng. I just get this through. Lee with you. Gonna get a count. Can't imagine 20 big blinds is going to be safe enough to call with ace-10.
Pocket nines working out for Cheng this time.
Little by little, what is the registration fee? It was a $3,600 buy-in approximately, rounding up.
Because if you pick up pocket nines, you could easily run into my pocket tens.
Sunny Boy saying pocket nines could have 3-bet there. Why all in? I think given that there's no, now that the bubble has burst, jam is fine. 20 big blinds.
Don't
Still
want a 3-bet
pretty short
nines.
stack, and then
You're not looking to play pocket nines at 1 SPR. 3-bet jam. Definitely the preferred play with the medium strength hands. Also with less ICM, 20 big blinds generally looking at push or fold. Or rejam or fold rather than small 3-bets. Alan Sheng, King 9 offsuit, 10 big blinds in the cutoff, moves all in. Oh no, we've seen so many of these today. He short stacks jamming straight into the nuts.
I can tell you from personal experience that Alan Tiansang is not dead yet. And look at that. 3 sevens left in the deck. Saying picking up more equity than he had pre-flop. Can he crack the kings? He does not. Miris Husiani holds on with pocket cows, and Alan Tiansang has been eliminated. 36th place. Good for that min cash, $6,400. Still 5 players away from a pay jump. Or 4 eliminations, I believe. This first pay jump will be good for a full double up from your buy-in.
A man who's never cashed before. He doesn't know where to pay.
What? Mine's around 3,600. Oh, so the total payout is
yeah.
2x. Gotcha.
Yeah.
He just came back to bluff us.
Makes sense.
No, I don't think he cashed at APT. He played cash money. I think this is his first cash at APT. Really?
It's the page up itself, unfortunately, not
Would be
not
nice.
enough to be a buy-in. That'd be great at this point, but not quite there yet. Nice to see almost 1,000 of you watching the stream. Of course, we saw those numbers for our main event jump way up. The new tournament coming into play. Little less glory than the main. Still pretty big. It's nice to have you all watching. Now we'll see how many of you stick around all the way till a winner. That's what I want to see. Of course, if you want to help grow the APT, grow the channel, and just get a bunch of action in the chat, in the stream, you can hit that like button, subscribe to see all of our future live streams. We're always actually live here, the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. And we get that question a lot because I think a lot of other channels will just do replays and say they're live. Which I can see can be very frustrating after you get used to that for a while. Trying to find some live poker action and everything that says live is just a replay. We're here with you in the chat.
This one is a table break in two eliminations. It's nothing.
Eliash Lungless says, hello, here to watch Punat. Probably the best player in the world at the moment. It's a tall order, but Punat's plays lately.
He is in the running for Player of the Year. Will be the first Asian player to do so. Got himself, I think, 4 more series to go. Raised to 70,000 from Punat with the 8-4 of diamonds.
Just 3 eliminations away from that first pay jump. Not too surprising as the bubble has burst. All those short stacks more than comfortable to go for the double up. And not all of them will succeed. We've already seen.
Early limp in the small blind. Lee, nice looking 8-7 suited. One big blind stab will take it down for Liu with the worst hand.
Merely no stranger to being the short stack on the table. Despite that positioning, does continue to chip up slowly but surely. Got into the money, getting close to a ladder up. It's not far off from having a much healthier stack to play with.
Pocket aces for Liu in the small blind. Let's see if he can get some action. Mostly raising on this stack depth. Liu with the raise up to 75,000. Oh no, we've seen so many of these today. Pocket kings versus king 9. Aces versus ace queen.
Just 22 big blinds effective.
Cold, cold deck on our feature table. All
There's
in
the jam and
call
the snap.
and the face. Oh, that's rough.
Chao Ting Cheng.
Trying to walk
9%.
as far away from the table as possible.
It might bring you up to 9.5% if you step off the feature table stage. An 8-10 queen. Once again, double gutter. Turn no help. But Ace is always sweating these flops lately. This time, the king hits. And Chao Ting Cheng walked fairly far away from the feature table. I believe was almost off the stage, and that extra 1% of standing equity comes into play, chipping up to 1.2 million with the suck out versus Lee Wei Liu's aces. Absolutely devastating hand for Lee. Just down to 5 big blinds. Set to be in Cheng's position.
Got a feel for Liu. At least he's made the money. Was one of our shortest stacks and at risk for the bubble. It's a cold deck on our feature table.
Did lose another player on one of the side tables. We're just one player away from our final 4 tables this final day of the high roller. Two players away from locking up a full double up from your buy-in. And Murley picking up King, Queen of Hearts. There's about 10 big blinds here in the cutoff. Goes for the jam. And Lee Wei Liu just had aces, now has queens. Obviously the spot.
This could have gotten him up to 1.6 million if he held with the aces and holds with the queens. It's going to be very, very gross if he busts this one as well.
And I'm sure that's going through his mind right now. I know it happens to me all the time where I go, if that one hand didn't happen, the trajectory of my tournament from here on out would have been so different.
Early going to get the bad news.
Lee Wei Liu, after getting his aces cracked, is now the player at risk. Getting it ahead once again, but much less so than the last hand. Can't feel completely comfortable. 6, 7, 8 of diamonds. Lee does hold a diamond in his hand, so that gets rid of one of Murley's outs. And there it is, a flush. But there are some chop outs in the forms of a straight flush. Does not come. Lee Wei Liu with the double up. Almost a sigh of relief, despite being so far ahead in this hand. And Murley, player that has done so well, stay alive in this tournament, chip up where he can. Does lose a big chunk of his stack. Back down to 13 big blinds, but both players, very playable stacks now. Lots of fold equity when jamming pre. Not too far from doubling up into a very comfortable stack that could run deep. All things considered, poker is a brutal game, and if you're still in, sometimes that's all you can ask for.
Early pocket eights. Might be another rip. The man from Malaysia. Oh no.
Not again.
What is going on our feature table? It started off so slow and now it's just premium after premium. Everyone jamming into the nuts.
Nick Chang already saying good game in chat. Have you seen this table? Nothing is done yet.
It's going to be a good game for one of them as they are basically the same stack. Oh, no.
My God.
Ace King versus Queens versus eights.
Poseidon with a chance to knock out both Murley and Li Liu in one hand. Lee cannot believe it. Shaking his head. Aces, queens, then queens to be your last 3 hands in a tournament is absolutely wild. Hot at almost 1 million. Poseidon can take this down. We'll chip up to 2.4 million.
Diamonds are covered by Lee. No good for Murley. Down to just 1 out.
The king of clubs on the turn. Poseidon Ho comes way into the lead. Both Murley and Lee just drawing to the boat on the river. 7 of clubs will seal their fate. Poseidon Ho with the double elimination. Murley and Lee both eliminated in 33rd and 32nd place. Neither player making that pay jump. And I believe that is our top 4 tables now. Look at those empty seats. Wow.
I think we will be doing a table redraw.
I think not till final 3 tables.
I think this is it. I think final 4 tables. Breaking the table. Looks like we are going to be keeping Poseidon Ho, Husseini Mirwais, Punat Punsri on our table.
I think they're just breaking that 1 table in the back there. We're going to be getting some new players in. Just going to wait for them to join, as we did lose like half our table very quickly. It's only fair to give them a minute to walk over. Nomadic Royal says, New Era APT is a 5-star experience. Definitely some entertaining feature tables. But of course, all jokes aside, it is truly an amazing series. The dealers are all well trained. The cards, chips, tables are all of high quality. The venues are very nice. Floor staff, the structures, the players who show up. Honestly, it's all amazing. A true 5-star experience here at the Asian Poker Tour.
Are coming up on another blind level increase. We'll cut down on the average stack. It's still at 40 right now. It's actually higher when we began the day. Pace of play has been roaring along. We began the day with 68 players, down to just 31. Only been like 2-3 hours. Around 3 hours of play.
3 hours, yeah. Looks like we lost even another player on one of the outer tables, so down to our top 31, which will be a $7,265 cash. Everyone currently in play.
Cheng, 1.2 million stack, courtesy of setup hand. Like he wanted to open the Jack 8 in the cutoff. Let's fold, opens the door for Chen to open up A6.
Another one bites the dust down to our top 30 players. Next pay jump will be at the 27 player mark. And we'll be locking up 8,200 USD. Just shy of a 1K pay jump.
No, it doesn't cover everything. Like, he is not the chip lead on that table. Yeah, and I have the least. And I'm like 7 big blind, 12 blind.
Oh, Kyle, looks like we lost Ming Kong Cheng. So the only player that can win 2 Mega Lions in the field is the Thai phenom, Punat Punsri.
I mean, there has been a lot of destiny happening at APT Jeju this year. Some very magical final table moments. Maybe we can continue that streak today with a Punat deep run.
Sorry about that, Justin. Queen 7 off, will be raising in the small blind. Punat Punsri with the King 3 off. See him get aggressive from time to time. So good. Finding a great spot to apply pressure to Husseini. 220,000 is the raise.
Gets the job done. Not Punsri. Blind on blind aggression. Steals his way to nearly 2 million chip stack.
So after was ace jack offsuit. Yeah, and then he was king nine suited. And then runner crush. Double kick. Back door.
Chen raises up the pocket fives in the hijack. What a nice stack, 1.6 million behind for well over 50 big blinds. Yan Shang finding himself with the king four of diamonds in the big blind. Just over 20 big blinds.
Triple leader is also like 20 something. More than him, but
Yan Shang defends king 4 of diamonds. Go to the flop. Jack 6-4. Bottom pair for Zhang. Fives are still ahead. I hear Greg singing in the background.
I missed it. Small bet, small call. Head to the turn. 9 of hearts, quite connected.
Send over to Chen. Very low pair. Dynamic board. Checks back. Queen of diamonds on the river.
It'd be reasonable to turn this hand into a bluff.
Jet 4 like has a name. The Roby's hand.
It's just a check. I think you gotta think you sometimes have enough showdown here with fives for Chen. Very weak pair, but given that the action was very passive, does not believe so. Don't believe he's turning his hand into a bluff here.
I think this is a bluff. He improves a lot in the Queen River. This is getting pretty low down in your range. It'd be crazy to get called here by worse. But maybe Shang looks him up. He has the one hand that could possibly do it.
Target some 6 and 9x to fold.
Justin's asking us, did we see who won a baby lion last night? We did not. Let's take a look.
I think if I have a guess. I don't know, everyone that pops in my head was...
Isara.
No way, really?
He won the turbo double stack.
What? No. I didn't even know he was playing something.
He actually took my exact seat after I busted.
That jerk didn't come to karaoke.
Congratulations, Isara.
Wow. Good for him. Better show up with a couple drinks in the booth later. Saying that was his first ever handed mob cash.
Wicked. Straight to first
Straight
place.
to first, yeah. What a great place to retire your handed mob. Just all-time podium finishes, 1. Results, 1. Great.
Anton reshoving the big blind with the king-queen suited.
I missed all that conversation. We are down to our top 26 players. Everyone has locked up 8,200 USD. Pay jump will be our top 23 for $9,130. A $900 pay jump. Justin filling us in on the eliminations. 30th was Martin Finger. 29th was unfortunately Tom Bugan. 28th, Andre Vasquez. And 27th, Hong Tuan Bui. Very notable eliminations. Come on, Tom, if you're going to beat Ace King versus Ace King, run deeper than that. Let's go.
Could not. Putting that big stack to work. Ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff. Chang in the big blind. Dust. 8-4 offsuit. Another steal will put Punat Punsri over that 2 million chip mark. Someone stop this man. For 20 starting stacks. Really catching up to Poseidon's impressive 80 big blinds. Courtesy of a very well-timed Ace King.
I mean, you know Punat's good and he's going to be aggressive, and that's why you come in here and you say, hey, I've got Ace Queen, I'm going to fight back. And he just has aces.
Yep.
Like, it's obviously just poor timing, but I feel like anytime I know someone is a better player at my table and they're aggressive, it feels like more times than not when I fight back, they just have it. I'm like, how? You bluff more than the other players at this table. Why do you always have it when I fight back? You just play perfectly against me.
That is something that Negranu said is like the effect of just being up against a pro. You just think they're bluffing, but usually just have it.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, you know, it's Phil Ivey, he's bluffing me. It's like, no, he probably just has it.
Yeah.
That is good though. They're trying to like regulate for them. Yeah, it's good.
That's why I wasn't interested in.
Well, you magnetic the king head.
We are 2 players away from our final 3 tables. We will be doing the first redraw of the final day once we get down to our top 3 tables. Mirwais Husseini. King Jack off and +1. Will open up things.
Gets the long range steal. 75,000 to a stack.
Sharpshooter. That's that 20 big blind mark. Can't be too upset with the 20 big blind stack and the top 25 players of a high roller. Less than 10% of the field remains. I think they're going to color up some of these 5K chips. They're saying, telling the amateurs the pros always have it is a next level hustle, to be fair. That is quite the propaganda to be sharing.
Toronto's even thinking about EV off the table.
I feel like with enough social media tags, we could maybe twist his arm to come out here for the championship series.
For Negroni?
Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
I can't imagine it's in his plans at the moment, but I think you get in his mind a little bit about it.
He's a GG ambassador, partner of Natural 8.
The man who always has it. Punat Punsri, king, queen off onto the gun.
Kiwi, somebody had their phone on the stream table. It's just because they missed it. But not allowed any electronics on the feature table. Chen, ace, jack of diamonds. We are quite deep. Really don't want to get 4-bet with this hand. Chen, unconcerned, will be raising.
Both players have pretty big stacks here, late into day 2. Chen's 3-bet will get Punat to fold king queen. Both players neck and neck for the table chip lead. Now just shy of 2 million as Punat loses a few chips. We are just one elimination away from a table redraw for our final 3 tables.
Fives for Shang, under the gun. 19 blinds.
Getting it through so far, but pocket 6s. Saini is facing an under the gun open.
Seems flattable. You're getting a slight discount as you are in the small blind. And you do have a little bit of squeeze protection, so to speak, as Shang is opening off 20 bigs under the gun. You know, if Punat squeezes, he's almost committed.
Punat sizes up his stack and makes the call. Jeong versus Punsri. Flop comes ace 5-8. Top pair for Punat, but bottom set for Yan Xiong.
Could see some bigger bets on this board as well from the in-position player.
See something like 3/4 pot here.
Sean just goes small, doesn't want to lose his customer. Coming in with the check raise up to 105,000. Shang fast play his hand. Goes for the call. This pot is up to 375,000 yuan, just 415K behind. 7 of diamonds on the turn gives Punat the 10 high flush draw. Much better card for Punat's range. Might be able to just go small with range on the turn. See an all-in as well. Could get called by kings with a diamond, queens with a diamond. There is the small bet from Punat. At this point for fives, board is probably getting too messy.
Now we're down to the final 24 players. We will start the draw at final 3 table. For a main event, complete your current hand on 15 minutes break. Well again, main event. After your current hand finish, 15 minutes break. And tournament.
Looks like this is going to be the last hand as well. We'll be having a table redraw and a short break, but let's see if Punat makes the call. He'd have to have king, queen with the king of diamonds to find a bluff. Such a strong hand for Punat. And the call.
Still needs to fade a diamond on this river. Yan Xiong is the one at risk. The only diamond that is safe is the 5 of diamonds. No diamond. Yan Xiong chipping up to 1.2 million. Punat Punsri was just at 2 million and chips now down to 1.3 million. Still a large stack. He's on his way up there, but makes a call that will dwindle him down from the days of the 2 million stack.
And with that, folks, we are going to take a short break to do a table redraw. Don't go anywhere. We are playing down to a winner. See you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
In a world where the stakes are high and the competition fierce, there exists a realm where the best of the best converge. From over 50 countries, they gather, drawn by the chance of winning millions of dollars in life-changing money. But amidst these contenders, only a rare few will make it to the top. Those who remain composed under the relentless pressure, armed with an analytical mind that dissects every move, adapting, adjusting, shifting strategies like master tacticians. Under the bright TV lights and the watchful eyes of thousands, they take center stage.
Is this the comeback we've been anticipating?
In this arena, they are not merely players, they are warriors, united by a common purpose: to emerge champions. The APT Championship from November 14th to November 30th.
We have Chan Chan at risk. Xiaoi Lin with the Queen of Diamonds. Steelers, the flop, please. The Flop is 7 of diamonds, 9 of hearts, king of diamonds. Chan needs to avoid a diamond, a queen, or a 5. Dealer, the turn, please. The turn is a 5 of clubs. Chan now needs either an ace or a 10 that's not a diamond to double up. The river. The river is a jack of spades. Congratulations, high roller players. You are now in the money.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asian Poker Tour here in the beautiful island of Jeju, South Korea. Look at these shots, absolutely stunning. It is our last day on this beautiful island, and it is also the last day of the APT High Roller. We are going to be playing down to a winner. We had 305 entries. That is a record-breaking high roller field for Korea, and we are now in the money, trying to find our way down to a winner. My name is Pocket Kyles. I am joined in the booth by Vidur Singhal. Vidur, welcome back to the stream one more time for Jeju.
Thank you so much, Kyle. One more time, one last time here at Jeju. The last day is always bittersweet, but it is made more exciting when we break records. We have almost $1 million in the prize pool, $186,000 and change for the first place winner. And of course, the APT main event ticket worth $10,000. So exciting to be down to the final 3 tables here. Less than 10% of the field. I think everybody can taste it, but these are also, for the most part, consummate pros. And I think they know it's their time to shine, pay attention, focus up, play their best, get down to that final table. And by the way, we will be playing down to the winner today, considering it is our last day. So stick with us. I'm excited to get this going.
Definitely. We did have a table redraw. As you can see, Punat Punsri, the fan favorite in the chat quite often, is still at the table since we've done the redraw. We do welcome back Fabian Schmidt, who we saw tearing up the streets on our first feature table of the day. Right before we had that first break, we did see Fabian lose a lot of the profits he had made today. It was up to about 1.4 million, I believe, and then was crippled back down to 600-something thousand. But still up from where he started, 500,000. Even Punat, right before this table redraw, losing a big hand. He's also at the 2 million chip mark, now down to 1.2 million, but not done yet. Queen 9 of diamonds. Punat opening up the action on this soft ladder up bubble.
I did see the hand you were talking about, but not losing to bottom set with top pair and the flush on the turn. Nothing he could do, I suppose, because the level Punat plays at, he does expect to be played back at with worse hands, but 1.2 million is plenty for this man to work with. Obviously a fan favorite, indeed a global favorite. Exciting to have a lot of familiar names in the last 3 tables. Justin Fairbanks in chat, doing the Lord's work as always, letting us know the remaining field. 9 from China, so the Chinese dominance at the moment not commensurate with the main event. 9 out of 24, although that is still very, very impressive. Fun to see the others in the mix as well. 4 from Taiwan, 2 Australia, 2 from Germany, one of whom is Fabian Schmidt on the screen right now. 2 from Thailand, one of whom is Punat in the pot right now. 1 Hong Kong, 1 Japan, 1 Morocco, 1 Romania, our old friend Julian, and 1 Vietnam.
It's quite an eclectic field here, especially compared to the main, heavily dominated by Chinese players. Still quite a few. Of course, they do have the highest count for nationality at the moment, but not 60% of the field like we saw yesterday. Look at this. Punat's under the gun open being put to the test. The 3-bet from Fabian Schmidt. These 3 off. Really took his time to think about this one. Like you mentioned before, Punat going to be one of those players that's going to get played back at. Perhaps why he found that call on that previous hand before the table redraw. And Punat, of course, the last remaining player at this table with a Mega Lion, trying to become the first Mega Lion repeat champion.
Punat, of course, won the main event in Taipei. This would be a different one, to the extent he can get the job done. 23 spots away. Now, speaking of Mega Lions, Kyle, I must ask you about how yesterday's main event closed down and how exciting it was to have Lily Tang, of course, the first woman to go heads up for the main event trophy, and Abraham Seasfin, who had been heads up before. I mean, what a matchup and what an ending.
No, it was absolutely thrilling and honestly way more emotional than I was expecting. I don't know if you caught any of that stream of the heads up interview and the winner's interview, but an emotional moment for Abraham Seasfin specifically, thanking his family, his friends, and his kid for all the support and just being super grateful to be able to not only pursue this poker dream, but to finally capture that Mega Lion trophy after so many close calls.
Yeah, he's a gem of a guy. It's hard not to root for someone like him. I think he won a lot of hearts yesterday.
Yeah.
Obviously had a lot of fans from his previous runs and just his fantastic attitude in general. So what were the celebrations like? Did you get any confetti on you?
Little bit. I mean, I was in the booth for that main part of it, but got to go out and shake his hand for the pictures when there was a little bit more opportunities for confetti. It was
any parties I missed out on?
Yeah, we had a little bit of fun. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but Punat and Renee von Redden, a previous main event winner, but up against Punat heads up for that one. So sorry, not Punat. No, mixing up. Watching Punat on the screen. Sorry, talking about Abraham Seaspan here, and Renee von Redden, obviously cheering on the person who he was able to take down for his Mega Lion trophy. And I heard that they were staying in touch ever since that battle. And he was rooting him on, trying to help him off the table, get ready for this final table and to take it down. And he was sharing in that joy of the victory. And so both Renee and Seaspan were able to come out. And we found ourselves a little karaoke bar and some drinks. And we had some fun last night, that's for sure.
I knew it. I shouldn't have asked. The FOMO is real.
Sorry.
I brought it up. I don't even understand why I did that.
Yeah.
I want to sing with main event winners.
Right? And I had invited a few people from the team APT to come out, and I had noticed our new host Isara did not. Oh, okay. Wait. Story on pause because Shengshu Hugh with the pocket aces here, 1.5 million in chips and +1. The deck is just burning hot on our feature table today. We have seen countless premium hands and also some wild coolers against those premium hands. Could this be another one of those spots? Shengshu. Now looking at Xiao Ting Chang's 1.1 million stack, King 10 suited, just going to get out of the way. Sees the early position aggression, figures King 10 suited, not strong enough. Schmidt looks down at an offsuit King 9. Not too much to think about there, but Punat Punsri, King Queen suited. This man does not shy away from a battle. Does he think of his opponent's opening range in this spot?
It is an early open. Question is, does Punat give it some respect and just flat call? You know he's coming along, King Queen suited. Monster hand. Or an ill-timed 3-bet, which is surely being considered right now. In fact, after taking this much time, it's a bit tricky. Just flat call. That is what he does. Good timing.
Shengzhu Hugh, if I do have the correct Tendon Mob here, with an unlikely 635,000 in lifetime earnings, but only 7 results to achieve that 600 grand. That's thanks
Fascinating.
to took down just a month ago a Triton event for over $500,000. Before that, his top cash was 3,000 at APT Incheon. Shengzhu Hugh, a little bit newer to the poker world, I would imagine, at least outside of China.
Yeah, tough to say. I mean, outside of China for sure, based on hand and mob, but no, you don't kick off your poker journeys with Tritons usually.
Yes.
By the way, Punat here has donked into 2 players with just a gut shot and 2 overs in the back doors. 6-5 suited can just get away. But the aces will have something to say.
You like the donk from Punat. To start the aggression, take away the betting lead from your opponent. Got lots of good turn cards. A little bit unfortunate that you're running into aces this time specifically. This is one of those spots where Punat finds the aggression that not everyone would.
Yeah, masterclass in action. The 8 is trickier to navigate for both players. However, to the extent Punat wants to continue some sort of a story, he can. He has King Queen after all. Could have Queen Jack. Ace is not loving this. I did like the donk as well because it is tough for the in-position player to raise here on the 10-9 deuce. Punat can represent things like top 2 and hands with a lot of equity. There's the double barrel, and it's pretty geometric. Let's see, it's about 80% pot and would set up something like that in terms of the river shove. This is some high-level poker in action, and Cheng Shu is way up in his range to consider folding yet. That being said, if it comes a brick and Punat bombs, how do you perceive it? And if it comes a wet card such as a jack, a 7, a spade, what do you think of your aces then?
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be comfortable. Well, at the moment, given that it was a small blind flat and big blind has gotten out of the way, still feel pretty good. But proceed with caution to this less than 1 SPR river.
I wonder if the fact that Punat used a time bank calling from the small blind plays a role in terms of Punat's perceived range, and Punat is immediately looking down at his stack on the 10 of spades river. The flush completed. The top card on the flop has paired up. Punat doesn't have a spade in his hand. Gives up. Not the river he was looking for to mount some sort of a bluff, and the check will mean 500k added to Cheng Shu's stack.
Cheng Shu up to 2 million now. Punat, who was at 2 million chips not too long ago, down to 750,000, has become our short stack at this feature table. And that's the thing with aggressive plays, is it will often be, you know, fortune does often favor the bold, but occasionally aggression will backfire against you. As in this spot, Punat finds himself down to the short stack. Plenty to play with, though. I know Punat knows how to navigate it. Still 25 big blinds. That's a lot for a short stack here in our final 24. There's a pay jump imminent. $900.
Well, sometimes, Kyle, we refer to this event as the series saver. Really, any big event on the last day is considered a series saver.
Right.
And you know what? $900 is $900. Might change your ROI on the series. Justin with a reminder. Justin's duties and scope of work is constantly expanding in chat. He's reminding you that you were going to talk about Isara before you saw the pocket aces. And I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, because, you know, I have nothing better to do in life than to watch the stream. Our man Isara just goes and ships a baby lion. Fantastic.
I feel ripped off. I feel like I've taken a few shots at it now. I've seen 3 final tables in my limited time here at APT. And he just...
Oh, we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat. It's time to start the haves and have-nots clubs.
Yeah.
Have and have-nots club, rather, in the APT booth. And I'm sorry to say, Kyle, you and I are in the latter category.
I know. Ooh, interesting spot here. +1 versus big blind. Of course, Jiming Shu going to raise the pocket jacks. Chao Ting Cheng with the GTO Wizard fake aces.
Do it one time. You know you want to.
I can't help myself if I'm in that spot.
Well, I hope for his sake he doesn't, but, you know, it's the final day of the stream. One little bit of blood on the streets.
Yeah.
Although we've had plenty. I mean, thinking back to the final table yesterday, the main event, there isn't enough that we've said about it. It was just unbelievable poker. There is sometimes this expectation going from the main event to the high roller today of, you know, the complexity, one could say quality, and the professional level of poker going up. This is a skill game after all. There are levels to this game, but the main event final table yesterday, I think each one of those players has long careers ahead of them based on their performance alone.
Yeah, can't speak enough about Lily Tong with her heads up second place finish. Absolutely fought her way to that spot. Did not fold her way in there, did not play passive, found really aggressive spots, and yeah, occasionally did cost her, but you know, as I said before, fortune favors the bold, and I think that's not the last we see of Lily. Sure, she will be fighting for another glorious finish in Taipei this November. And you know, Taipei, one of the spots where we do see a lot more women come out, and she may have just inspired even more to take their shot in Taipei. Not Punsri, another monster. Has been bleeding chips lately. Facing a +2 open, but premium ace king of spades. Not only suited, but the best suit. Finds the 5.
There's something about it.
About spades?
Not sure why. Yeah, I'm not sure why it got this reputation, but it just looks dominant.
I think it's just because it's always the first suit in the deck. I believe every deck goes spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, if I'm correct.
I've heard diamond clubs, but yeah, spades, hearts always.
I think spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs is the alphabetical order, and sometimes they do order their rankings that way. Like, or well, reverse alphabetical order, of course. But when you get the deck, I believe when you take out the deck, it's spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds.
Ah, okay.
Correct, because it's alternating, right? Red, black, or black, red. That's it.
Learn something new every day.
I think so. As someone who had to, when I had my underground dealing days, had to sort the deck out over and over again. I'm pretty sure that I haven't done it as much in the last couple of years, but pretty sure that's ingrained in me now. But it's interesting. I'm not sure which suit, when you have to rank suits, which one is better, clubs or diamonds. I do forget. I think you might be right that diamonds are ahead of clubs. Of course, I could just Google this, but it's more fun to just speculate using
pretend.
my head. Yeah.
Pretend you're in the 1990s.
Yeah,
just keep guessing.
Even the 2000s had a bit of this era. Internet wasn't fast enough yet to Google stuff. Life was simpler when people could just be wrong or take people's word for things. Sure, there was a lot more misinformation, but not on a grand scale at least. Yes.
Certainly poker was simpler.
Right? I don't know why I didn't start playing when I was 7. Missed out.
I have a few nephews and nieces who I'm currently training to become future world champions.
Love it. They better start getting with the AI then. Game of poker is going to be very complicated by that point. But Punat, the 9-7 of spades open in the hijack, is going to flop top pair. Chang defends 8-5 of clubs. It's not flop much here, just a couple backdoors. Not also blocking a bit of that action with the 7. Oh man, Justin letting us know that the man who Punat doubled up to 40 big blinds immediately busted after being moved off the feature table. What a waste of Punat's chips. I'm sure the hand was a good hand, but it's always funny to think of where your chips go after you hand them off. Chang really thinking through this spot here after defending.
Yeah, it is a check raise candidate in the form of those backdoors.
Yeah.
Could be a hand that gets folds on double barrels, perhaps.
Let's
this
go
is
for
tricky.
it. Yes, PR is going to get real small real quick. Setting yourself up for essentially a turn jam. Someone ask in the chat if there are any Thai people left while staring at Punat Punsri on the screen. It's the most famous Thai player of them all. Of course, I guess that's not a full count, but you must know that there's at least one. I would hope.
Last chance, complete amateur on 15 minutes break. And tournament dealers, please do the chip race.
There's a jam.
100 chips.
And the fold.
And just information to
Nice
the
try,
players,
Chow.
this is the last
Appreciate
chance to enter.
gumption, but this time around, when I did have the top pair, the unlikely top pair, mind you.
Is Punat really only worried about fours and deuces? Maybe seeing rejams from some of those spots versus hijack open, so if he can rule out those pocket pairs, then jam is the only option.
Yeah, every once in a while you will run into another 9 despite blocking it, but can't play poker scared of those unlikely scenarios, not to mention we're not being so high up in his range. I think he's just committed to busting in case his opponent did have something better than 7-9.
I don't know about
Your
you, but I
opponent,
can, I can play poker scared of those unlikely situations.
Yeah,
I still don't make my action that way, but I am scared when I do it.
That's okay. You know, conquering fear is... There's this famous saying, I think, it goes something along the lines of, you can be brave or you can pretend to be brave, and it's the same thing. So, you know, if you are scared, but you still pull the trigger, that's you playing good poker.
There we go.
Don't say I don't get philosophical and deep here on the last day of the APT Jeju stream.
I was just going to say that, and you changed my mind. It's like, this guy hasn't been philosophical once on this last stream. And then there you go. The Der Single, everybody. Philosopher, poker player, and pun master.
Thank you, thank you. By the way, crucial update from Justin Poseidon Ho, who I did catch as the chip leader on the previous feature table before the redraw, has approached 4 million chips.
Oh. I didn't scroll down to Justin's comment yet. I thought you were going to say he busted. I was like, no way. That's impossible.
No, he busted Shang with ace-king against aces. Talk about running hot.
Oh, wow.
Losing aces to ace-king. I'm almost glad that hand wasn't on stream. It's too much to bear. Chow taking stabs in this limped blind versus blind scenario. Lose a chunk with that 8-5 suited check raise. Now has fired what could be the abyss unless the 3 remaining kings come out. Having middle pair in a limped pot like this is going to be most often the best hand. Good time to give up for Chow. And G1, Shu, I believe, would be my best attempt at pronouncing that. With the queen 6. Does have a bit of a decision. 2 spades now. Met a little bit for protection. But he is capped in his range. Has to be careful. Very difficult for him to have pretty much anything better than a queen here. Every once in a while, the weakest of aces. Most other hands would be raising pre-flop. That beat a queen. Chow doesn't pounce. Lets it go. And asks queen. New shorty on the table.
Yep. We are down to our top 23 players already. This day is flying by. That means we have hit a pay jump. $9,130 locked up for everybody. Next pay jump, about 1,900. Sorry. Got ahead of myself there. About 900. Again, not too far away. Just 3 eliminations once again.
Taking a look at the schedule today, which is obviously going to be the sparsest. It is the last day. All but 2 of the events of APT Jeju are either over or live already. The micro main, over 100 runners there. It is day, I believe it's day 2 of the Ultra Stack, the final day. I think we're down to the final table over there.
Yeah.
Of course, the high roller that we're watching, and then the last chance high roller, appropriately named. That's a single day variety. $2,100 buy-in. Over 110 runners for that. Pretty massive.
Oh, yeah.
$500 Pot Limit Omaha event to close things out. And then some of the fun ones, just not too late at night as we wind things down here. A 5 p.m. turbo double stack, about a $300 buy-in. And then one last high roller, a proper series saver as the last event. An $1,100 turbo high roller. And that'll be that. And Kyle, I must say, bittersweet always on the last day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling intrigued by this hand we are seeing here. Jamming Shoot opens up ace queen in the hijack, but Yoko An with the queen deuce 3-bet. And he gets ace queen to fold.
That was a huge 3-bet. What a spot.
What was that sizing on that 3-bet? I didn't even catch it.
Asked for an extra 7, almost 9 and change.
I just thought that hand, because you were talking about something. Of course, I saw the ace queen, but I figure, it's just going to fold through. Let's just, nothing really too much to talk about the hand there. Wow, okay. And pulling up the aggression. And we have seen a lot of aggressive players in this series. We've seen it in the main event. We've seen it in this high roller. And we've seen the fields dwindle down fast, and I think that's because everybody's playing against each other. Sometimes poker can be a boring game when the correct decision is often to fold, but when we have players like this, you came to see some action, you're getting some action on this feature table. And I am shocked to see that as a 3-bet bluff candidate there. It's going to take down a fairly big pot. And Chin Young Tang with ace-jack suited. No one immune to these bluffs.
Good discipline.
Yes.
It's down to about 15 bigs. Lets that one go. We did see on our feature table on day 4, if I'm remembering correctly. There he is now with the bucket 5s. Talk about him as one of the top players from Vietnam. If he can ship this event, would take him to over $1 million on his hand and mob. No small feat.
I guess that's how you get there. Ballsy bluffs.
Maybe Queen Deuce is his favorite hand. You never know. Fabian has taken the spot with King Jack suited. It's a hefty shove. 19 bigs. Decided it was a great squeeze candidate. Way too strong to just flatten the big blind after the +1 open and the small blind flat. Now what does Chi do? Ace Jack suited is pretty strong. But it's a big ask. 17 more big blinds. About 2/3 of his stack. Does make the call, and what a fantastic time to go for it. Has his opponent crushed 2-1 to eliminate German Fabian Schmidt.
Fabian Schmidt.
Crucial.
Did his way to build himself up to a 1.5 million chip stack. Found himself back down here and now tournament life on the line. 9-10-10, not going to help. But a king on the turn. Puts Fabian Schmidt into the lead. But the ace on the river was just a tease after all. Fabian Schmidt has been eliminated, 22nd place. Walking away with $9,130. The German, who had multiple knockouts early in this stream today, unfortunately can't find his way to the final table. Still a decent cash, but I'm sure the way his day started, he was hoping for better. I have to personally have a short conversation with Fabian Schmidt at the Players Party. Seemed like a very nice guy. Great to meet him. I don't think he's seen too much of the stream, but he has tuned in a little bit, seen a few clips.
Certainly seems like it. The nice guy part, that is.
Yes.
So she there was, if I'm not mistaken, the chip leader coming into day 2, correct?
It's a great question. Let me double check. Yes, he was.
Well, there we go, yeah. It'd have a big sweat there when the king came on the turn. It did give him a royal flush draw, to be fair, but let's see how much he had coming into day 2.
Looks like he had 1.4 million going into the day.
Okay. Safe to say now, he's increased that by quite a bit.
Yeah, not too bad.
Although
2 million in chips. It's not quite as the dominating lead as it used to be. He started the day, but 2 million is, you're more than happy with that chip stack at this point in the tournament. Matt Plinsry wants to find a way to get back up there himself. Defends King 10 off versus hands wide open here with 9-7 offsuit.
Before we close registration for the high-roller last chance event. Tournament players start making your way up there. It's 2 minutes left in break.
And just turning up the heat, finding as many aggressive spots as he can.
So Kyle, can we, sorry not to interrupt this hand too much, but I did just get to hear we might have some surprise guests in the booth. Are we keeping them a surprise?
Yes, I think, I can't remember if we mentioned it already or not earlier on the stream, but
okay,
we may
sounds
have
like you can spoil it.
Yeah, I think so. We may just have some past and present main event winners of the Asian Poker Tour jumping in the booth, at least for a little bit. We may have discussed it over some celebrations last night, and they seemed eager to jump in. They didn't think it would be possible, but we brought it up, and they said, really, could we do that?
Okay, I mean, if you're going to say present, you're going to say celebrations last night, I think it's fair to say it's going to be Renee and Abraham Seisman.
There you go. Justin said if it's Neil, it's not a surprise. Well, we hope we kept it a fun surprise for you there, Justin.
Checkmark for Punat. And a king on the double paired board. Does seem like showdown enough most of the time. And surely a bet coming here from An.
Yeah, this would be a triple barrel with a very wide 9-7 off. Not really blocking too much to fire again. But not two big calls. A little bit easier on the turn with the open ender, but we'll get it to check back on the river, picking up another pot. 1.4 million.
Is now officially closed.
Kiwi saying, yay, Neil is coming in. To be honest, we have not had any confirmation that Neil will have time to be in the booth. You know, he usually joins us on the last day. I don't think I've done a series where he hasn't yet, but he does always say if he has time. Can be busy out there. I saw him filming some content, working on some other stuff on my break. Sure, he'd love to pop in as well, but no guarantees on that front.
Well, just in case he doesn't come in, let me just tell everyone watching, come to APT Taipei. It wouldn't be the same without you. And we're going to have over 100 events. So check out the calendar at apt.poker.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive series. Of course, the flagship event, the 10K freeze out main event with a $5 million guarantee. Do you know what APT likes to do with their guarantees? Like to smash
them, break them.
Yes.
Ignore them.
Ignore them, yes. I mean, you almost might as well have in Jeju. Some of our biggest events were double the guarantee. It's at least close to it.
Listen. You cannot get cocky. It all comes down to player support. And by the way, I have been around for a few series where the guarantees were not met, and that's okay. That's what good poker series is all about. The APT obviously fulfilled the guarantee and, you know, didn't do anything skeevy that I think sometimes makes its way into the poker world. You know, putting people in and things like that. Nothing of the sort.
Yeah, we can't set any expectations for this championship series, but I just do hear a lot of people talking about it on the other side of the world where I live. How many of them will actually come out? We'll have to see. I think I was mentioning to Sam in one of our breaks too that I bet you we could get someone like Negreanu out if you pestered him on social media enough.
I heard that. That.
Oh, maybe it was
Don't
on
see
stream.
why not.
Yeah. I think so.
Plenty of value for him.
And then I think you get someone like him
kind of
out.
guy.
Just because of his notoriety, he's kind of like one of those last, in my opinion, unless you're like following poker very closely, like he was kind of one of those like big household names that stood the test of time, so to speak. Even if you don't really follow poker too much, you've probably heard of him. Maybe that's biased because I'm Canadian and he's, you know, Canada pride, but.
No, I hear you among that crop. I would say Negreanu, who obviously is simply the most famous poker player in the world and has been for maybe 15 years now, which is quite a feat.
Yeah.
I think Negreanu, Helmut and Ivy,
yeah,
who, much to their credit, are just constantly still in the mix. I think they certainly have stood the test of time. Justin in chat saying Negreanu doesn't like travel anymore. I hear you. Could make some exceptions. Never know. He does like vlogging. And Taipei is going to be a fun one to vlog.
Yeah,
Justin also reminded us. Pardon me, Kyle.
Go ahead.
The 21st player, by the way, is out.
Oh, wow, look at
down
that.
to 20. Lost Anton Liu from Australia.
That does mean we have locked up a 5-figure score here in the high roller. Breaking the 10K for the first time. Somebody singing in the background?
Greg, I assume? Yep.
Can you tell Greg was also out at karaoke last night?
Well, I know he was a musical theater kid, but he constantly surprises me with his talents. There was a stream, Kyle, a little bit before your time. APT Incheon 2023. And let's just say our expectations on how long the stream would go did not match reality.
No.
So at maybe 1 a.m. Korea time, Greg just started freestyle rapping commentary.
Oh, I love it.
Absolutely crushed it.
I feel like I've got my work cut out for me now. Yeah, they're asking if that's
Renee in
Greg.
chat says that was Dylan Foster, apparently. Yeah, that seems about the more likely second candidate, I would
By the
have said.
time I heard it on the mic there, that was definitely Greg. I gotta be sure. Although Renee is out there, so, or at least I assume he is. So now I'm not sure.
Well, he would have been out there 30 minutes ago, right?
Yeah. It really sounded
was
like
that on your
Greg on
mic?
the mic. No, that was definitely in the room. That was the stream audio, not my mic. Look at these
Look
action
at this,
hands.
by the way. Paint.
An's going to raise 9-7. He's going to raise queens as well. Jin Young Tang with king, queen suited. Jumps in the action from the button. Jaiming Xu with the 3-bet from the small blind. King Jack off. Putting that big stack to work. Trying to apply pressure. Form of a squeeze. He's going to run into pocket queens. Also still kind of hooked on this discussion in chat with Renee saying the country road was Dylan for sure. It sounded exactly like Greg to me. I would be shocked if that was Dylan Foster, but I haven't heard him sing, so maybe that is what Dylan sounds like.
Dylan, a man of many talents as well.
Yes.
Believe it.
And jams the queens and does get the job done. It's quite a big pot to pick up there.
Another elimination. Down to 19. Okay. Enthusiasm on the outer tables. It's the last day.
I love it.
Let
I love
loose.
to see it. Poker can be a very quiet, focused game sometimes, and we're in the business of poker entertainment. I know some people might find it annoying, irritating. I myself always find it entertaining. And there are lines, but the stuff that changes up the game from a entertainment point of view, I always find interesting, whether you hate it or love it.
Ace, queen for Punat. Bit of excitement in the chat every time Punat has a premium or indeed is involved. But yeah, shout out to our 20th place finisher, Ao Zhu from China. A-jump's getting meaningful. The next one about, 40% of a buy-in. Pretty loose flat from Xu. Just lost decent size spot. Could be the influence there. With the amount of squeezing that's been going on this table, including Xu in the very last hand, could make the case for letting the Jack-10 off go. Especially against Punat's open, but no fear, and ends up in position.
The flop, king 8-4. Backdoor draws for Punat. Justin saying that guy never left the player's party, apparently. He just moved it. We see Alex Weiss in the chat. Their stream final tableist. Faster on the turn. The clubs does not bring in the flush draw for Punat, but ace high still good.
Is he cooking up something nefarious? With these remaining 19 players, you just never know. They are the high rollers after all. At that time though, we're not suddenly back to being quite comfortable. 1.7 million. That hit he took, if I remember correctly, took him down to about 1.2. Now he's climbed back up closer to that 2 million range.
Yeah, at one point he was crippled down to 600,000, I want to say. 600,000 or 700,000. Not keeping the battle going. Once again, 2 eliminations away from another pay jump. This time 1,400. G with ace jack. He's gonna run into Sheng Tzu's ace queen. Players party still going on at one of the outer tables.
How do you approach this? Just lets it go. Good time for it as well.
Wow.
Honestly, all options were on the table, and he chose arguably the best one given the holdings.
Yeah.
How do they do it, Kyle?
Better than me, I'll tell you that much. How exactly? Probably just study.
Pure skill.
I can't tell you how much more I'm itching for a trophy now that Isara took down one. I think he played 2 tournaments this series. And assuming he hasn't played any other APT events before, he has a 50% lion rate at the moment. It's absolutely absurd.
Lion rate.
Right?
I like that. Needs to be a new global stat. Daniel Negreanu's lion rate, 0.
Ah, that'll get him out here.
It actually would. Hey, you
Right?
know what? I feel like I know the guy through watching every vlog he's ever made.
Right.
And you know what? Stats definitely would get him out here.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's
Lion FOMO.
It's a trophy with a trophy. You gotta win. It's gotta be so much cooler than a bracelet. You know?
That is true. We did win in GPI. It's Trophy of the Year.
Like, what would you rather, a bracelet or a mega lion? Like, just think about the difference between those two things. You know?
Bracelet? Ugh.
Yeah. You want to win a mega lion? You have to come out to Asia. You want to win a bracelet? You can win one online in Ontario these days.
What would you rather have strapped to your wrist? A bracelet or a mega lion?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't think I want a mega lion strapped to my wrist. That would be awful. This is big,
That's
giant
a statement,
ball
my
and
friend.
chain.
It's like
it
Flavor
is-
Flav with the clock. You gotta
That's
do it
true.
with the mega lion.
Oh, I like that. Okay, the lion as a necklace. I like that. That'd be very cool.
You would develop the worst spondylitis of your life. Your neck would just instantly get eradicated. That thing is a beast. Nice pickup there with the ace king. Had been getting short end of the stick for a while. 3-bet jam gives him a little more comfort. Now wakes up with queen jack suited. Ciao. Has been pretty active. Yeah.
Any queen jack suited on a queen jack suited action incoming? No, just gonna let it go.
Wow. That is tight, considering what we've seen from him. Respecting the +1 open, and as I mentioned, so much squeezing going on this table. It is the high roller for a reason. A bit of caution there from the cutoff. Still though, pretty surprised.
Yeah, maybe that final table approaching, starting to be on people's minds. Don't want to get, maybe there's a fear of getting out of line. Want to build their stack in some more obvious spots. El Juliana saying that Punat guy looks like he can play poker. Yeah, I think he's a newcomer to the APT. Never heard of Punat Punsri before, so we'll see what he can do.
Stick with it. Get better.
Yeah, right?
C-bet from Shu here. 60% of a royal flush in terms of backdoors. That shot, of course, pretty much what he's relying on in terms of outs. Doesn't come on the turn, and it's a brick, but not as extremely comfortable. Great spot to check call. Your opponent very likely to take 2 stabs, given the range advantage on the ace-king 7 try board.
Yeah, does of course lose to any ace, but sorry. Go ahead.
That is true. That is true. Does help to block one, and you know the monsters under the closet, Kyle. These players don't worry about those, and the pink for the absolute nuts on the river does complete Broadway for Shu. Was going to point out how Shu has plenty of experience himself. Has crossed 500,000 on his hand and mob. Certainly not playing with fear on this table despite facing Punat. Punat checks and is going to be put into a tough spot, I think, when this value bet comes. Depends on the sizing. Small one is going to get paid off instantly, but this is a good spot to go polar. There's so few value hands you're representing. Queen Jack being one of them. Maybe King 10. And then if you go polar, you pretty much remove all the thin value hands, and there is a chunky bet, almost the size of the pot. 350, so I would say about 80% of the pot size. And Punat is left with a bluff catcher.
Yeah.
Oh, he's talking it out. Trying his best to get a read.
Did not face continued aggression on the turn. Does make sense for the hand we see. He throws in the call.
It off.
The chat
Good
hoping
players.
he could get away from it, but
Odd interaction in chat says, I felt that tent coming. I know what you mean. I
yeah,
feel like I did as well. I was going to comment that good players such as Banat, who are constantly taking spots, bluffing, taking every edge that they can, they tend to remain balanced. They tend to give their opponent credits. They tend to give their opponents credit, rather, for being balanced. So, not surprised to see the call there, and Ace high up in his range, getting about 3-1 on the call. So, unfortunate turn of events, but still plenty of stack left for Punas to wield. Fantastic pickup, though. Shu picks it up and now picks up aces.
Does anyone have an aces count in the chat? What is that, the 5th or 6th time this stream? Seen aces on the feature table? No wonder the field is dwindling down so quickly. Action players, action cards. This is exactly what everyone always demands of every home game they ever go to. Maybe a big reason why we have 1,500 of you watching too in chat. Glad to have you all aboard. No action for Jaiming Shu.
Pot is a pot, 2 in a row. Hope he's not too frustrated by that. Is the outright chip leader on our table now, 69 bigs. Pretty up there in terms of all 3 tables, I imagine.
Wow, Kiwi saying 7 times for aces so far. I knew it was up there. I thought it was maybe going a little bit on the high end and just assuming I was factoring in some of those other premiums we were seeing. But if Kiwi, if you actually were keeping track, it was aces 7 times. That's wild.
So Kyle, we're about a month and 10 days out from APT Taiwan. Any poker plans in the middle in Canada for you?
You know what? I think I'm going to be pretty swamped. I've got a somewhat of a busy music life back home. I know I did strike a new deal with, I have a little poker sponsorship back home, and I told them I would make some home game content. So going to use that money to give away to my friends and make some home game content. I think that's going to be a bit fun. I've just kind of wanted to host more home games in general, so that will at least happen for me. But in terms of tournaments or casino poker, I don't know if I'll have the time.
Saving it for the big one?
Of course. I got to save my money for the... Got to get a lion. Catch up to Isara. Jaiming Shu fends the big blind with Jack 10 off. Hits second pair. Not position in the betting lead on an ace-high board. Not connect, just has backdoors.
Oof. The fun begins.
Yes.
The backdoor nut flush draw.
Mind Jaiming Shu has that 10 of hearts. Create even more action. The heart rolls off on this river.
You gotta do it. When you pick up this much equity and your name is Punat Punsri, in comes double barrel. Shu can't be too comfortable, but he has a huge stack. Certainly can speculate. You mentioned he's been fearless, in particular against Punat. This seems like a pretty straightforward check call candidate. It's the river you have to worry about Punat has set up for just about a 1 SBR situation.
Last round 1500, 3000, 3080. Once again, 1500, 3000, 3000 for the 80.
Does make the call. An ace repeating on the board makes it less likely for Punat to have. The jack is going to be the best hand often enough. Double paired board now. Ace 4 rather. Jack ace 4. Punat left with king high. It is a bit of showdown value on a double paired board. But he has the key card, the nut flush blocker.
Yeah, does he imagine that Jamming Shu is continuing with just a heart here and misses draws and king high is good? It's probably less likely at this point.
Shu goes for a decently sized bet. It's out of flow, and you could have expected a blocker because if you get raised, you tend to let it go thinking your opponent has an ace. Of course, you don't want to be calling off against most jams. But he made it 350k, and Punat might not feel any raises have fold equity, so he just lets it go. Tricky play.
Yeah, very.
But one that allowed him to be a bit comfortable.
Very smooth way for Jamming Shu to thread the needle. Make Punat's bluff spot more uncomfortable. Less likely to work.
He's acting like
The blinds have gone up 25,000, 50,000. Looks like we might be balancing the tables here, losing our big blind player.
So much support for Punat in chat. Love to see it. What this man has done in terms of advancing the poker community in Thailand is on display every time he's on our feature table. And even when he's not, we get a lot of queries. Justin is answering most of them about whether he's still around or not.
Yes. Oh, Justin telling me to just create home game content with Greg, as per my last conversation. Fortunately, Greg lives on the other side of Canada from me, so a bit far to be doing that. Cost me a lot in flights. Maybe on the way out to Taipei. Maybe I'd do a pit stop in Vancouver. Top 18 now. Once again, one elimination away from another paid jump. $1,400 one this time.
Bet and a takedown. With the blinds going up, Chow, a little bit uncomfortable, 11.5 bigs for him. Shortest stack on the table.
So what about you, Vidur? Do you have any poker plans in between now and Taipei?
Plans to play, which is always fun. I was telling you about how the festival season in India, Diwali, is chock-a-block with cards playing parties. Cards usually means different games, but over the last 20 years or so, I'm happy to report, poker has started picking up in terms of how often it's played.
Wonderful.
Technically, it's my time to be a rounder, you know? Go around to these parties, play with absolute amateurs, clean up, But I find that when I'm in these situations and a few drinks are had, the last thing I want to do is play good poker.
Yes.
I just want to splash around, treat it like the home game that it is. It's just meant to be a bit of fun, really, although stakes can get pretty high. So, looking forward to like a palate cleanser when it comes to poker compared to the level of talent that we've seen on our feature tables and final tables here at the stream. And then, start doing some studying, some push-ups to take on Isara and Craig and Sam.
Right.
So that you and I can join the half clubs for the APT Baby Lions.
Love to see it. Yeah, I can definitely attest to being worse at some of those home games these days. I used to get invited to my uncle's home game pretty regularly. Nowadays, when I pop in, I tend to be hunting my chips away very often at those games. They just go slower. The money's not enough for it to be worth grinding, so these self-dealt
It's
games.
a good way to get invited back.
That's
how
just
you
it, yeah.
get invites every time.
Usually I do a thing too where it's a cash game, but they, in classic home game style, they don't let you top up. They just let you rebuy when you bust, almost like a tournament, but it's a cash game. Very fun little way to do poker. And what I would do is I would place, anytime I win a pretty decent sized tournament, I'll usually go up and I'll place a bounty on my head maybe a few times to start the night and say, I'll do $20 buy-ins. And I'll say, okay, extra 20 if you knock me out. Just to make it a little bit more
Wait
fun.
just a second. You're out there winning tournaments with this level of frequency?
Well, I am a
Way to show me up.
3-time APT final table list. The late night
By the way,
streets.
buddy, I am too.
Yes.
It's not even on my hand and mom. Because it was like 7 paid and 6 paid.
Oh no. Yes, I think one of my 3 final tables I did not cash.
Or famously, one event was 4 people paid down to the final 5.
Yep.
Or was it? Sorry, 3 people paid. All right, mixed games, small buy-ins, small field, like 15 people. 3 people paid down to the final 4. I could have easily grinded my way into it, but obviously going for the baby lion there. 4-way all in. Chip leader. Flip the last card.
Wow.
GG.
That's it sometimes.
No ladders, no bubbles. Just get it over with. Speaking of home games, I'm going to take a look at the APT Championship schedule, which has the tiny buy-ins, which is just fantastic, by the way. We have $99 buy-ins at the APT Championship. We're just calling those Hyper Turbo home games. 17th November, which is also, I believe, that their stream starts, or maybe the date before that. You know, the 3-2-1, 3 flops, 2 turns, 1 river.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye out for that. My only regret already is there's so many events every night that I want to play that are the fun mixed home games variety. A triple draw mix right after that, and a super hyper turbo right after that.
Yeah.
I did try to multi-table, by the way, in Manila.
Oh, really?
Playing, 2 mixed games tables. One of them was a 10-game mix, and one of them was a crazy 3-2-1 situation. I was really getting carried away. That series.
And how did that go? Were you just running back and forth between the tables?
Well, that would imply that I lasted long enough. I think I ran back once. That was that.
That's very fun.
I'm like local here now.
Jin Young Tang with the pocket 7s under the gun.
1 month, 1 day today. Anniversary.
I do want to say one part that we may have not reminded our viewers of. There's going to be plenty of satellites for the $10,000 freeze-out main event, the $5 million guarantee main event, what Kyle called the super main event.
Yes.
Which I do like. And by the way, a lot of the featured tournaments, you can go to the website and see them highlighted in purple. Pretty easy to spot. A lot of the feature events leading up to the day of the main will have the APT Championship main event ticket as a bonus to the winner.
What a series that would be if you could take down one of those big tournaments and then just also get a free buy-in to the main event of the same series. Beautiful.
Yeah, truly incredible. I'm counting maybe at least 10 events that do that, or at least 7 to 8.
Not Punsuri, still the short stack on our table. Not too much post-flop action going on. A lot of takedowns pre at the moment. We are still on that soft pay jump bubble. $1,400 is the difference between 18th and 17th place. Getting very close to our final 2 tables. We will be doing another redraw once we get down to our top 16. Nick Chang in the chat saying Sam doesn't play this series main event. Or usually Sam and I are in the booth, assuming you're referring to our co-host Sam Insel. A little busy working, so no time to play that event. Vidur, I can't remember if we confirmed this, but are you going to be in person in Taipei?
Oh, absolutely. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Love to hear it.
Plus, don't you owe me a beer? I'll come
That
to
is true.
collect.
That is true. That's the only reason you're coming, right? Just for that beer.
That and what I assume will be an epic players party.
Yes, of course. Shin Young Tang with the ace-9 suited, gonna defend, and we get to see some post-flop action. Table getting a little bit of fun here. See Punat laughing and chatting away. Pocket 5s with 2 overcards. Chi going to hit one of them. Pair of 9s on this flop. Shoot. Going to c-bet. Versus under the gun versus big blind. Going to fire that very often. Chi's pair of 9s. He downgrades the 3rd pair. Another quick check over to jamming Shu. Trying to assess what the move is with pocket 5s after the c-bet is called. Imagine he just checks here. There it is. 4s, bottom pair pairs, and it quickly gets checked down. 9s will take it.
That was quick on the river. We didn't even see it.
No.
She will take it, certainly, with 3rd pair.
Definitely.
That showdown. 3 big stacks, 3 short stacks, by the looks of it. 13 big blinds, minimum stack. I have a feeling the outer tables will have a few stacks shorter than that. As we make our way to the final 9 will be the final table. We will break before that. This is going to be set up as 2 tables of 8.
Nick Chang saying thank you to Sam in the chat. Right now it's me, Kyle, aka Pocket Kyles, and Vidur Single. That's who you're listening to, in case you were curious. Sam will be back shortly.
Justin in chat pointing out about the APT championship schedule in Taipei, that they changed a few of the events around, particularly the women's events. Yeah, could be the programming, likely not final. The whole team busy finishing up this series. But as you're guessing, Justin, could be purely due to space issues.
Also, slight correction. I did mention we were going to do a table redraw at final 2 tables. We're actually not going to be doing that. We're just doing the redraw at the final 3 tables and the final table itself. So once we get down to 16, we will just break one of the tables.
Ah, gotcha. Move around players as needed. Not a full redraw. Funny comment in chat with the nice pickup there by Punat with the 3-bet on the button with the suited wheel ace. Shan Min in chat says ace 3 suited. Is this guy Punat new to poker? That's the thing. It's like one of those internet memes. When you're new to poker and when you've been absolutely beasting poker, sometimes those two moves look the same.
3 and 6,000, 6,000.
Yeah, that was definitely a big learning curve for me early in my poker studying days. Starting to, you're trying to start to label players online and you learn the foundations of poker, and I start going, oh, this guy's a recreational player doing this move that is not suitable with my standard knowledge of poker now. Definitely had to make some of those corrections later down the road.
TV time with the 5 deuce off in the small. Not that he needs it. Shu with his stack is getting plenty of TV times. 7-6 off, not going to cut it. The shorty was being attacked by Punat, although he did have a decent holding.
I decided for you, him, I decided again.
Chow from Taiwan, by the way. Very, very respectable 842,000 USD on its hand and mob. And with beautiful 186,000 and championship ticket up top. Could exceed $1 million if he can go all the way. Oh, some pro Taiwan tips from Justin in the chat about our venues, the Asian Poker Arena and CML, the Chinese Mahjong League as it's called, which were the dual venues for previous events, not being too close together, whereas the new venue and the Asian Poker Arena being close together. Justin, have you been to Taiwan? Or is this from Google Maps? Why don't you come join us? Don't worry. We'll have plenty of space and the logistics sorted.
Jamming Shu with the button open. Going to get a dominating King Jack to just fold in the small blind. Pretty big fold from that shorter stack in the small blind. Could see a re-steal there quite often. Chao Ting Sheng just elects to fold. Jamming Shu just going to pick it up with Queen Jack. You're still a ways away from that final table. 9 off that coveted spot. Should you find your way to the final table, you will lock up a minimum of $19.5 thousand. Right now, just looking at a $1,400 pay jump from 18th to 17th.
Punat has been so active, and he has to know that the table knows. Just opening from every position this time. King 9 suited from under the gun comes from years of experience. Being comfortable post-flop, of course. And that way, when he does have a stronger holding, he's more likely to get played back at. But his stack isn't the biggest. He's still just maneuvering as though he has plenty of chips. Opening King 9 suited off 20 bigs under the gun. And perhaps this is why. Gets the job done.
Not very good at timing his aggression, not just with holdings or with his chip stack, but just as the dynamics keep changing. Maybe recognizes that the final table is approaching, doesn't want to get squeezed out of that spot, and maybe even taking some wider spots just to give yourself a better chance at actually being the one who can put on the pressure when that final table bubble approaches. So then it just becomes a bit of a domino effect if you can put on some pressure on those slightly more important bubble spots. Then maybe you build a stack that can dominate the final table ICM spots as well. And next thing you know, you're running close to that heads-up battle and possibly a trophy.
Certainly, Abraham Seasfin displaying exactly what you said last night. It spotted coffee behind Nut, which did trigger a desire for caffeine for myself as well, which did make me look up in the next breakers. So we're 20 minutes away.
There we go.
Welcome
Coming up
one
shortly.
for the players. Yeah, we see the clock behind us as well. 18 minutes. Could have just waited for the tournament clock to come to the screen, but I'm telling you, I see caffeine.
Yes.
My brain just loses it.
I have myself a little store-bought milky latte, as they call it here.
No.
Yeah, this was not...
That's not caffeine.
Very cheap coffee. I'm not that much of a coffee connoisseur. I mean, I do enjoy it once in a while, but I've had a few late nights in a row, and I figured this was going to be a long day, and I wanted to get some extra sleep and not wait in line at Starbucks this morning, so...
Ooh, can I tell you another philosophical nugget? These are all ripped off, by the way.
I like it.
Don't
Keep
come
going.
up with these on the fly.
Take the credit. No one's checking. Maybe Justin, but I'm not checking.
Exactly why.
Yeah.
You and I were talking, I take the credit.
I see.
1,500 people in chat will source it in an instant. I won't. But it just said, if you can't enjoy a cup of coffee, you can't enjoy a yacht.
You can't enjoy a cup of coffee, you can't enjoy a yacht?
Yeah, you know, you want to be rich, you want to buy a yacht.
Yeah.
It's like if you cannot enjoy a cup of coffee, you won't be able to enjoy a yacht either. It's the same beauty in simple things.
I see. I get it now. Took me a second to get there.
Well, you know, they make you think, these nuggets. They're
Right.
meant to be pithy and thought-provoking. No, I may have screwed it up as well, by the way. Don't quote me. Paraphrased.
It did sound a little bit like if you're... the way I took it originally was if you're too poor to buy a cup of coffee, then you'll never be rich enough to afford a yacht. That's the way my brain went with it.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know why that's how I took it. And I was like, interesting. I wonder how that... what the lesson there is. Not Punsuri. Flopping bottom pair. Has evolved into a gut shot as well. Sorry, an open-ender. I can count. But that is going to be the same open-ender for Chin Young Tang.
There is the takedown to 17 players remaining, by the way. Deng Hao Chen from China leaves us in 18th place. Brick on the river here and the check mark. Blind versus blind battles like these are so tricky to navigate. The pot has remained small though.
Given that it's checked down at this point, there is the 4-liner to the straight with the 8 out there. But other than that, I think Punat probably feels he's got very good showdown value with the 5.
Pot by pot, but not coming back to a bit of comfort after the roller coaster ride. Above 20 bigs now. Down to 17. So it's the next pay jump at 15 then? 12,850.
Yeah, top 15.
Accurate
Just
on the top left of the screen.
2 eliminations to go. Another $1,400 pay jump.
So we did just make the pay jump. 17th and 16th place. Got the additional 1,400.
Everyone has locked up more than 3 times their buy-in now. Not with the 5s on the button. Not one to let his foot off the gas. but going to run into pocket jacks. Shin Tang jammed a 22 big blind stack into cheese pocket jacks. Punat now at risk for his tournament life. Needs to hit a set or some kind of crazy running outs. Fan favorite, I'm sure. We'll have the chat going crazy, calling for a 5. Go to the run out. 6-3-3. 1-5 in the deck was folded. Just 1-5 left. There are backdoor straights. Deuce brings in one of them. 4 or a 5. 2 4s were folded though. Just 3 outs for Punat. And the Jack of Spades is a boat for Shin Tang. And unfortunately, Punat Punsri has been eliminated. 16th place here, the Asian Poker Tour, Jeju High Roller final day. We will not be seeing a repeat Mega Lion winner.
Always sad to see Punat leave the proceedings. Tough spot in the sense that he did jam pretty big, 22 bigs open jamming, took the variance, and then one of the blinds woke up with the jacks, and that's all she wrote. The cruel irony, Kyle, and I'm almost worried it's a bit too dark to bring up as Punat has been eliminated, is that the chat can't even call for 5s. Because 5s in Thai signifies ha ha ha.
Yes.
Never easy.
I was wondering about that, yeah.
We're still playing.
Yes, please no spoilers on this stream, everybody. We know that the website is ahead in real time. We are on a 30-minute delay here. We did try to delay that website. I think it hasn't really come through for the series. Hopefully for Taipei. Try to avoid these spoilers.
Yep. Yeah, especially with over 1,000 of you invested. We understand. Can be difficult. Once we get down to the final table today, by the way, that problem should not exist anymore, with some exceptions. Jam here against the short stack and Jack 7 suited. A bit tough to look down at. Decent looking holding that simply cannot call it off. Tempting though it might be, but I'll let that one go, and the King Jack would have dominated him. So down to 16. I think with Punat leaving us on this table. Yeah, do I count?
Yeah, we should see our table fill up again. We should break one of our tables. Might be happening now.
Yeah, just got told who we have coming in. 2 open seats. Lin Xiaoyi, 1.4 million, their stack. And Wei Chen from China, 2.1 million in their stack. So middling stacks coming in. Since we're going to be 8 and 8, pretty much every seat needs to be filled. Seat 7 is going to be, I believe, the contender from, is it Morocco? Husseini?
I believe it is Husseini.
1.4 million.
We're just finishing up a hand on one of the tables here.
Yeah, Justin, hear your frustration on the spoilers. Certainly do our best. It is always tough in these poker streams. But for the rest of you in chat, I know some of the numbers will dwindle with Punat leaving us. But for those of you who stick around, we are playing down to the winner. And just want to thank all of you for joining us to the extent you've been with us throughout the series. Some of you might not be chatting or commenting too much, but watching. Truly grateful for the support and really for the community, for us not talking into the void, and for supporting this beautiful game we all love. I know I came up watching every poker stream, every hand I could, and I think the fact that the APT has gone from strength to strength and displaying this level of talent and payouts as well, which does always attract people to watch. I can just say I'm simply proud and privileged to be associated with it.
Definitely, and love our regulars in the chat. Always showing up, being part of the APT community here live on YouTube.
Justin with the country breakdown, which I always appreciate. 6 remaining from China out of the 16. Pretty decent ratio being maintained. Let's see where we end up when we reach the final table. 3 from Taiwan. I believe we had only 1 on our feature table earlier. That was Chan, I believe. 1 from Australia, 1 Germany, Hong Kong, Morocco, Romania, Thailand, and Vietnam with 1 each. Coverage of the outer table here and an all-in seems to be occurring in front of us. Not called yet. Pre-flop all-in situation. Seems like a pretty short stack, so that stack of greens would be about 1 million, so 1.3 or so. Oh, the stack of greens would be 500k, right? 25k apiece, pardon me. So yeah, 750k or so, the short stack. Does
like
get the chips in the middle, though.
Yeah, it gets it through. No carnage on the outer table.
Still 16. Six and a half minutes to the break. Some of the players, understandably, looking at the tournament clock and adjusting their mental game accordingly. Very underrated what 2 hours of intense poker can do to you, and how crucial a quick 10 to 15 minute break can be to reset.
Yeah, pay jumps coming faster and faster. We are 1 elimination away from yet another pay jump. As mentioned, $1,400.
Kyle, I'm sure you passed by the Baby Lion cabinet or the Pride of Lions.
Yes.
How does it feel to watch it dwindle down to what I assume is maybe 5 or 6 baby lions, and of course the mega lion we're playing for right now?
Well, as I think we talked about this briefly previously on stream, and I think it's always cool to see it at the beginning of the series. There's all that hope and excitement for all these trophies that are up for grabs, especially if you're going to be playing a lot of the series. And then by the end of the series, I think it really depends whether you won one or not, how you look at that table. I think it's a table where you've faced a collection from it, or it's empty dreams. And as it stands for me, 2 players away from my own baby lion. It is a table of empty dreams.
I knew it was coming back
yeah.
to that eventually.
Chiming Shu going to take down the pot pre with Ace King.
I will say it's underrated how difficult it is to ship a tournament. I mean, just by numbers alone, but being in the booths, you and I end up looking at a lot of hand and mobs for players, and some of the top pros that we look at who are making deep runs in our tournaments. Sometimes you scroll down and honestly they haven't had a first place in years. Shipping is just so difficult when you're a live player. You only get so many shots at it. Just by numbers alone, your skill advantage can never be high enough to guarantee yourself a first place, and that's why the hardware is so coveted. Not only does it represent whatever you've won, but in a way it encapsulates long grind, the many losses, the bad beats that come along the way.
Definitely.
Justin tells us one guy, yeah, won 4 lions this series, all in mixed games. Teach me, Sensei.
Yeah, right? I mean, to be fair, though, I only took one stab at one tournament this series. Wasn't exactly grinding it out there, so I'm okay with my one final table appearance. Take the profit on the
You got
series.
the picture.
Yeah.
You got the hand and mob flag, as they say. Some people out there collecting flags on their hand and mobs.
Yeah, especially since I did not cash at all in Incheon. I do pick up my first South Korean flag. I can add it to my Taiwanese and Filipino flag on my hand and mob.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is trouble. Another decently sized jam from the button, as we saw from Punat, and yet another premium in the blinds. There's just no world where this is not getting called. The only question is whether to isolate or not. I suspect isolation is the way to go here. With the hand as strong as ace queen, you're not exactly calling and folding, and you don't also want to induce the big blind into coming in. So he does isolate.
Yeah.
Meaningless, as it turns out, in terms of who he's holding in the big and dominating the ace deuce.
Jiwon Shu, the player at risk, is a 3-1 dog in this fight. Has 5 cards to turn that around. Otherwise, he will be our 16th place finisher in the high roller final day. Go to the flop. Queen in the window is going to be very devastating. Just trying to backdoor runner outs. 3 or a 5 does not come on the turn, and that will be elimination for Jiwon Shu. 16th place at your APT Jeju High Roller final day. Good for $11,450. Maybe not the final table appearance he was hoping for at this point, but can't be upset with the cash and a high roller. And now our remaining 15 players have all locked up an additional 1,400, just shy of 13,000 USD.
GG, sir. So close to the final table, never easy. Series saver, though, hopefully for him. And look forward to seeing them in Taipei. There's the 360 with the dealer change. Lovely Korean outfits, the hanbok for all the dealers. I see the tournament floor there, Kyle. It is sparse. Such a change from yesterday.
Yeah.
The wind-up is coming. Every table that gets cleared up may be doing so for the last time. There are a few fun events left to play in case anybody's still around, but I'm getting a bit emotional, as I tend to. Every elimination also takes us to the end of the series and the end of the stream.
And it's happening so fast today. Top 15 already, not even 5 p.m. here local time for the stream time as well.
Dropping like flies, as Stephen Lai says.
Yes. Saw a comment from Kiwi Special in the chat, missing Stephen Lai. Definitely a fun host we've had here in the past on the streams. Well, Kiwi's saying he was more fun, so maybe we gotta kick it up a notch here, Vidur. Try to get that Stephen Lai experience. I can't agree.
I will make a correction,
yes.
By the way. Justin pointing out the next featured table and all the players. Did mention one of the players on our table right now. You'll see him shortly. Hosseini. Not the gentleman from Morocco, indeed from Australia. The gentleman from Morocco is Mehdi. Got slightly confused there. Should be on the next one.
Three-bet Hui Chen in the small blind. Ace-2 suited, but three-betting into a very strong button open. King, queen of diamonds, both players with diamonds in their hand. Looks like the call, man. There's now 800,000 in the middle. Flop comes 3, 6, 8. Backdoor diamonds for both players. There's also a backdoor wheel draw for Chen. See, break has already started here. This will be the last hand before break. Potentially a very big one. See bet and a call. Go to the turn. 7 of clubs. Not really an action card for these two. One more bet from Chen. Likely take this down.
This is tense. It's always tense when it goes deep into the break, which is why there will be no players surrounding them right now.
I don't know about you, but if there's a big hand happening on break time, I usually stick around to watch it. There's often a lot of information that could be picked up there, and as long as I still have time to pee, I'm gonna stick around and watch the hand.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea, but you're right. The bet from Chen does take it down. Aggression paying off. Those stacks even out now, as we will have our new feature table, the other outer table at the moment after the break. It's going to be a fun one, as Justin pasted in chat. Julian is back from Romania, deep runs in the super high roller for him. Poseidon Ho, who we saw on the first feature table. Nevin Chang, we haven't spoken about him enough, not being on feature tables, but the Taiwanese sensation making yet another deep run for it. Fabian Gums from Germany, who joined us on many a feature table, including the Superstar, I believe, and then the main event. Cheng Shu Hu from China and Lu Yingjun from China as well. Should be a fun one. We're down to 15 here, 6 away from the final table of the high roller.
Yes, of course, we'll have Sam Insel joining you, Vidur, in the booth when we are back. I will be back a little later, possibly with some very special guests. Don't go anywhere. This is your APT Final Day High Roller coverage. See you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
In a world where the stakes are high and the competition fierce, there exists a realm where the best of the best converge. From over 50 countries, they gather, drawn by the chance of winning millions of dollars in life-changing money. But amidst these contenders, only a rare few will make it to the top. Those who remain composed under the relentless pressure, armed with an analytical mind that dissects every move, adapting, adjusting, shifting strategies like master tacticians. Under the bright TV lights and the watchful eyes of thousands, they take center stage.
Is this the comeback we've been anticipating?
In this arena, they are not merely players. They are warriors, united by a common purpose: to emerge champions. The APT Championship from November 14th to November 30th.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour Jeju. This is the last day of the festival and the stream. We are bringing you the final day of the High Roller, the event with which you can win the last remaining Mega Lion here at the APT. It was yet another massive field leading to almost $1 million in the prize pool. 305 entries down to the final 2 tables. We're going to be watching a pretty fun feature table here, rotating from the last one. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Sam and Soul. Sam, welcome back to the High Roller. It is the last day of the festival. First off, how are you feeling, and how are you feeling about the APT High Roller final day?
Thank you, Vidar. I am always feeling good, and I'm very excited for this feature table. We do have some notable names and some players that have been around with the APT for a long, long time. The average stack is 2 million. We do have Poseidon Ho coming in as the chip leader with 3.2 million on our table. Another notable name, Natural 8 Team Hot Pro, Nevin Chang with 2.6 million, slightly over the average mark. Nevin Chang, despite winning many high rollers at APT, has not won himself a Mega Lion just yet, but has a very good shot at doing so today.
He came pretty close, if I remember correctly, on a few stops. Fukuok comes to mind, but it is not easy to close things out, especially with a Mega Lion on the line. Other notables as well in the form of familiar faces. Julian Blebia from Romania, one of the top Romanian players, has been a mainstay this series. Deep runs in the super high roller in the main event, now here at the high roller. Very impressive series by him. Fun to see some of the newer players as well, but before we move on to them, yet another familiar face in the form of Fabian Gums, the last remaining German player. I think we saw him at the Superstar Challenge final table, followed by tons of deep runs, including in the main event, and now here he is on the last day, well into the money, looking to make a run for it for the Mega Lion.
Nevin Chang visiting us with his goggles once again. I love them. They just look so ridiculous. Oh no.
He heard you.
I think so.
Nice sound. There was a time in my life, and it was way too early in my poker career, where I walked into an Oakley store and bought the most ridiculous looking sunglasses for $200. I mean, these were not acceptable in civilized society. But I convinced myself that the EV of tilting my opponents wearing them at the poker table is worth $200.
Was it?
No, I lost them. Karma. Not once did I wear them to a poker table. But I did get some snide comments when I tried to wear them in civilized society.
So you just gave them up right away.
I mean, I lost them unintentionally, but somebody who, let's just say whose attention I was vying for at the time, literally told me, you cannot pull those off. Hurtful.
That is hurtful. To be fair, I don't think many people can pull off Oakleys.
Yeah, that's a great point. Although, what was Chris Moneymaker wearing, you think? In 2003.
I think those were Oakleys, but I wouldn't say he was pulling them off.
Ouch, how dare you. How dare you, sir. You take that back. We're here because of him.
Nevin Chang, however, is pulling those off. And these are quite nice as well on Cheng Shu Hu.
You like those?
I gotta say, I think Jason Lau's are the coolest, though. He has sort of the, it goes from the darkest shade to the lighter. Someone in chat asking how they can watch the Thai Natural 8 stream. It'll be on Twitch. There we have it. Justin Fairbanks letting you know in chat for the Thai language stream. And Julian Blebia, Queen Jack offsuit. Good enough for raising the cutoff. Mehdi with a hand that does like to 3-bet bluff. Thinks better of it. King Jack offsuit in the big blind for Tatana Penguin. Our last remaining tie in the field.
Ponat did have an unfortunate exit, leaving Tatana to hold up the tie fort. Level of experience, I suppose, a bit different from Ponat's. Tatana has 21,000 USD on his hand and mob. Ponat, I suppose, 1,000x of that, but look at him go. Down to the final 15 here. Has almost matched it in terms of the guaranteed payout. 186,000 up top, of course, just 14 spots away.
Small bet from Julian. Pretty meh. King Jack offsuit. Is versus cutoff, so maybe there's a case for floating. Strong king high.
Stack size is an issue as well. Just 760k in a stack. 13 bigs or so. Sides too early to give up, and he is correct. 88% if he can make it a showdown. Both players now with a gut shot to Broadway. Just enough equity and a very favorable board for Julian to double barrel. Don't see how this doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's a nice size that he's picking on the turn. This is just to clear out those sticky king highs and that sort of weak pairs. Maybe something like a Jack Deuce suited. King Jack offsuit with the gut shot. Not ready to let it go.
What a read. Checkmark for the King Jack. And the ace on the river. Does that make Julian way less likely to triple barrel now? Tougher to represent aces?
Perhaps, but it does make it less likely that Tatana has an ace. And it's a little bit tough to find natural bluffs, as the turn was the Badoogie 10 of clubs. You can have some turn straight draws like 7-8, 8-9, 9-7 that should be bluffed first, but perhaps Queen Jack wants to fire once again, get those sticky, it's like 6x, maybe like a turned King 10. No, gives it up.
What a cool pickup there with the King High out of position. Triple barrel from Julian would have worked most likely, although who's to say? Tatana clearly had some sort of a read. Yeah, I was thinking more about that, Sam. I think kings, queens, and jacks also become pretty standard value bets rather there with the stack sizes. So I think Tatana would have been in a really tough spot, but credit for hanging on the turn. It isn't as easy as it looks, gentlemen. This is just top level play. And no surprise, of course, here on the second and final day of the high roller. These are some of the best players out there. Tons of shades and goggles and sunglasses on this table. Lots of the sweaters over the shoulders. I think Fabian and Julian. Is this a European thing? Is this a Milan trend that hasn't made its way to the rest of the world yet?
I think it's a Joshua McCulley thing.
Yeah, could be. That's true. We have seen that.
Don't look at the second. I don't want to.
Walk with the ace-9. Nevin Chang, by the way, in case this is your first exposure to him, one of the best players from Taiwan, well in the top 10 of the Taiwan all-time money list, approaching 3 million on his hand and mob. I remember not too long ago that used to be 1 ever since we've been covering him at the APT, so what a couple of years he's having. If he was to ship this event, he would cross $3 million on his hand and mob.
It's incredible. A class act. Remember in Manila, he bubbled the super high roller, jumped into a no limit hold'em, and then I bubbled that and he came over, shook my hand, and very nice about it.
He's one half of the Taiwanese poker content creation team with his wife. Win Poker Couple, I believe it's called, on YouTube. Look him up.
And Vidur, it looks like Justin's telling us that Weiwei is heads up in the Ultra Stack right now. Let me just check our apt.poker website to confirm. Ultra Stack.
That is indeed. Well, first off, when Justin says it, I believe it. But that is just incredible. You do see it. His better half, Nevins, that is, looking to win a baby lion. Let's see what the first place prize of the Ultra Stack is. Looks like it's 35 million Korean won. Decent chunk of change to end a series with. Pick up with the jacks for Nevin. That's Nevin Chang, by the way. You see him second in chips, 47 bigs. I do think we should start writing his name as Nevin, shouldn't we? I feel like the poker world knows him as Nevin by now.
They do, but just as APT policy, we've just had to put their whatever name appears in their passport. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I did not know that. So we can't go crazy with the nicknames then?
No, unfortunately not.
I don't get to call myself Bull God when I come on the stream. My high school gaming screen name that still sticks around.
Pool God, was it?
Bull God. Not Bulldog, but Bull God.
Okay.
Oh, Justin with the crucial correction. Weiwei, once again, that's Nevin's wife and an accomplished poker player in her own right. Heads up in the Ultra Stack. It's not playing for a baby lion, it's a silhouette. All the more impressive. That is a fancy piece of hardware. Totally did not realize that the Ultra Stack is where we give out one of those. Tricky situation developing. Thai player Tatana opens from the cutoff. And the best open-ender possible on the 10-8-5 board with the big blind defender with the jack 9 of spades. Middle pair top kicker.
With the top kicker, usually worthy of a bet, and sometimes could even go for a large one on this type of board. Looks like we are going to see around a half pot bet. I like this from Tatana.
Worst case scenario could be activated. A check raise would put Tatana in the absolute blender with a ton of holdings. Looks like it's just a flat call though.
I think versus check raise, seeing as it's your worst value bet, I think it can be the first one to let go, and that is a turn card. Vidur trips now for Tatana. Could see some leads from Yingjun Lu, as Tatana isn't too incentivized to do big betting with any 8x that isn't, say, Ace 8 or King 8. Sizing down now, 175,000 from Tatana. Here we do see some of these small sizings on the turn get attacked by players. You know, like we always talk about, that small bet to earn themselves a free check back on the river, the weak-ish holding. Yingjun Lu just going to call. Off this river, this pot up to 1 million, and the 4 of clubs rolls off. Yingjun Lu left with just jack high.
One straight did complete. If he decides to donk and rep it, he's representing the thinnest of ranges. Just gives up. I think that'll be that. Value bet will be coming, of course, but not much you can do with jack high. Oh, it's tiny. Look at that.
Not expecting that, Vidur. Given there was 855k behind with $1 million in the pot.
Yeah, what a read. I think he was trying to get a call from jack high.
Or perhaps induce a bluff raise. But Lu won't be falling for it.
There we see it, Sam. We're down to 14. We have been informed by Justin in chat to lose one of the Taiwanese players. I think the other remaining Taiwanese player. I'll check on that, but it's Chao Ting Chang in 15th place. 5 away from the final table, the 9-handed final table. We're entering that zone that I feel is maybe the toughest part of the tournament. Even the way the tables have to readjust, you have to play it down till 5-handed on both tables before you make the final table, which is likely something you haven't done at any stage in this tournament or most tournaments unless you run that deep. It's a whole different brand of poker you have to constantly navigate.
And it does introduce, you know, some toughness with the big blind ante coming around. It's 2.5 big blinds. You're basically losing half a big blind per hand on average if you aren't able to pick up any blinds.
I'm getting some response in the chat to my comment about trying to get a call from Jack High. I was joking about that, to be clear. I know it's the last of the series, but I have to retain some image here as we look forward to kicking off Type A. Not too far away, Sam. Just about a month and 10 days till the series kicks off. Another couple of days after that when we kick off our coverage. I think it's going to kick off on the 18th of November. Our stream, that is. Longer one than usual. 13 days of streaming. Cannot wait.
Neither can I. It's going to be one for the books. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see, you know, what kind of play we get in some of our very large buy-ins. You know, the 50k USD buy-in superstar, the 25k super high roller are going to attract some very tough competition as well as our regulars. I'm sure some non-poker playing professionals that are going to come in, try their luck, test their wits.
You know, Sam, I'm just thinking, as we do see Fabian take it on with up there, and this might be a note to the marketing team, is there even any other series in the world that has buy-ins at the same series, very much at the same series, probably next to each other in terms of tables, from $99 to $50,000?
I'm not sure on that one. Could be a possibility that we are the only one who's going to do it.
Take note, marketing team. Adrian, you listening in? You can have that one for free. The biggest buy-in range tournament series of all time.
I can't wait. Side and Ho, our chip leader. Under the gun, but seven-handed, so technically just position after the low jack, which I call mid position.
That's right. +2, I guess. That makes it in a normal ring game.
Fabian, ace jack offsuit, 25 big blinds and a decision on his hands.
We were seeing a lot of aggressive 3-betting on the previous feature table, including a lot of squeezing. Now, Ying-Jun wakes up with ace-jack. Yeah, pretty standard to let this one go, especially ace-jack off, but I think players are just so much stickier considering the cohort we have here, 14 high rollers remaining. This 3-bet is against the man who can afford to peel, but queen jack off out of position is really not the hand that you feel too comfortable with. You're dominated by 3-bet ranges, as indeed we see here.
Price is so good though. 2.6 big blinds. 155k into pot, that will be 700. It's tough to fold as we head to the 7-5-3 rainbow flop.
So Sam, I was asking Kyle, any poker plans between now and championship?
Just online. There's a lot of online tournaments for me. How about yourself?
Yeah, I was telling Kyle, not to repeat myself too much, but festival season in India comes along with a lot of home games. It's all in the spirit of the festival, really, of just having a good time. So nothing too serious, but it does scratch the poker itch. And you know what? It's live, so good experience coming into APT Taipei. And back to the live streets. I'll be playing some of the events we're calling home games at APT Taipei, such as the 3-2-1s, the Atomic Pineapples, and such.
Yeah, I think you're going to be nice and warmed up, ready to take home a few baby lions for yourself.
Yeah, well, Kyle and I are in the have-nots club for the baby lions now that Isara has shifted the majority. So, extra added incentive. And what a nice score there for Isara as well. I think over 6,000 USD for shipping the event yesterday. What a nice clean-handed mob. Just have a win.
Yeah, right. Off to a flop, both players with clubs as we see two of them roll off on the 10-10-5 board. This could get messy for Poseidon.
Who, by the way, has just 2 outs, 4 of them mucked already. Rough shape. action is actually on Fabian, who bets off screen, and Poseidon with the King 3 suited and the 10-10-5 board after defending from the big. Could be looking at some aggressive lines here. Plays it safe. Good time for it. Check calls. Club would be absolute disaster. 9 of diamonds. Keeps things under control for now. Against the chip leader here, wouldn't be surprised to see Fabian check behind, try to realize his equity, but these players are so aggressive. Yeah, Fabian decides that when he has a hand as strong as ace queen of clubs on this board, he's going to double barrel with a small bet, 115k. It's working out perfectly here because it pretty much guarantees Poseidon remains in the pot, and given the holdings, that's a great outcome. No club, thankfully. King high versus ace high on the double paired board, and surely now Fabian takes the showdown value. Gets what I would usually call good news, but looking at the holding, you might think, why not a club?
Could have been a lot worse for Poseidon.
Short stack on the table is Mehdi from Morocco. 14 bigs, under $1 million. Could feel the pinch, 7-handed. I did hear about some celebrations, Sam, with some main event winners. Karaoke, perhaps. Renee and Abraham Seasfin, one-time competitors at the main event Heads Up in Taipei. Now fast friends, it seems like, and Abraham, of course, shipping the main event yesterday. What an amazing final table that was. Excited to have you guys bring them into the booth later on this evening.
Yes, both main event champions will be joining us in the booth. Give them a quick guest spot. They've been playing a lot of poker, and seems they're ready for a little bit of a break. I just want to sit back, relax, and talk about poker for once.
Is Renee a lock for joining us in Taipei?
No. Seasfin is, but Renee's still thinking about it, and he would only be able to make it for the 21st, which is still 2 days before the APT Championship happens. But they're back to the hand. Pocket aces for Tatana at Penguin. It's going to be tough to get value given Yingjun Lu's King 5 suited holding. But with this sizing, Yingjun Lu could be tempted to flat in position with the suited king. Only 200k more to call.
Does seem ambitious, though. You're in position, but there's not too many favorable boards barring flushes, and he lets it go. Tana does go up to 2 million with that pickup. The Thai dream remains alive. Sure, our viewers who are typing in Thai in the chat are happy about that. No short stack barring Mehdi. We're on the pay jump as well, mind you. Wonder if players are paying attention to that yet, now that are getting on the serious side. Still $1,400 is the next one. Half a buy-in. Probably not much to think about.
There you have it, Victor. Renee in chat saying he's 50-50. Be heading over to the APT Championship.
Well, Renee, I've seen you win a few flips. You could get there.
There you go. And Fabian, no shortage of hands. Ace Queen offsuit variety this time under the gun.
Justin letting us know that Weiwei got second in the Ultra Stack. Hard luck, but GG Weiwei, fantastic showing. I assume that does mark the end of first series, and a successful one at that. APT Jeju wrapping up with a second place finish for Nevin Chung's better half. Nevin Chung, though, still with us. I saw him stretching at the back. Pretty good idea, this late in the proceedings. There it is. Now, Sam, do you prefer calling it the rose gold or the bronze?
I like rose gold. How about you?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, bronze is such a third place feeling to it from the Olympics.
It does. And it sort of makes you think, you know, like Bronze Age, which wasn't a great time.
That never even crossed my mind. I just do not know enough history, I suppose. When I hear Bronze Age, I think, oh, great. They must have been, you know, figuring out some stuff, some bronze pots and pans.
Yeah, still a little ways away from air conditioning.
And that is crucial.
Kidding. Pocket fours for Tatana has also been quite active. Choosing violence. Fabian Gooms with another 3-bet.
What a hand selection. Jack 5 off. Just based on frequencies, you called it, Sam. Tatana has been very active. And I think this is a leveling war. Tatana knows his open on the button, plus with the frequency with which he's been involved in pots, is going to be perceived as weak. Pocket fours is not the weakest of holdings, but a call here would make things tricky to navigate. Post flop, look at this pot balloon up, crossing
I think this is a 4-bet. Yeah, 4-bet shove with the fours.
Oh, you got it. Yeah.
Nice play from Tatana. Doesn't get too cautious about a big blind 3-bet, which are generally considered to be quite strong. Just runs it.
I remember getting coaching on this spot and somebody reminding me this is why you want to be 3-betting hands that you perhaps feel a bit uncomfortable with, such as pocket 6s, pocket 7s in the big blind against a button open, because you want to incentivize them to jam their small pairs. There you see it. Leveling wars in poker are just so tricky, man. Why is this game so difficult?
Julian with the king-queen offsuit under the gun. Nevin will flat ace-10 offsuit on the button. Fabian Gooms with another playable hand. Let's see if he does want to exercise that right. He does. Even more aggression, Fabian. Julian also with the hand that can 4-bet sometimes. Good removal to kings, queens, ace, king. Has seen Fabian 3-bet 10 out of the last 5 hands.
Did you say 10 out of the last 5?
Yes. It's been excessive. Has had the goods often, but may have to worry about Nevin as well.
Oh, he goes for it. This ain't your average home game, folks. 4-bet against. Fabian comes with the king-queen off. This is a 4-bet bluff. He's using blocker
Fabian
properties,
come
as you
over
mentioned.
the top.
Oh my
I think
goodness,
we see
what
a
a thought.
5-bet. Would be an additional 1.2 million on top.
It would be a bit of a blow-up in the sense could easily run into kings and queens. Those are the hands that Julian is blocking. Really need to have a read, and he doesn't go for it. You know, we're only 5 spots away from the final table. It's not so much about the immediate pay jumps, but staying in the running and not punting your stack. Fantastic pre-flop play by both players there. Julian getting the best of it in that moment and cementing his chip lead up top on this table.
Poseidon's turn with the ace-jack.
Both Renee and Justin pointing out he's been 3-bet, or rather he's had to 3-bet and fold 2 hands in a row. And yeah, players are picking up on it, considering the 4-bet was by pocket 4s and king-queen off in successive hands. Humbling, to say the least. It's a 4-way tie up top. Nevin, Titana, Poseidon, and Julian. All within a few bigs of each other.
Yeah, it's quite tight. Looks like most of the chips are on our feature table with, I think I just see 3 players with 2 million on this table. However, the Aussie's hat is blocking one of the stacks.
It's spot on with the big stack there. Vietnam joined us on feature tables yesterday and on the previous feature table here at the High Roller. Has been a contender throughout this event. Slow and steady climbs for some of these players. Sam, you were out on break. This is the last day. Some of the tables emptying up as they do. What did it feel like on the floor compared to, say, yesterday?
It's always the same that last day when everything is clearing out, stuff starts to get taken down slowly. Feels a little sad, I have to say. As we do round out our series, our final day, APT Jeju. Our final stop in Korea for the year.
Yeah, exactly. On that note, do you have any meals lined up in Korea before you leave for a while?
Just a Korean barbecue tonight, and then I need to buy a bunch of orange hats for my nephews. That's it.
I will say one of the best parts of coming down to Taipei is probably the food. It is considered a bit of a food heaven city, Taipei. I can't say I know the best spots yet, despite having been there with the Asian Poker Tour a few times. Perhaps it's because there's new ones opening all the time. But I do have some staples now, which is always fun. I have my favorite beef noodle soup place. We have some bars we love to go to. Stephen Lai has introduced us to some fun places. Cannot wait. Recommend all those of you watching planning to come down to chart out a food plan as well.
For sure, it's going to be a blast, and it is a little tough with the language barrier and trying to find places on Google Maps, but overall, it's quite tough to go wrong in Taipei when you're looking for good food.
I'll tell you what's changed since the last time you and I were there in a moment as we see this flop. A bit of a fair fight was happening, and I think fair fight remains. Nevin open +1. The ace-9 now. Catching. Nines with the ace kicker on the 10-10-9 board. Nevin does have the 2 overs, the backdoor hearts, and the gut shot. Checks out of caution on the paired board. Does not want to get blown off the hand, and now in position. This looks pretty strong and needs a bit of protection. The ace-9 is cutting out the bet. Do not see Nevin going anywhere just yet. Those are raising chips.
Oh, that is beautiful. If there was a reason not to bet ace-9 and just try and check it back, I think avoiding the check raise could be one of them.
The fact that Nevin has his opponent well covered is a big part of this, because Nevin would be willing to commit with the top part of his range, which would include overpairs. He doesn't need to be repping just a 10 by check raising.
Here we go. Pot is up to 1.2 million Lu with 980k behind. Nevin can find a heart on the turn. It might be just enough to move all in. Really doesn't want to find a heart. King, queen, or jack would be much better. 5 of spades, no additional equity for Nevin. Oh, he's reaching.
I heard it. Did the dealer say all in?
No, I think it was getting inventory for a stack. Didn't see anything just yet.
Final they just finished. Now we have a champion.
That does need to be the move.
From Singapore, Jung-hwan, please round the applause of King.
It's going small. think that should be the celebration of the winner of the Ultra Stack. But now that Nevin has gone small back to the hand, an ace-9 release here seems way too strong.
I mean, you're going to have a lot of trips in this spot. You're going to have pocket jacks. I think small makes sense from Nevin as, you know, Lou either has a 10 or a hand like pocket 7s or a 9 that's facing a very tough spot and has very little equity. If, you know, Nevin has pocket aces, or kings or queens, like what he's representing, all those pocket pairs are down to just 2 outs. That's 5% equity. Lou not ready to give up the 9 just yet. Going to the river, 1.7 million out there, 700k back. That is an ace on the river. Yingjun Liu will improve to top pair. And it's one thing to note that it is the ace of spades, so Nevin isn't going to turn that many ace X on this river. If he was going to fire a double barrel with a flush draw, that ace doesn't exist, but Nevin moves all in. Back over to Lou. And the call.
It's been snapped. A surprising rip there from Nevin, I have to say, but just deciding he's come this far and he wants to put the maximum pressure. And Lou improved to aces and 10s with the shared 9 kicker on the board. I think he caught one of the best cards in the deck, considering he didn't have to fear overpairs too much. Just was looking at Nevin having the 10 or bluffing, and Nevin is more than capable of bluffing.
Yeah, with him improving to the ace on the river, he's now beating kings, queens, jacks that are potentially going to still value bet the river.
Never say Nevin Chang doesn't have heart. A triple barrel with the king high. Huge dent to his stack. I suppose Nevin just did not give his opponent credit for ever playing a 10 this way, not jamming on the turn with the draws possible.
I wonder if, you know, king queen that is unblocking, or sorry, that's blocking the suited combos is a little bit better. Because king queen of hearts, there is a 10 of hearts on board, so maybe king queen of clubs would be a better bluff. You're blocking the king 10 and queen 10 suiteds that are typical of a cutoff flat range.
Folded to the blinds. Unblamed some of the erstwhile big stacks for being gun shy. But also not much to play with there. Queen 3 getting flatted, even stacks, 30 bigs for Titana. Let's just check though. Not that it's a bad thing, but we haven't lost a player in a while, either from our table or the outer table. And the relatively disguised ace, a decent one at that, the ace-7, op-stop pair. It's actually Poseidon, who could have a mixed strategy and not be raising aces from the small. Decides to start representing on this ace-10-6 rainbow board. Standard play thus far, and a nice little one big blind potential addition to Titana's stack, considering the 98% equity he's flopped. Tough for Poseidon's hand to even pick up any additional equity, but the queen does qualify.
Yeah, I would agree, Renee. I think bluff is good, but I think I'd lean towards king, queen of clubs. I think blocking an additional 2 combos of value is quite important. But also you don't need to give up a turn if they don't gain equity. People just underbluff like crazy. Sometimes you just gotta fire some no equity bluffs.
Excuse me?
Whoa.
A shocking fold there by Tatana with the ace-7. Limp pot pre-flop. 1 big blind bet on the turn. And the bet takes it down. I think the queen was betting for protection / value betting. Never expecting a better hand to fold. Things can get tricky late in the day here. Deep in the high roller, 5 away from the final table.
Queen 3 gets away with murder.
Indeed. It's just so funny because if he hadn't caught the queen and was just double barreling, at least it feels like an earned bot. In this case, just very, very tight fold there by Tatana. Works in his favor.
Yeah, especially with the price. Yeah, very true, Renee.
Nevin isn't.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on, Sam. I just saw Renee's comment in chat as well about that hand, which is a fascinating hand. Love getting into it more.
Yeah, it is just going to be tough to find bluffs. It's mostly going to come from those club combos. Broadway's king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack. Some of them you do want to check call as well, but yeah. And back to what you were saying, Vidir.
Yeah, just noticed the 2 short stacks. Nevin, who indeed is the person we were talking about, finding those bluff combos. He's approaching the 10 to 11 bigs and 1 shorter stack of Mehdi. So it's time for the big stacks to get activated, despite the fact that there's plenty of them on the table. With the fact that the shorter stacks are on the outer table, there's ICM pressure abound. Maybe, once again, not from the immediate pay jumps. From the $186,000 you can make up top. Survival is the name of the game.
Restarting in 4 minutes.
King Jack, tricky in the small against a UTG Open. Just lets it go. Against a late position raise, we could have seen him jamming. Respects the open. Jack on the flop. Domination, super rotation. Just 1 out live for Lou. Pretty standard check call with middle pair here. Each pot does seem crucial. 690k in the middle. No added equity for the pocket tens. No straight draw to be found. Blue should be looking to get to showdown.
There's the check. Fabian probably feeling pretty good about his hand now that the Queen of Diamonds has appeared on the river. Could see some chips enter the pot. Fabian.
Pocket 10's one of the worst pairs to have in lose situation, I imagine. Blocking all the obvious straight draws. That being said, the price being laid is tempting. Don't beat any value, but does pay it off. Small pot going Fabian's way, but a meaningful one that takes him up to 2 million. Do want to shout out Yingjun Liu here, Sam. He's one of the players at the table along with Tatana who does have relatively smaller hand and mobs in terms of live earnings. Now I know with Chinese players we have struggled. Sometimes a lot of the local events don't get reported, but $46,000 on Liu's hand and mob. Another 12,800 added for sure. Mind you, 28,000 of that came from finishing 6th place in a single day high roller here at Jeju. So what a series for him.
Yeah, let's see if he can continue this. You know, he's got a stack that could get him to the final table, and from there the pay jumps become much more significant.
So hand and mob wise, he came into the series with about 17,000 and has quadrupled that already.
You said 17,000 for there?
Or maybe 16 or so, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, so, you know, coming in with that 17,000 your hand and mob and just making a final table will eclipse your entire hand and mob is crazy. And then first place would be over 10x. Evan, a perfect jamming hand with a perfect jamming stack. Will jam the 4s. Even a 5k chip behind. Fabian looks like he's got a decision. Ace 5 offsuit hits the muck, as does the Jack 4.
With Punat getting eliminated, we did lock in the fact that we're going to have a new Mega Lion winner. Always exciting. No repeats on the cards, but there will be a fresh face racing the banners. To the extent we put them up the championship, I'm not sure, but virtual banners nonetheless. It is a whole different ball game. Shipping, getting the Mega Lion, and the press, the coverage, the prestige, the glory that follows. We understand. Can't be too results-oriented in poker, but as I was telling Kyle, winning a tournament also encapsulates all the losses you have to face along the way. Looking forward to seeing who it is. We'll, of course, be playing down to the winner tonight. Stick with us. For those of you who have been with us for a while, thanks once again. Do hit subscribe if you're new. We will have some content coming up on the way to the APT Championship that you don't want to miss out on. And of course, tons of streams and fun stuff once the championship gets going on the 14th of November.
Lou with the 3-bet, Jack 10 of clubs, tiny, tiny size, 4.5 big blinds. I think just flatting would be superior to this. You're laying your opponents a ridiculously good price, and they're going to over-realize their equity in a larger pot, which means you're going to lose a little bit more money as they are in position. Oh my goodness, I did not expect Jack 10 offsuit to be hitting the muck. Works out very well for Lou.
What a result. Getting the same hand to fold with on the smallest 3 bets possible. You can see the tournament clock behind you, 20 minutes or so till the next break. 13 players now. Sam. We'll take a quick look at the elimination, but just 4 away.
We're finally starting to see that average stack drop down to about 30. Play has slowed down a little bit.
Which actually brings up an interesting question. Do we have a rollback as we get to the final table? Still seems unlikely, because of course, if we do lose a couple of players, that average will go up. But as per APT rules for our feature events, which certainly the Mega Lion High Roller is, if we do reach the final table with an average stack less than 30 big blinds, we'll roll back the blinds until they do reach 30. Keeps it fun for all of us.
Mehdi with a nice opportunity for a stop and go. King 3 suited. Makes the call.
Off note perhaps is we did hit the bay jump. There's a 3. Domination rotation. Doesn't stop and go though.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Maybe he thinks Fabian's always going to bet 1 big blind on this board. Gets to squeeze out an extra 80k of value, just in case Fabian check folds.
I think you were right about the board favoring the tiny C bet, which could get the job done despite having a decent amount of merit to checking behind. And he does choose to check behind option. So the plan doesn't work out thus far. The 10 adds a lot of equity for the King-Queen. Open ender now, and the Queens are live as well. So the 14th place finisher was Mirwais Hosseini from Australia. 4 away from the final table. Check once again, and in Fabian's shoes, it's got to be tempting to put your opponent all in as a semi-bluff. Having checked twice, they're unlikely to be too strong, however. So much equity. Try to realize as well, decides to go somewhere in the middle. 150k is the bet. This is so uncomfortable with just bottom pair. Correctly check calls. Crucial river coming for the Moroccan, who's left with 300k, about 4 bigs in his stack. And it is a 9, the nuts straight for Fabian. Must be nice. Runner, runner, nuts.
It's a little unfortunate his opponent only has 300,000 behind with such a strong hand.
Well, that will be the ask, surely. And now, assuming Fabian announces the all-in ask, how do you approach this in Mehdi's shoes? The backdoor diamonds have missed, mind you. There are some missed draws possible. Oh my goodness, it's not even all of it? What advanced Brighton betting is this? Mehdi had 3.5 bigs in his stack, 2.8 is the ask. Extra incentive for Mehdi to call, because he would have a chip and a chair left behind if he's wrong. I mean, is it too simplistic, Sam, for me to just question in Mehdi's shoes, is Fabian betting and bluffing this size with a missed diamond draw? And if not, you're behind?
I think a lot of them are just going to bet the flop. But a lot of them are just, it's tough to not have a pair here. And I imagine ace high is checking back. Right, 8-7 is a straight. Everything else is a pair. I suppose he's opening some queen 7 of diamonds. Yeah, I'm struggling to find hands that aren't ace high that a pair of threes can beat. Mehdi does as well. What a fold.
Still brutal though. That river means he's down to 3.7 bigs.
Still a very, very impressive fold from Mehdi. Such a good price.
Love to see the support. We did have Mihaila in chat earlier, a few days ago when we had Julian running deep. Mihaila, we were yet to hear from you. How you were related to Julian, with the same last name, of course. Keep the support coming for any friends and family. I think once we do reach the final table, you know, the word spreads, the link gets sent. Should see more friends and family. I'm thinking back to you and I in the booth, Sam in Taipei on the last day of the high roller. Rishi Mehra was on the final table along with Martin Sedlak, as I think we looked up the other day. And I think his local home game community had been alerted to what's happening. We're having some fun times there. His wife as well. Love hearing some stories. Many of them made up, to be fair, but still.
I do remember that. Julian ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff will qualify for a raise. Tana defends the big blind. A suited ace is dominated by Julian's ace-8. 64% equity advantage in Julian's favor. 9, 8, 7, 2 clubs. Open-ender, albeit the low side, as well as a nut flush. Julian makes middle pair.
Nice lead. So much equity. Decides to just start building this spot out of position. Shut out potentially better hands, such as the Broadway cards with an ace in them, but this time the ace is accompanied by middle pair on this board. And just go around folding that in position for this sizing yet. Look at the equities. It's a flip heading to the turn. And an 8. Trips for Julian. What a welcome sight. One of the few cards that will just help Julian breathe a sigh of relief. Things could have gotten so uncomfortable. And now the sizing is the same as the flop. I did mention Titana is quite recent, at least to the live arena. So I don't expect conventional plays from him all the time. And I think Julian knows this by now. Still though, can't really go around raising this even in position, I imagine. Seems too dangerous.
I think he is reaching though. 500,000 is the raise.
Fantastic Spidey sense. Just realizes how often he's ahead. Not to mention the draws he might be charging. And Titana comes back over the top and a smile from Julian. This is why I mentioned it's a tricky board to raise. Titana is just so aggressive. What a semi-bluff spot.
You know, I think it's really going to come down to, can Julian figure out what that tiny turn bet represents? You know, does it represent a top pair that is just trying to stun the action? Does it represent a draw? Just, once again, just trying to keep the pot small. Or is it a flop straight?
And I think that is a crucial part of the puzzle here, because every once in a while you might call off ace-8 thinking there are worst 8s that Titana would do this with. But are there worst 8s that Titana would bet that tiny bet with?
I don't think he's worried about 8x, but maybe something like 10-9 could be in Titana's range. That's a hand that strikes me as one that my opponent could be willing to bet small. And there's the call. Julian with 71%. Titana with the combo draw. This is a massive 4.4 million chip pot.
Nobody loving this more than Mehdi, who was down to a few bigs, and it's Titana at risk for a potentially chip leading pot. A smile on Julian's face. He's got it in good. That's all you can do. Comes down to the poker gods, and there is a club. Celebration abound for Titana, and I don't blame him. And what a blow to Julian's stack. Huge turn of events here at the high roller.
That might be good for the chip lead of the tournament for Titana. 13 players remaining. Average stack should be sitting around, I think, 2.7. I believe there's 30 million chips in play.
Yeah, we saw 30 bigs when we had 14 players, so 2.7 sounds right. And 4.4 million for the new chip leader. In comes the Thai chat. Hard luck there for Julian. Certainly the way that hand played out. Some violence and some damage was likely one way or the other. Julian down to, I believe that would be 9 bigs or so. I missed it in the chip count looking at the chat, but tripled one way or the other.
Who was the shortest?
The speed with which We saw that re-raised jam from Titana as well. It's just so sure of his aggression there. Oh, and let's just look at this situation. Nice looking pocket sevens with the 3 bigs. Mehdi did lose out on the pay jump once Titana did not bust. Now he's being isolated by Titana. Pocket kings.
Security. Security.
Was that Poseidon?
Yeah. Love it. Oh, he's still pointing to him. Like security. This man on my left keeps picking it up, and a king on the flop. That is just going to be it for Mehdi, who, to his credit, hasn't left yet, hoping for the running 7s. Or the running 3s, I suppose. But what a great run here. 13th place. Mehdi takes down $14,250 for his efforts. GG, sir. Down to 12 in the high roller.
Yeah, 6 players per table now. It's getting tense. We approach that final table bubble.
A little bit of sass in the chat. Sam, somebody asks, Taiwanese local no doubt asks, is Nevin still alive? And Alex says, well, he's sitting there. I assume he is alive. Alive and kicking, but has just not been active, and we cannot blame him. The action has been absolutely wild on this table.
It would be fun, but not as much. It feels even sweeter when you.
Thank you. Give me a chance. Second jury.
10-4 suited could be good enough for a limp for Nevin. No, just wants to give it up.
Yeah, I was going to add that he's not trying to make pay jumps, that's for sure, even though we are on the verge of one. Nevin absolutely going for the win. You don't get almost 3 million on your hand and mob with any other attitude. That being said, the pay jumps becoming increasingly meaningful as they tend to do. $2,000 is the next one. Surely the next milestone everybody has their eyes on is the final table.
Maybe just worried about Fabian being too aggressive.
Six-handed, ace-6 off, under the gun, with the big blind and the ante coming on the very next hand. Julian weighs his options and decides to go with the discipline one.
We were the same table from the beginning.
An ace for Nevin. Similar stack to Julian, 10 bigs.
Better position.
Pretty standard to jam this. And he does.
Fabian have 10s? I saw it briefly pop up. No, must not have.
Is your subconscious vying for some violence, Sam? Some blood on the streets? 10-8 it was.
10-8, okay.
If I call, I will lose 100%.
We are approaching another break. Couple minutes away. And I imagine we'd be playing straight down to the final table after that.
So Sam, another APT Jeju almost in the books. Also a bit of full circle since I remember you starting out coverage with the APT Jeju, a full year of the circuit. I've seen a lot of familiar faces. Just curious for your thoughts and involvement with the APT so far. What have you made of it, and how does it compare to what you expected coming in?
Ooh, it's a broad question, Vidir. Let me try and tackle this. So, you know, I really enjoy coming out to the APT. The staff, the players, our partners, everybody is so friendly, so welcoming, so warm. And 1 second, let's hold on, because Julian may call this a suited king in the big blind with something like 8 big blinds behind, facing a small blind jam. But I'm sure, like you know, Vidir, everyone here is so welcoming, always inviting you out to eat, dinners with the crew, dinners with the players. It's great atmosphere for the APT. Very happy, glad to be a part of it.
Julian looking at what I assume is the tournament clock with his piercing eyes. Although he looked directly at camera, I felt very seen. Being too suited is supposed to be a call. Some other considerations though. Yeah, he does make the call. There were some similar stacks that would have influenced his decision, but he wants to have the best shot at going for the win and ends up in a favorable 2-to-1 situation. Has been unlucky just a few moments ago. Now the 8-4-5 keeps things a bit even. Jacks, 6s, and 7s are the wins for Lou. Now hearts as well. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of outs. Runs to dodge, and he dodges it all. Double up for Julian as we head into the break. Very welcome way to kick off a 15-minute break. You can see the tournament clock, about 13 minutes left, so that is indeed when we will join you back. Stick with us. Down to 12 here at the APT High Roller. 9-handed final table is incoming, and we play down to a winner for $186,000. You don't want to miss this one. You just saw Nevin get up from the table as well. Fabian comes, Julian on our table. Tons of superstars, but tons of newcomers also who might make a mark. No one more so, perhaps, than Tatana, who just took the chip lead. Somebody from Thailand who has $21,000 on the Hand and Mob is in the running to ship a Mega Lion and almost $200,000 in value. This is a fun one. Sam and I will be back after the break in about 12 minutes now, it seems, so stick with us and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
In a world where the stakes are high and the competition fierce, there exists a realm where the best of the best converge. From over 50 countries, they gather, drawn by the chance of winning millions of dollars in life-changing money. But amidst these contenders, only a rare few will make it to the top. Those who remain composed under the relentless pressure, armed with an analytical mind that dissects every move, adapting, adjusting, shifting strategies like master tacticians. Under the bright TV lights and the watchful eyes of thousands, they take center stage.
Is this the comeback we've been anticipating?
In this arena, they are not merely players, they are warriors, united by a common purpose: to emerge champions. The APT Championship from November 14th to November 30th.
Hello and welcome back to the APT High Roller final day. We're down to the final 2 tables, only 6 players each table for a total of 12 remaining contestants. Average big blind sitting on 26, so it is getting tense as we approach that final table bubble. My name is Sam Insel, and I'm joined in the booth by Vidur Singhal. How are you, Vidur?
Doing very well, Sam. Looking to see who makes it to the final table, just 3 spots away, as you mentioned. Also, once again, appreciating the beauty of these drone shots, I imagine, of Jeju Shinhwa World, our lovely venue as we close out this festival here. There you see the closing event, which will give out that rose gold Mega Lion on the left of the screen. 12 people remaining, almost $1 million in the prize pool, and $186,000 plus a $10,000 ticket to the APT Championship in November for first place. It is all to play for. We're just 12 people away from figuring out who gets that Mega Lion.
And that is a glorious trophy. It's so close for so many of these players. Some of them are quite short-stacked. You know, maybe those dreams sort of dwindling, but gotta stay in there.
We're maintaining our feature table here. As we can see, Evan Chang in the shot puts on his sunglasses. Haven't been working thus far. It have mistimed bluff, a bold one though, and one we loved watching on stream. Is one of the shorter stacks as we come in with a new blind level. The easy one for us, 50k, 100k. Chip leader Tana Pengduan from Thailand getting busy with the 10-9 suited. Wonder what he was thinking on the break. Hope to find out more about him either here or in Taipei, but always a mystery when somebody appears with not too many live earnings, as we saw Tatana's Hendon Mob being on the lower side for a field like this and then really making a run for it. I remember when I got fortunate enough to be a relative unknown. It does give you a big advantage if you suddenly start running deep and players don't have reads on you. They can't look back on your previous performances, and your playstyle remains a little bit more of a mystery.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw, Ace-8 makes for a pretty easy call against quite a few regs, turning the trips. But against the wild card, no check raising. So just 3-betting the turn in an instant really gave him pause. Nevin with the Ace-5 suited and a smile. Raising it up to 200,000 under the gun.
Chip leader does enter with 9-7 off, getting the massive big blind discount, and flops top to, my goodness. Are we about to witness one of those runs? Oh, he's leading. He has been consistent in terms of leading on boards that favor the big blind range, this time with top 2 and a decent sized lead as well. He has given up what could have been a chunk of chips from Nevin. Never know though, Nevin could decide to fight back. Yeah, not this time. And he shows it, and I'm not sure why he would do that. You don't want to give these super pros information on you. That is a lot of key information to be giving. Not to mention, when you force someone to fold within unconventional line, you've made them a bit uncomfortable, slight tilted. You want to maintain that for some psychological advantage as well.
Very true, Vidur. Maybe just excited in the moment. Is Chip leading a high roller? Fabian with the ace jack of spades. here we go. Nevin, tens, motions, the all-in motion, the flicking of the hands. And it's a flip. Fabian with a slight edge equity-wise due to card removal. And that is a jack on the flop. Queen, jack, 3, all clubs. 5 of diamonds will be it for Nevin. No more remaining 10s in the deck. GG to Nevin Chang, eliminated in 12th place. Good for $14,250.
Always a pleasure having Nevin grace us on the feature table and run deep in a tournament. Leaves with a smile, as he tends to do. Both Wei, his wife, and Nevin having a fantastic last day here at APT Jeju. Wei, of course, was heads up in the Ultra Stack. I think that was good for around 15,000 USD or so. So similar scores, actually, as they close out what is no doubt a successful series for them, as so many series tend to be for them. Just 2 away means we're playing 5 and 6-handed. That's the outer table with 6 players, 5 on ours. Poker gets tougher in spots like this. I like the math you did there, Sam. 0.5 big blinds per hand is the cost when you're playing 5-handed. This goes to show how quickly things can dwindle if you let your stack bleed. Favorable spot here for Fabian as well, especially with Nevin's elimination. He is now second in chips, but on the left, the immediate left of the chip leader on the table and the tournament, Tatana. With this page up being hit, the next one is when we reach the final table. That's a full buy-in. Almost.
And Vitor, we are going to have some special guests help us cover the final table. 2 main event champions, Renee von Redden, as well as Abraham Seaspin. Once we reach the final table, we'll bring these 2 legends of the game in to help us go over some spots.
Yep, did announce that, perhaps spoiled that when Kyle and I were on. Super excited to have them on in the booth. We'll certainly be tuning in. All the final table experience these 2 have at the APT in particular. Looking forward to some insights and perhaps some stories as well. Maybe some karaoke stories from last night.
Not many stories, just Kyle's quite a good singer. The rest of us, not so much. Pocket 8s, jamming the big blind for, looks like 16 or so big blinds effective. Julian with one of the worst opens he can have. I believe we are 5-handed at this table, so that's technically the hijack. A nice shove from Lou.
Each pickup is crucial here. Lou crosses the 20 big blind barrier with that one. Julian, of course, has begun to claw his way back after that loss with the ace-8 against Tatana. 14 bigs is plenty for now.
Did get a nice double up just before the break. Blind no blind called. Lou's shove, king deuce suited, managed to hold. King high was good by the river. That's the jack 7 off of Lou.
Breakdown of the outer table by Justin in chat. Many of them we have had on our stream, perhaps with the exception of a couple of players from China. So I do count 4 players from China, 1 from Vietnam, that was An, who we had earlier on the feature table. Chi from Hong Kong, I think we're yet to have on the stream as well. China dominating as they have been 5 players from China out of the remaining 11. 1 Germany, Hong Kong, Romania, Taiwan, Thailand, and Vietnam with 1 each as well.
Thank you for your insights as always, Justin.
Suited hand here from Julian. I'm expecting a defense. Certainly can lean towards folding the offsuits there and defending the suited. 3 gappers. Ace high board.
Miserable flop for Julian, down to just 2% equity.
The Dolly Parton hand, reduced to napkins. Not even one of the right suits on the board, so Julian can continue, or rather, can let this one go and continue on to the next hand, but I suspect this is the time to start taking a peek at the outer tables. Julian, by the way, is in seat 1, so he's actually the only player sitting with his back to the outer table. Maybe not the only one, I think we have a seat 8 in the mix as well, but 11 picks for him. Not in it for the page arms, considering he is one of our super high rollers at this event. But I wonder if you do make some decisions, Sam, based on just making it to the final 9, not having to play short stack and short-handed at the same time.
Yeah, you know, the pace of play will be a little bit less tense. Could have that blind rollback as well. So, you know, maybe your 20 big blind stack becomes 25 big blinds. Gives you a little bit more breathing room, and without the blinds passing through you every 5 hands, you know, definitely some consideration to just try and squeeze into the money, play a little slower.
Yeah, great point about the rollback as well. We'll take a look at where the average is at once the tournament clock hits, purely because I'm too lazy to calculate it, but if we do reach the final table, that is the final 9, with under 30 bigs as the average stack, we will roll back the blinds.
But luckily, with 305 entries and 100k starting stack, that's 3 million chips in play, which I think is 2.7 million average stack going into the... I'm trying to bust out a calculator. Don't worry, I've got you covered.
Okay, it'll be over 3 million in that case if we divide by 9.
Yeah.
Get your seat assignment. The last defense for the APT Jeju.
I do see it behind me, by the way, Sam. We are under right now. Look at that. 2.8 million is the average. It's out of focus. But a fair guess. So it just depends. You know, if we get some eliminations, that number will go up, but...
So looking like the big
anything
blind...
can happen.
If level 26, so if we end on this level, there will be no rollback. However, the next level will include a rollback. 113,000 big blind would be the number, the threshold, if you will. So we are on the precipice of it. You know, did you get a glimpse at the shot clock? How many minutes we have left in this level?
I think, yeah, considering we just came back from the break, I'm guessing 25 or so 40-minute levels in this tournament. So could go either way, and the reason we're diving into it is because of the great point you just made, Sam, that good influence strategy here.
Yeah, like
you're actually starting to see it.
Like if you're very short and you're on the precipice of the blind level increase, there is some merit to playing short, as you will be able to reset an entire blind level, get another 40 minutes at a deeper stack.
Yeah, you see it more and more enter the calculus of the online grinders, because online tournaments have started implementing rollbacks on the final tables. And in case anybody watching doesn't know what... Yeah, let's focus on the hand, but I was going to just prompt you, actually, to explain rollbacks, but let's do that in a moment. Might not have too much consideration if there's a lot of action on this particular hand.
Lou with the 3-bet with the 5s in the cutoff. We don't see this too often, but another 3-bet working out for him against Fabian. Fabian maybe getting a little bit gun shy, as we have seen him have to 3-bet fold, facing 2 4-bets today. But yes, Vidur, why don't you go ahead and explain the blind rollback?
Yeah, just real quick. I know we've been harping on about it, but in case the average big blind is under 30 bigs, let's say at 28 as we saw right now, we will just move the blinds back 1 level or as many levels as needed. So that does increase your effective stack in big blinds, which is why it's a strategic consideration. Meanwhile, pocket 4s under the gun, middle stack here for Lou. Pretty standard open, especially 5-handed. You are starting to feel the handcuffs on the middle stacks. So close to the final table. Certainly some desire to coast your way into it.
I did see a very large pot on that outer table as the cameras panned round. I saw quite a few plaques in the middle.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna hold it.
Yeah, looking like perhaps pocket aces managing to win 3.5 million or so. Let's see if we have anything on live reporting.
What is that on the side here? What is that?
This is coffee.
How you brought it yourself?
This is our vegan. He lives here.
Oh, that's so smart, man.
Perhaps it's this one between Xiao Yi Lin with ace queen of diamonds versus Shimeng Shu with the pocket 6s. Looks like it got all in pre-flop. With over $1 million? Yeah, 1.35 million each. Ace queen of diamonds hitting an ace and 2 diamonds on the flop.
Yeah, I see it. 3 million in Xiao Lin stack then. 30 bigs is very, very comfortable at this stage. Pocket 10s. The man who has over 5 million chips. King Queen suited for Ying Jun Liu. A very strong holding. We saw some button versus big blind action, and the pocket 4s were on the button. Now a much stronger holding, and surely fireworks incoming. Now just a call there. 10 on the flop, open-ender but a monotone board for Lou with the king queen. He's looking down at chips. Decides to check. And the master of small bets, Tatana, just puts up one great chip, 100K.
Blue will continue. Price is very good and improves to top pair. It's a very connected board. Another one big blind bet from Tatana.
I was wondering if he's gonna do it. This time he's in position. The last time around he did this as a semi-bluff out of position and re-raised when he faced the aggression. And the ace on the river, check mark, runner, runner. Or rather, the open-ender comes in. Check, check. So Tatana managing to lose the minimum with his tiny bet on the turn. That's just being results-oriented, of course, but this man plays unconventionally. And he shows down the losing hand as well once more.
I think he's just here to have some fun, enjoying himself.
Absolutely. We can all learn a little something. It is much more fun to play a tournament when you're chip leading, to be fair.
Looks like we do have
outer
quite
table
a
once
large
again.
Stack, counting 4 million grays, another million in plaques. That could be the chip that... Oh, that will be the chip leader. Tatana, 4.7. Couldn't quite make out who it was in the outer table, but definitely over the 5 million chip mark.
I believe that was the Vietnamese player, An.
I thought he was wearing different clothes earlier, but it could be. He just
The
thrown on a
gentleman in
jacket.
white?
Yep. Ooh, that is rough to see for Julian. Very strong hand, Jack 10 suited, dominated by the Queen 10 of clubs, Ying Jin Lu. No help on the 9-6-5. Three of hearts does not bring any chop outs for Julian. With the 4 of spades, that will seal it. That is your 11th place finisher, Julian Levia. GG, $16,290 locked up. Sure, not the result he was hoping for, but nonetheless, win is a win.
He too had a fantastic series. Walks away with his food. Always nice and ambitious to order food at the table when you're short stacked. That being said, he did have an amazing series. Frequent presence at our feature tables. Cashed in the super high roller. Ran deep in so many events and now closing out with an amazing score. And we are on the final table bubble. We were down to 4 on our feature, which means we will bring a table over. I think it might be right, Sam, about the change in clothes. The stack there keeps on. Yeah, look at that addition to it. I think we might have a chip leader on this table.
Yeah, looks to be. Julian Blevio with nearly 1.2 million on his Hendon mob. This score should put him over the 1.2 million mark. Third place in our APT super high roller for $114,000. Unfortunately, did not secure himself a second final table seat.
I see the all-in button. And a call. Is that ace jack suited, perhaps?
I think ace queen and 10s or 7s or 8s, something like that.
Yeah, it looks like a flip. You have to watch it through the camera viewfinder. Henshin on the outer table as we may be looking at making it to the final table. Find out if there's any commotion or survival. So we'll have a hand to play on our table irrespective. A 3 of diamonds for the chip leader. Could get a bit cheeky and raise way too light. If we are indeed on the verge of a final table. Decides to just let it go.
Like before, huh? It's the other table. I gave you more too. Oh! Final table, right? Oh, yeah. Oh!
There we go.
The first table to the final table together.
Yes.
That's it. Final table. Oh, that's so nice. Look at the fist bumps, the celebration.
Amazing. I'm glad our camera shot stayed on Tatana there to see the double high fives with what seems to be his buddy Poseidon. And with the folds there we have it. 2 big stacks on our table, and we spotted a pretty big one on the other one. We have our final table here at the APT High Roller, ladies and gentlemen, which means we will take a 20-minute break to set that up. After which, we will have main event winners at the APT. Abraham Seesvin and Renee Ronvedden join in the booth, which means I will take my leave. Sam, it's been an absolute pleasure, as it tends to be, covering the APTs with you, but this one was special. All kinds of records broken. The turnout, the support, and really the quality of play we saw on the feature tables and yesterday's final table. That's one I will remember for a long time, and I look forward to seeing you in person in Taipei at the APT Championship. Thank you so much.
As do I, Vidur. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and we will see each other once again in Taipei. And folks, don't go anywhere. Like Vidur said, Renee von Redden will be joining us after the break, as well as Abraham Seasfin. We'll see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
In a world where the stakes are high and the competition fierce, there exists a realm where the best of the best converge. From over 50 countries, they gather, drawn by the chance of winning millions of dollars in life-changing money. But amidst these contenders, only a rare few will make it to the top. Those who remain composed under the relentless pressure, armed with an analytical mind that dissects every move, adapting, adjusting, shifting strategies like master tacticians. Under the bright TV lights and the watchful eyes of thousands, they take center stage.
Is this the comeback we've been anticipating?
In this arena, they are not merely players, they are warriors, united by a common purpose: to emerge champions. The APT Championship from November 14th to November 30th.
We have Chan Chan at risk. Xiaoi Lin with the Queen 5 of Diamonds. Dealers, the flop, please. The flop is 7 of Diamonds, 9 of Hearts, King of Diamonds. Chan needs to avoid a diamond, a queen, or a 5. Dealer, the turn, please. The turn is a 5 of clubs. Chan now needs either an ace or a 10 that's not a diamond to double up. The river. The river is a jack of spades. Congratulations, high roller players. You are now in the money.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Asian Poker Tour here in Jeju, South Korea. It is the final day of our series in Jeju, and we are covering the high roller final table. We have been playing down from a record-breaking 305 entries down to our final table. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I'm joined in the booth by special guest Renee Von Redden. Renee, welcome to the live stream.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm pretty happy to be here.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it for a long time, so
it's so exciting. Normally we have you in the chat, but we've got you in here in person, on camera, on the mic. So everyone say hi to, of course, main event APT champion Renee Von Redden. He'll be walking us through the first little bit of this final table, and we may even have another special guest coming up real soon, so stay tuned for that. It's the last day. We can get a little bit kooky with it, do some crazy things. And yeah, once again, Renee, thank you for joining us in the booth.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Awesome. So, of course, we have our final table. They have locked up $19,500 for this final table appearance, but they are still playing for a top prize of $186,000. Here's Greg with the final table.
Pool of 1.3 billion Korean won, and one of these 9 players will be walking away not only with the beautiful bronze Mega Lion, not only the $10,000 APT Championship main event ticket redeemable at APT Championship Series in Taipei November 14th to 30th, but also the 261 million Korean won up top. Let's go ahead and meet our players. In seat number 1, it is An Nyo Hwa coming in as our chip leader from Vietnam with 6.9 million in chips. In seat number 2, it is Xu Jieming from China with 3.2 million in chips. In seat number 3, it is Lin Zhaoyi from China with 2.7 million in chips. In seat number 4, it is Fabian Gums from Germany with 3.2 million in chips. In seat number 5, center of the table, it is Tang Chi-nyong from Hong Kong, 2.3 million in chips. In seat number 6, it is Hu Chengxu of China, coming in as our shortest stack, just over 1 million in chips. And in seat number 7, it is Lu Yingjun from China with 4.4 million in chips. In seat number 8, it is Peng Duan Tatana from Thailand with 4.6 million chips. And last but not least, in seat number 9, it is Poseidon Ho, King of the Seas, hoping to be King of the APT High Roller from Taiwan, 2 million in chips. Good luck, gentlemen. And folks, please, one more big round of applause, one more time for your APT Jeju High Roller final table.
Thank you very much, Greg. And there you have it, the final table for the final event here in Jeju. As I just mentioned, every player locked up 19,465 USD, playing for that top prize, 186,000, that gold, or sorry, the rose gold, bronze, whatever you want to call it, the Mega Lion statue trophy, and of course, an APT Championship main event ticket worth an additional 10,000 USD for our very next series in Taipei. Very shortly, we'll be getting underway with hand number 1. Now, Renee, have you seen any of the stream today of this high roller event?
Yeah, I watched like 3 hours probably.
Okay.
So I've seen a bit, but yeah, with these players, I'm always excited to see how they will navigate these ICM situations, to see who is willing to risk their tournament life for more chips, or who is like playing the more passive route to get a pay jump. From what I've seen so far in the APT, there's not much passive routes to be taken. So
no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely been an aggressive series, especially here in Jeju. And, you know, it's very telling that we're already at the final table. It's only 7:45 stream time. I was predicting we were going to be at this final table like at least a few hours from now. So to already be here, it shows that these players are not afraid to duke it out on the battlefield that is this final table. Of course, we've got some people in chat. There's a Klein Paprika saying hi to Renee.
Yeah, that's my girlfriend.
Kiwi Special. Oh, yes, of course.
I'm gonna bust her in the chat.
Love that.
Oh, there we see the first open with Jack 6 suited.
Fabian Gooms also from Germany. Have you ever played a lot with Fabian before? Do you know him at all?
Not a single second.
Not a single second?
No. I haven't played with him. I successfully dodged him the past few days.
Okay.
But yeah, I've seen him play on stream a few times. But yeah.
Well, you get to pass judgment here today on the stream.
From what I've seen, like the last few hours, he doesn't shy away from 3-betting pretty light. We saw a Jack 5 off 3-bet from the big blind, who he got shoved on again. But he will probably contribute to the aggressive lines being taken on this final table. I can see that there will be a lot of 3-bet, 4-bet going on, which is not really that usual, right?
Yeah, well, especially with the final table ICM pressure, the pay jumps have started to increase dramatically. As you can see, we are already looking at a $4,000 pay jump over an entire buy-in here in a high roller event. I mean, I feel like saying it's just over one buy-in doesn't really give it the credit that it deserves because it's a almost a $3,600 buy-in. So,
yeah,
you know, saying over one buy-in, maybe not so much if you're playing a single day side event or if you're playing even the main, but for a high roller, full buy-in, that's a good amount of money.
Yeah, of course. It's like a big field, 305 people.
Yeah.
The pay jumps pretty substantial for the final table. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see the first over-the-top aggressive line being taken.
Well, we have Fabian opening again from the cutoff, pocket eights this time.
Yeah,
Shengzhu.
I think it will go in.
Yeah, let's see. Sitting on 7.8 big blinds. About 8 big blinds if you count the small blind in his stack.
Oh.
There you go. That's what we do in the commentary booth. We guess wrong.
Yeah.
All the time. The minute we say we think something's going to happen, they do the opposite.
Yeah. I would have jabbed it.
Yeah, 100%.
For sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not there with a good reason.
Yeah.
So.
Well, not good reason. You know, you are a past main event champion.
I jammed a bit too much from the blinds and got cooked by aces a few times in the high roller. So that's why fair. I'm here in the commentary booth.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see here the chip stacks. He has 8 big blinds. He's dead last.
Yep.
And he needs to find these spots at some point.
Exactly.
He can't just wait for other people to bust, usually.
In
this field.
You say usually, but we have seen crazier things in this series.
Yeah. Well, like usually in theory, if you're dead last by so much difference, the risk premium isn't that high. You can go for a bit more aggression than like the players with 20 big blinds.
Yeah. I like this. Someone's getting their entire dinner on the table right now. I feel like you don't see that too often at a final table. It's a little bit more like you're dialed in. Maybe you grab a snack.
I think Abraham eaten as well yesterday.
Oh, did he have a whole meal on the table?
I think so.
Catch that. That's okay. Well, maybe that's the winning strategy.
Maybe it is. He gets rewarded.
Look at that. Could have jammed into 8s. Would have been snapped off. This time, jamming into 9-8 suited with ace-king off on the button.
Let's see if 9-8 suited wants to call. He gets a pretty good price.
Yeah. Be a decent chunk of Jai Ming-Xu's stack if he calls this off and loses. Does have to consider it, but getting pretty good pot odds. Just 6 more big blinds.
Yeah, and he's also like one of the players with over 30 big blinds. He's not in the 20 big blind range yet. He could, in theory, afford it, but even 2-to-1 odds, do you really have 40% equity in a lot of spots? Like, probably not. He makes a call regardless.
Yeah. Going for the win.
With the big slick ace king gets called by 9-8 suited. Hu Chengxu needs to fade the 9 or 8 for his tournament life. Zoe, the flop. Flop comes 8 in the window, but a king behind it. Hu Chengxu is holding with top pair, top kicker. Just needs to fade an 8 or a 9 or a runner. Zoe, the turn is the 6 of spades. Now Mr. Hu needs to also fade the gut shot no 9, no 8, no 7. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river is the Jack of Clubs, a double up for Mr. Hu Chengxu.
Well, that's quite a needed double up for Hu Chengxu. 1.8 million, getting right back into the mix of things now.
Yeah, and now it's pretty crazy because we have 4 or 5 people with 20 big blinds, right? So usually the chip leader can be so aggressive because all these 20-ish stacks have to play really conservative with their stacks. They don't really want to lose 6, 7 big blinds and be the next guy to be last. So yeah, usually we can see a lot of aggression, but let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, of course, the table dynamics just changed on a dime. Jia Mingxu was in the 30 big blind range, now finds himself with 25 big blinds, and Hu Chengxu was the short stack, now just 2 big blinds away from that 20 big blind range. All 5 players really close in stack sizes. Going to be tough to put on max pressure on middling stacks if the short stack is not too far behind you.
I always love to see these stack or card protectors from these players. Here's like something red. I have no clue what it is, but it looks pretty funny.
I feel like there's a face, but it's on the other side of it. I can't tell from here. It almost looks like it's something with like a hood over top of it, and there's like a little animal face on the other side. Jia Mingxu getting right back on the horse, firing and open with ace-10 off from +1. Goes around to the big blind. Side and ho, suited 10-5.
Yeah. That's like a spot. In chip EV, you have suited cards. You're pretty happy to call in the big blind, but now with these ICM implications, you should just get rid of it pretty fast, and he just snap folds, so he knows. I didn't see what Ngo had in that hand. Because, yeah, +1 open, 20 bigs.
Yeah,
you have the chip lead. You can float pretty wide and then put on the pressure later in the hand.
Yeah.
If you have like even hands like 6-8 suited or something on the button, you can just call, and on a lot of flops, you can get your opponent to fold.
We'll see if you'll find those spots a little bit more often here. They have a lot of opportunity to put on pressure. Full final table, no one short. Already facing a $4,000 pay jump. Difference between 9th and 1st place is 166,000. It's always crazy. I mean, we all know how tournaments work. It's not news. But every time I'm watching a tournament, playing a tournament, it always blows my mind how big the pay jumps are at the final table.
Yeah, especially if you get into the last few spots. You, even like if you are 3rd, like 3 people left, and you think maybe when I get heads up, there's even a deal possible. So like the possible pay jump is even bigger than it seems.
Yeah.
For example, when I was playing, we had 200k heads up. I had no plan of playing these 200k heads up, so I thought like if I just make it 2 heads up, I get a deal done. And so the pay jump from 3rd to 2nd was way bigger, but in the end it wasn't. But
right. That's an interesting like side of EV that you have to think of, is that the potential for a deal. It's almost like trying to calculate like fold equity. It's like what's the percentage that my opponent also wants to do a deal?
Yeah.
And then what does that change that pay jump to?
Yeah.
Some interesting final table math. Yingjun Liu with ace-7 and the hijack. Tries to take his spot. Poseidon coming along with king-queen suited, and the chip leader on with jack-10 of diamonds in the small blind.
Pretty interesting spot with jack-10 diamonds.
Think you go for a squeeze in the spot with jack-10?
So the problem is, if you are squeezing and you get shoved on, you feel really bad because you have to fold your pretty jack-10 of diamonds. And you have Poseidon who calls on the button with 18 big blinds, so his range is pretty condensed.
Yeah.
So I'll probably just call and see what happens on the flop. But I mean, if he could even raise to like 10 bigs and commit himself against Poseidon, but that's probably pretty suicidal.
Yeah.
But I've seen that. I've seen that before. Oh, he makes his rebet to 7 big blinds, and we have a big blind waking up with ace queens off.
Talk about action hand. Big blind just immediately folds.
Yeah, let's see if he just flats or if he jams. I think fold is out of question.
Definitely. Oh my god.
Oh, he folds.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets folds like that, then of course. You get ace queen to fold on the big blind, you get king queen to fold on the button, go for a 3-bet with jack 10.
And that's the beauty of watching a final table in the booth. You think some things are a little bit more straightforward, but you don't know what everyone is thinking at this final table. Like, I'm sure, like, that's Poseidon Ho. He's got almost 2 million in Hendon Mob earnings. Obviously a well-studied player.
Yeah.
Not going to be making foolish mistakes, but maybe leveling themselves into going, I know this about this player. I was watching this on the stream, trying to make like exploits, and then maybe you veer away from your basic game that you've studied.
Yeah, we don't know what the people are thinking about the other opponents, right? So if he thinks that the chip leader isn't that much out of line, and he's using strong hands to 3-bet, I can see him fold and to resolve his stack. Also, ace queen off, folding in the big blind. I can see him just shove over the top. 7th shove from +1, and Poseidon gets rewarded with kings. Pocket Kyles, right?
The pocket Kyles, exactly. And of course the rejam from Poseidon, 16 big blinds.
All in call here at the APT High Roller. Tong shoves from seat to 5. And Poseidon in seat 9 calls for his tournament life. Poseidon Ho has pocket kings, is ahead of pocket 7s, needs to hold for his tournament life. Zoe the flop. Flop comes clean, ace 9-5. Poseidon Ho just needs to fade a black 7. The turn is the 3 of clubs, very clean. Just needs to fade 2 outs. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river is the 7 of clubs.
No.
Folks, please give it up for your 9th place finisher of the APT High Roller. From Taiwan, it is Poseidon Ho.
My god. Poker is a cruel game sometimes.
Yeah, that's tough.
A Taiwanese pro, Poseidon Ho, eliminated in 9th place. Was so close to hitting the $2 million mark on his Hendon Mob. Just 37,000 away. Not walking away empty-handed, $19,465 for a 9th place finish. But unfortunately, without a couple ladder ups, will not surpass that 2 million mark in this event. I think in this series, I believe all our events now, Late Reg has closed here in Jeju. That's the Taipei series. Let's
Also
see.
pretty crazy there that the guy, he +1, he just shoves 23 bigs with 7s. That's a pretty interesting spot, but in the end he got rewarded, I guess.
Right. And I mean, that's what we've been talking about. The level of play here has been very aggressive in Jeju. We've seen it in the main event. We're seeing it here in the high roller. It just seems to be the theme of the series. And
yeah, it's just so fun.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and here we go again. Hu Shengshu opening ace-jack and +1, and now it is Liu Yingjun's turn with the pocket Kyles. 2 black kings, 4 million in chips. Of our larger stacks table.
I wonder how Chen Liu will respond. +1 open, +2 3-bet. Pretty strong range.
Yeah, I mean, Ace Jack already, you know, a hand that I think you can mix in +1 on the final table.
Yeah, you should probably open it, but it's like Ace Jack off is always a weird spot because you kind of you can't call, and you kind of don't want to fold. But
Yeah.
if you jam and you get called, you're always behind, and you rather have like Ace-5 suited and take the flush draw equity with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, he folds and gets away pretty cheap.
And probably even have a better chance at a straight if you're jamming Ace-5 suited with the clearance from all the other pocket pairs that will call you off. 2 hands in a row. Kings being thrown around this final table. And I can confirm the Turbo High Roller, the last event of the series, late reg did close 30 minutes ago in real time. So it just closed about 3 minutes ago on the stream, so unfortunately that is the end of Poseidon's series here in Jeju. Sure, we'll see him back in Taipei.
Yeah, probably.
my favorite comment in the channel right now is, okay, maybe online poker isn't rigged.
Yeah, that's it's so crazy how many people are making the comment that online poker is rigged because of like runouts, and then you see like a stream like yesterday where Abraham Seaswin gets like runner flush and stuff. These hands never happen in live poker.
Yeah. Oh. As people who've played lots of poker, we both know that they do happen indeed. But if you're new to poker, it's hard to believe. Variance is a hard thing for the human mind to comprehend.
Yeah, I'm witnessing it firsthand right now.
Sorry, that wasn't supposed to be a needle, but you know.
Yeah, all good, all good.
I'm sure it felt like one. Sheng Xu, our short stack now at 16 big blinds.
Yeah, we saw a good open, like hijack, jack 9 off from chip leader. It's like, usually, if you're not the chip leader, you fold on the final table. But he knows he can be a bit more aggressive, so he opens and takes it down. These small pots, they add up.
Oh yeah.
You play an hour, you take these spots 5-6 times successfully, and you have 15-20 big blinds more.
And what's the old saying? If you steal the blinds once every orbit, you'll never lose the tournament.
That's right.
Yeah. That's all you need. And speak of that hand, Ace-5 suited for Tatana Pengduan. Tatana is probably the least experienced player at the table, at least in terms of hand and mob results. Finds the +1 open with Ace-5 suited, and just hand after hand here. Pocket 10s for Nyoko An. Just going to flat.
I like it. I wonder if he 3-bet, if Tatana would have 4-bit jammed or something.
Right.
Also, like, psychologically, he just won a big pot with Ace-6 of clubs. Maybe when he deals Ace-5 of clubs, he's thinking, like, that's my hand today.
Right? Sometimes the poker gods are giving you a sign.
Yeah.
I just saw Queen 10 suited fold in the small blind.
Yeah,
probably understandable given +1 and a call.
Yeah, also you have the chip leader in the pot, you're out of position, just get out of there, you save a lot of trouble.
Sheng Xu going to come along for the ride with 7-8 of spades. We go 3 ways to the flop. Up comes Jack 5-7, 2 diamonds, 1 spade. Middle pair, Sheng Xu. Pocket 10s, just 1 overcard on the board. And bottom pair for Tatana Pengduan.
Yeah, let's see which cards will come. For now, I think everyone is pretty happy checking it down, but... Oh, never mind. Chip leader springs into action.
Does watching all this action make you question what you were thinking about people doing on the final tables?
No, no. I've seen enough the last few days. I know that I have a certain opinion about spots.
I like it.
Other people have other opinions.
Yes.
Which is poker, right?
Yeah, definitely.
But now we have like really interesting situation. Instead of just checking it to the turn, we have the tens which c-bet. I mean, the chip leader wants to c-bet a lot, but I probably wouldn't choose tens in that spot.
Right.
And we have like the big blind who's now in jail with his now third pair. And yeah, he lost a third of his stack so far in the spot. And let's see if he can find a bluff on a river or find a 3-outer. He also called with pre-flop razor also being behind.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Very
Pre-flop
risky call.
Yeah, pre-flop razor should, in theory, just check range, so he can have everything: jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace-jack, whatever. So, yeah. Now
There's the jam.
Now he'd probably rather have his 250k back.
Yeah. Can't see any way he finds a call here.
No.
There it is.
And it also sucks because, you know, the chip leader will... I mean, he has tens. He doesn't need to jam here, but he will jam a lot in these spots. He will take the aggressive line because he knows you need to fold a lot. And yeah.
Yeah.
That's the tough spot on final tables. Sometimes you know you're getting bullied, but you can't fight back, and you just have to endure it.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. I just realized we missed a question here in chat from Kiwi Special.
Yeah.
Question for Renee and Kyle. If you both had 100,000 Brazilian dollars, what poker scene would you go to? A friend rung me up and asked me that question. First of all, I'm not sure what 100,000 Brazilian dollars equals.
It
So
could be like 7k USD.
look that up, yeah.
I mean, it also depends if you're a cash game or a tournament player.
It looks like it's about 19,000 USD. So that's quite a big, like, I mean, at least in terms of my bankroll, that's a good chunk of change.
Oh, that's a lot of money. But it's like at a point where you don't really want to waste your bankroll on traveling expenses.
Yeah.
So you probably, if you can, just play your local games.
Yeah.
And then try to grind it up to a point where you can afford like travel to somewhere else. But if you're in Brazil, I heard Brazil had great games.
There you go. Very, very stoic, very diplomatic answer. Very frugal, money-minded answer from Renee. I would fly to APT Taipei Championship Series in November, and whatever money I have left over, I think I could fly there, enter the main, and then whatever's left over, I spend it on food.
Yeah, maybe
drinks.
that's a good idea. I talked to Neil before. He said there's a lot of satellites also going on for the main. Maybe you satellite into the main, and
then you can just spend the rest on drinks. You can get a nicer hotel, go to the pool.
Maybe you made a deep run, like back like 9 buy-ins or something, 80, 90k, and then you're good to go for next few months.
That's beautiful.
I mean, I did the same, basically.
Yeah, there you go. It's the Renee von Redden way. But Shin Young Tang going to take it down with a 3-bet. Facing Fabian Gun's cutoff open. Putting that ace-jack to work.
Yep. I think in that hand the chip leader already folded, so Fabian thought king 3 with like shorter stacks behind. Maybe he can steal a pot.
Yeah.
But ace-jack, of course, too strong in these positions.
From 8th to 7th, we are now looking at about an $8,000 pay jump, a little bit more.
Yeah, and it ramps up quick, right? The one from 9th to 8th were like 4k.
Yeah.
And now it's like 8k already.
That's why final tables are so important, because that's really where all the money is.
Yeah.
And in almost any field size.
I feel like that's the third time, like every orbit, if Jiming Xu gets +1, he gets a hand to
Right.
open. Let's see if he can win this one. Opens to 250, so a bit over 2 big blinds. I saw king queen and +2 fold, king queen off.
Fives get out of the way.
You definitely see some more passive lines being taken here. King, queen off folding, fives folding. I saw some streams here already where these hands were not folding.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
And there's Tatana Pengzuen, gonna defend 9-8 of clubs. Only has 21,000 on his Hendon Mob, most of which came from a 94th place finish in a Triton event here in Jeju earlier this month.
Oh, that's an interesting flop.
Wow, action flop for sure. Ace queen suited flopping the nut flush draw, 2 overs and some backdoor straights. 9-8 suited hitting second pair, backdoor straights as well.
Let's see. Oh, seems to bet with sizing.
It's like 350, about half pot.
250?
275, there we go.
275. It's still quite large. Oh, was it a
snap call?
Snap call.
Tatana Pengzuen, for someone with not a lot of Hendon Mob results, seems very dialed in and not nervous at all on this final table.
No. It's probably like a bit of adrenaline cooling him down.
Yeah.
So,
oh, going to hit 2 pair on this river, but it brings in the front door flush draw and the 4-liner to the straight. Quick check.
Good check. But I feel like he might call it off.
I feel like that quick check was, I have showdown, I'm going to check call.
Let's see how big Li Mingshu wants to go. I think with the turn check, he can go pretty big.
Put some time banks forward there.
Oh.
See at least one plaque that he seems to be ready to throw in.
Yeah, that needs to go in. I just counts the stack. Second time bank. Also, if your opponent snap checks, you have a bit less time to think about stuff like this.
True.
Oh.
There's the big bet. Looks like close to pot size, maybe an over bet.
Yeah, I would like a pot size bet. Yeah, it's even bigger. 1.4 into 1.2, and he snaps it off.
Snaps it off.
Yeah.
Massive value for Ji Mingshu in this hand here. Tatana Pengzuen going to be crippled down to 2.1 million. And with that hand, thank you once again, Renee Von Redden, for joining us on the stream. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We have another special guest joining Sam Insel in the booth. I'll wait for them to do the introduction. But Renee, any closing words for our fans before we switch off?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I had a lot of fun, and I'm giving my headset to an even better commentator, hopefully. So
there you go.
Let's see how it goes.
Amazing.
And thank you so much, Renee and Kyle, for jumping in the booth for us, giving some insights. I am back. My name is Sam Insel, and I'm joined in the booth by another main event champion, Abraham Seasvin. Abraham, how are you doing?
I'm good. Hello, chat.
So yeah, you just won the main event yesterday.
Feels good, man. Feels good. Definitely one of the most sun run I've ever had in my life. But why not?
Yeah, why not?
For a huge score. My biggest ever score. Damn. What a run.
Yeah, you also won the APT Championship ticket to the 5 million guarantee freeze out. I know that was a big thing for you.
Yeah,
you really
I
wanted to win that.
Yeah, I really wanted. I've been chasing it. I've been playing all the events that actually give it out. Like if you ship the event and you get a ticket. So
Yeah.
I've been actually trying for all those events. I'm so happy that I won the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main event.
Are you
yeah.
playing the full series in Taipei?
I most probably am. I gotta ride the run good, bro.
Yeah.
Hope the run good continues in Taipei. It's gonna be even a higher score.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Could get close to 7 figures for first place.
Yeah.
5 mil guarantee. Only 20% of that's $1 million.
It's gonna be such life-changing money, bro. Yeah. Hopefully, I play my best. But it's gonna be so tough, I assume.
Yeah. But Tatana is, I think, more of a recreational player coming in, but did build up a big stack before coming in. And An has just been running over the table. He's got 8.5 million now.
Wow. It's a very good stack to play with, especially at the final table. Thank you. Odd interaction. Blessed by the poker gods. So happy I was yesterday. So happy. Oh, we got a hand here. Small blind versus big blind. As small blind, but the pot 620, so small blind raise, big blind can call.
Yeah.
Right? So he checks here. I think standard check. I think. Wow. Okay.
I think that one's pretty close, the Jack 9. Got a lot of bluffs from like the 7 high region.
I assume he's gonna bet here right now. The ace is so good for him.
Yeah, the 8's a lot stronger.
Yeah, and I assume fold. Yeah.
Who was your toughest opponent in the main event?
Bro, the orange cap guy, what's the name again?
Shanghao.
Yeah, I still remember that king 5 off 5 bet. Wow, what a beast. Making ace queen suited fold, making me having 9s fold.
You know what's crazy? He's got, I think, 150,000 on his hand and mob. And to play like that.
He plays like an animal, bro. When I knew that I was in the small blind versus his big blind, I had to play a little cautious also. Yeah.
Yeah, came in with a chip lead as well.
Yeah. But he lost a few hands. And then I guess that slowed down his engine. But he still found some incredible nice 3-bet bluffs, you know.
Yeah.
Fabian comes king 10 suited. Raising for sure.
Fabian's quite solid as well.
Yeah,
I think he plays some very big buy-in events.
Really?
I think he plays like some 100Ks sometimes. I know he's like a big online player. Yeah, 3.6 million on his hand and mob, and I think 8 million online.
Oh, this is interesting. Queen 10, this is a very loose call on the button.
Yeah, especially covered.
I think you should fold Queen 10 off here. Almost always allow them to play gun versus +1 versus BB. I think you should fold your Queen 10 on the button here.
Yeah, maybe if you're like the covering stack by a huge amount.
You have to stack reservation here when you have Queen 10 off.
20 bigs, yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe your worst Queen 10 should be suited at least if you want to try to fight for some pots.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's see. Does it come 8-9 Jack? Rainbow?
Rare to see 3-way pots on a final table as well.
Queen. Oh.
That's action.
Yep.
Top
This
pair
is,
for Tatana and 2 flush draws with the gut shot to the straight flush draw as well.
This is an insane flop, huh?
Couldn't get better.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. Check. And Queen 10's gonna bet here. Ace 8 gonna. Oi, check. Wow.
Oh, wow. And straight for Fabian now.
Man.
Some bets are going to have to start flying in.
I think Ace 8, you have to go for a check here again.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think Ace 8 can stab.
Yeah.
It's too likely you're getting called, and then you've also got the worst bluff cannon on the river.
How much you think he's gonna bet here? 300?
Multi-way.
Small?
Usually
Because
small.
he covers the flush draw as well, right?
Yeah.
He would. Wow. These guys are monsters. Oh my goodness. Ace 8 call?
Yeah. And then Fabian probably just jams.
Yeah.
What a spot.
See. Imagine Ace 8 raising here. Wow.
Oh,
Fabian is in heaven. Call, yeah, has to go for a call. 1/2 One over got shot. Not flush draw. What a beautiful check on the flop and turn.
I'm so surprised by that.
Yeah.
Like, Tatana, after checking back the flop, I don't think he's going to bet too often on this turn. You know, if he's got pocket 8-7s, you really just lose out on quite a bit of value.
Oh, so sick. So sick at the double check. I'll be ready to put my money in. So excited. Stack people.
Folks, if you do have any questions for C-Spin, we've only got him for about half an hour.
Yeah.
So fire them out in chat. He's happy to answer most questions.
Yep. Hi chat. Shoot your questions. I'll try to answer most of them or all of them. I'll try to be honest about them. So shoot your questions. But for now,
do you think there's any size besides all in?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other size. It's just, this is mad. He's hating life.
Yeah.
Tatana is hating life. Sometimes this is why you don't defend the queen 10, guys. Troubled hands.
You do have to worry about Shiming Shu as well, who could just have ace queen.
I hope he finds a fold. If he doesn't, it's gonna really hurt. You have to drawing to a chop now.
Yeah, like 3 outs.
Yeah. I see there's a lot of Thai supporters, huh? Come on. Tatana, fold. The supporters want you to fold. See, there's so much Thai people in the chat. Hello, Thai community.
Yeah, Tatana's got, I think, $20,000 on his Hendon mob.
Okay. Oh, fold. Oh. Come on, Tatana, you can do it. And you disappoint the chat if you don't fold. Fold and survive with 15 big blinds, that's more than enough.
Yeah, he does still have 15 behind.
Oh, Tatana! I'm sorry, Thai community. Do we see a king on the river for a chop?
And now Shiming Shu getting quite a good price, but I think it's just too much.
Yeah, you cannot call it. He's never going to reach this spot.
Pardon me, all in and call here.
Hi, champ, do you play online? Sorry, I rarely play online. I don't play much online. Not good enough to play online.
Peng Duan in seat 8 from Thailand has
That's true,
called
the
the
2
all-in.
is very strong. Thai community, where do I see the king?
And is very behind right now with a pair of queens, but is behind the king high straight. Looking for a non-club 8 or a king for a chop. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river is the 4 of hearts. Folks, please give it up for your 8th place finish of the APT High Roller. Large round of applause, please, for Thailand. Peng Duan Tatana.
8 in the APT High Roller is not easy to achieve. Final tabling the High Roller is definitely an accomplishment itself.
Yeah, 23,465 for his efforts, larger than his entire Hendon mob.
Yeah.
Good for him. Congratulations.
Vivian Gums, second chip leader. What a player. Just check. All in. All you do is check. The next thing you know, he's all in.
Yeah.
Stack someone. What a play.
I don't think I'm finding that check on the turn. And he did it so fast too.
Yeah. And I saw someone say jamming into 2 is very strong. It's actually very true. You don't expect him to jam anything weaker when he's jamming into 2 at this spot, right? I don't think he's like gambling this spot or something. So I think you can try to find a fold sometimes there.
Maybe sometimes see like ace king of clubs or ace king of spades from time to time.
Yeah.
It goes for that line.
These 2 hands, these 2 hands, ace king of club and ace king of spades. That's the bluffs.
Yeah, maybe ace 10 of spades and clubs. It's got to be a strong combo draw to put it all in there 3 ways as well.
How do you train pre-tournament? So actually, I watch a lot of YouTube. I watch almost all the streams for every poker tournament when I'm at home before I go for a series. So then I try to remember what the pros do. You're not gonna remember everything, but you try to improve whatever spot you think you're gonna get into, you're not always gonna play perfect. You're gonna make mistakes, but that's fine. We are all humans. Justin Fairbanks, I need to see you in person. You are going to be shocked. The same as of another spoiled that result to the same guy who spoiled Punats. What's that? You're gonna be shocked the same. Who hadn't commented even once since then.
No, it's just spoilers in chat.
What is your advice for playing as chip leader? Try to be aggressive. You notice certain players play passive, looking for the pay jump. You try to maximize your edge by playing a bit more aggressive. Increase your 3 bets. Then yeah, that's how I think you should play as a chip leader. You should capitalize on having a stack advantage, like the difference. Like if you have like 20 BB more than them, you can apply pressure. It's really very pressuring when you're getting 3-bet by a chip leader, because wrong move and you can bust to him. Yeah. How can people find you in SG? Meet up for some experience talk. You can add me on Facebook. I'm only on Facebook. I don't use IG. So yeah, you can add me on Facebook. That's what you can do. What is your early tournament strategy? Depends on my mood sometimes. If I'm out, if I feel like gambling, trying to build a stack. It's okay if I answer the question.
Yeah.
Oh, there's only name.
Chengxu has King 9 of clubs.
Take a look at this one first.
All in and at risk, and behind Ace of clubs, Jack of hearts needs to find a king or 9. For who? Chengxu's tournament life, Sarah.
65-35. Hijack gem on cutoff call. What we got?
Flop comes 8, deuce, 5,
Backdoor
1
straight,
club.
backdoor flush.
Who Chengxu is still behind, needs to find a king or a 9 or a runner. Sarah, the turn is the queen of spades.
So 6
no
outs
help at
once.
all. Now needs to find a king or a 9
Brutal spot.
for Mr. Who's tournament life. Sarah, the river.
Bam.
Is a 9. Double up for Mr. Who.
Just like your run. 9 of spades in the river.
It's always coming 9. We gotta check change the tagline. It's not always coming 7. Oh, no, for me it came 7 as well, bro, when I had aces.
Yeah.
Always coming 7 or 9. Added yesterday. Okay, I'll try to see later. Yeah, I'll try to log into my Facebook later.
That's gonna feel quite good. Doubling up is the shortest stack. You're now tied at 18.
Yeah.
A lot of medium stacks.
When you feel that you're out but you're not, and you still have a chance to win the tournament, the feeling is amazing.
Yeah, doubling up. It's tough when you're on the final table. It's getting short-handed. You double up from 10 to 20. It only takes a couple orbits to knock you back down to 10 big blinds.
Yeah.
You need another lucky double up.
It goes pretty fast, especially when he's in the when on his big blind. It's Fabian Gums is on the button with a stack. He's gonna be pressured so much, so he's loving this double up. Tips on 3-bet bluffing. So player dependent, hand dependent. Always take note of the player you're 3-betting. Always take note of the hand you're 3-betting. Yeah. So that's the tips I can give you when you are 3-bet bluffing. Yeah, I know. Okay. Justin Fairbanks, we need to see you. Come to APT once, man. We need to see you in real life. I always see you commenting in the chat. I need to see who you are.
Michael did say Justin did want to jump in to come on down. You could jump in the booth for a bit.
Yeah, Justin, imagine you coming down and jumping into the booth. Be awesome. At least we know the man behind the what do you call it? IGN.
Yeah.
Right. IGN. Okay, sorry. Hijack. Ace 8 off. Button calls. I like this. The chip leader calling the card off with 7s.
Yeah.
You don't need to bloat the pot. Yeah, you just can. Hijack might have a strong range as well.
Don't want to get 4-bet as well.
Yep.
And then you got positions, so you're just going to over-realize.
Yeah. Even post-flop, he can just apply so much pressure.
Yeah.
Right?
You see these online sickos just flatting almost any suited 2 cards with a big stack, and that's a pretty good flop for the 7s.
Check. Ying Jun's gonna check, I assume. And chip leader's gonna bet.
This is probably pretty close to a range check out of position against the chip leader.
Ooh. I think when you're up against the chip leader, I think if you raise this hand pre and the board comes this way, I think it's nicer to check. When you check, you can continue. He has some bluffs, he has some values. You pop control out of position. You're gonna hate life when he raises you in position, especially against the chip leader. Early tournament strategy before we were interrupted. Oh, okay, it totally depends on the mood, the tournament I'm playing. Am I gonna fire multiple bullets or am I gonna fire once? You know, sometimes if you plan to fire 1 bullet in a tournament, you're gonna play tighter because you don't want to bust so early. It's gonna hurt. Or if you had in mind, you already planned to have multiple bullets for the tournament. Maybe you're gonna play loosey-goosey for your first bullet or something. Try to build up a stack. If you don't, then it's gonna be a rebuy. So yeah, early tournament strategy. Totally depends on the tournament I'm playing. Do I have enough bullets to play for the tournament, the specific tournament? Is it a high buy-in tournament? Oh my! It's just a call, is it, on the flop?
Yeah. No. He raised very small in position. Then called out of position. Now turns 2 pair. Flush.
No.
Front door flush does get there.
Yeah. Ooh. Do you think he bets or check?
On?
Yeah.
He's got to bet.
Yeah, right?
Like kings with a diamond, queens with a diamond, jacks with a diamond, never folding.
Yeah. Oh, so true, bro. Oh, check. Yin Jun might survive. So, I think Yin Jun should check. Once you call the raise and the turn completes the flush, I think you most likely should lean towards check call. You have a decent hand. You might want to catch some of his bluffs.
Yeah.
You even lose to like Queen Jack. He might have raised you with Queen Jack on the flop, you know. So Queen Jack suited.
Yeah.
That gets there.
The only hand that you really get value from is 10-8 and 7-8 suited, which you're blocking.
Yeah. Oh, that's so true, bro. Yeah. I believe he should be in check call mode. Oh. Maybe this dong saves him actually because
He's going big.
He's going big?
Yeah, it looks like 800 or so.
Looks so strong, bro.
Can An even raise?
I don't think so. I don't think An's gonna raise. You think An's gonna raise? I don't think.
Could be up against, aces and kings did just come in. There's still 10s, pocket 8s, jack 9 suited, queen jack of diamonds. There aren't too many flushes,
He looks very uncomfortable also. Like, you can see what he's going through. Right? So, let's see. I think he's gonna lean towards a call.
I think so. Like even raising, it's a little thin, and then you still have to get called by worse.
Because you don't expect them to be bluffing you already. You know, when you raise the flop, then he continues, then the turn comes an ace of diamond, completes flush, river comes a king. You don't expect them to be actually trying to bluff you.
Like his bluffs would have to be like jack 10 or queen 10.
So just call, he calls here. Thanks, Esrin. Congrats on the win. Thank you, Adrian. I am too picky of an eater to ever survive in Asia. What do you like to eat, Justin Fairbanks? Tell us. We need to know what you eat for breakfast, lunch, dinner. So that we know which country you're able to come and hop into the booth. I think raising is thin. Yeah, I also think raising is thin. What adjustments to make for bounty tournament? So mystery nowadays is mystery bounty. I think you should really try, once the bounties are in play, I think you should really start trying to bust people because just getting more, especially if it doesn't hurt your stack, you should start gambling and start trying to bust people. Doesn't matter. If you watch a lot of bounty tournaments, they will try to bust all the shorter stacks with just really random cards, and the calls they make don't really damage their stacks. But if they were to bust someone and they get their bounties, they might be able. They increases their chance of pulling the highest mystery bounty. So I think that's what you should do. But in like normal tournaments, you don't plan to actually really bust all the short stacks. You really will like play your best game. But for bounty tournaments, different. Where you learn your poker skill? Actually, my best friend Ho Pao Chiang is the one I discuss a lot of poker hands with. I used to be. That was a long time ago. So yeah, where you learn your poker skill? Actually, it's through my best friend. I discuss with him a lot. Actually, we challenge each other a lot. We can sometimes agree to disagree on a lot of different hands that we play. The hands that he play or the hands that I play, but we like to hand discussion with each other. Yeah.
Even if you disagree, you still learn.
Yeah, it's all about we cannot stop learning. Hey, what is the buy-in? Could anyone answer me? You want to know the buy-in, is it? So
this one is just under 3,600 USD.
Okay, 3.6 USD is the Lam Kia. Wow, so this. What you do? Defend. Just call, yeah? You think he's raising? Just call.
Probably just call.
Yeah, keep him
wide.
Huh? Right?
Yeah.
You know he's gonna be applying pressure. And imagine, bro, when you're in the big blind, the small blind covers you. So much pressure.
Yeah.
King 7-7. I'm assuming Fabian might just small bet, and Tang might continue.
Yeah, with the covering stack, you do get to see bet a lot more liberally.
When I gamble, I lose 3 flips in a row and bust out. Nah, it happens to everybody. Everybody sometimes goes through a dry spell. You cannot view it that way. So here comes Fabian with a small bet. Tang, gonna continue? I assume actually.
Yeah, Tang's got a really nice stack, so not looking to put too much into the pot. Ooh. That's
I don't
really
blame
tight.
him. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was assuming he was gonna continue. Maybe he just wants to avoid having to call the turn bet.
Third in chips.
Yeah.
Most ICM pressure.
Yeah. Huh?
Nobody's too short though. Nobody's like on the verge of busting. There you go. Adrian's got another question for you.
Is the Lion Trophy going to be your seat buddy on the flight? No, bro. The trophy is very heavy. I have to check in the trophy. I have to go to the airport and bubble wrap the box, and I will check in the trophy. It's really heavy. I just carried it to my room just now. I needed to take a break after. It was damn heavy, bro.
Do you have somewhere to put it in your home?
I will let my wherever I like to put it is based on where my wife says I put it. That's how it works at home. Yeah, but maybe I'll be excited to maybe take a picture with my son. He's proud of me. So yeah.
So how old's your son?
6. He's gonna be 7 next year.
Nice.
It's one of the best feelings, bro, when your son watches from home, supporting you. Yeah, it's I cannot find this feeling. It's very fulfilling.
I think you video called him.
Yeah, I had to video call him. Had to show him who's the boss. The boss is coming back. Okay, Papa ain't no gambler anymore. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so yeah, I'm sure some of you poker players who have kids you'll be so excited to share with them the achievement. It's one of my biggest achievements in life, and I'm 37. That says a lot. Yeah,
it's a huge win, right? Everybody wants to win a main event.
Yeah, bro. The money, the trophy.
Yeah, the prestige.
So many people come to every stop and try and try and try. Yeah. So
1,693 entries. That's so impressive. It's best at field. You made 6 day 3s at least in a row, didn't you?
I don't know where I found the luck, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Must be doing something right in Singapore. Are you heading to Poker Dream? I am not. Sorry. My next stop will be the APTC, everybody. That will be in Taipei in November.
Yep, November 14th to 30th. Yep. We've got 20 championship events.
Wow.
Which are going to have their own unique trophy, so you got to win one of those.
Yep. So if you wanna have a conversation with me live or what, yeah, I'll see you in Taipei, November 14th to the 30th. Yep. If you do see me in Taipei, you wanna ask me anything, just approach me. Not after I busted. Yeah. After I stack somebody.
Okay, on going crazy. Jack 5 of clubs.
I
under
love
the gun.
this. I love
it.
this. Yeah, Jack 5 suited. Even Ace 10 is in so much pressure now.
I
You
think
just
just
really
fold.
don't know what to do. You really have no idea what to do. You wanna 3-bet small or just fold? And you just fold. Always just fold, because why not? Just let him do his thing.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll be cheering you on. Congrats on your win, sir. Thank you, John Lee. Best Asian country to follow Poker Dream. What does that mean? Best Asian country to follow Poker Dream.
Maybe best country in Asia to play poker.
Taipei. What else? Where else do you think? I mean, like for now, I don't think there's any place better other than Taipei.
Yeah, they've got tournaments running like every single day.
Yeah, there's so many different poker brands, buildings, their brand name in Taipei, right, bro? So how can you not want to play? How can Taipei not be the best?
Food is so affordable. Accommodation is great.
Yeah.
That players' party is going to be unbelievable.
I think if Thailand fixes their issues with like, yeah,
that could be the new,
the
new spot.
Imagine winning in Thailand. Wow, winning, yeah. But I saw once Victor asked which country APT should go to.
Yes, I saw that.
Man, if APT comes to Singapore, we'll be mad, bro.
Oh yeah, can you play as a Singapore national?
I assume so. There was once that they hosted a tournament in Singapore. That was long ago. So I don't know what the rules are in Singapore right now. But wow, I'd be mad if I'll ask my son to come and cheer me on if I'm at the final table. You know, all these kind of small dreams. Okay, everyone. I hope I did my best to answer all your questions. I gotta go. I'll leave you to Carl and Sam.
Yeah, thank you
Take
so
care,
much.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Abraham, I'm sure we'll see you before you head off, and we'll definitely see you at APT Championship Taipei. Thank you so much. Well, rejoining us just in time to see Cheng Shu Hu shoving the button. Ace deuce suited with 15 big blinds. A risky play. On in the big blind, King Jack offsuit. Probably just wants to shove because he knows On would be reshoving a hand like King Jack offsuit on him. Now instead gets to shove, put the pressure on.
Jeju is not the shortest stack at the table, but is very close. Just 2 big blinds ahead of Chun Liu.
Yeah, and that's a good question, but unfortunately, you know, it's completely not up to us. There's not much we can do. It's going to be up to them. All right, we don't have any pull, so it is unfortunate, but I hope to see everybody that does win an APT ticket make it to the APT Championship. $5 million guarantee. It's going to be one for the books. I really hope that we see a 7-figure payday for the first place. And as well, Cal, did you know we're having 20 championship events in Taipei, and all of them are going to have a brand new unique trophy, one we have not seen before.
I did not. I'm finding this out for the first time right here in the booth.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't spoil it too much, but it will be revealed shortly. So follow along on our social medias and book your flights to Taipei. $5 million for a 10K freeze out.
I thought that was the price of the flight. I was like, oh my God. I'm flying to Taipei for $5 million.
You can buy the airline for that.
Yeah, right? Top 7 in the last event, APT Jeju 2025. $32,000 locked up.
If we see a 7-figure prize for second place, I think we will all lose our minds.
I know I will.
Yeah, I think we need to hit around 6 mil in the prize pool, which I think is very doable. For 1 mil, and then, oh my goodness, how much for second place being 1 mil?
Brian, we're talking 5 million US dollars. Not Taiwanese dollars, not Korean won. 5 million USD. David Sim congratulating Abraham on winning the main. Went to school with the David Sim. I wonder if that's the same guy.
Could be.
From Canada, David? Jin Liu, our short stack, it's just 1.5 million, under 10 big blinds at the moment.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion on that, but Neil and Fred were very adamant. They want it to be a freeze out. They want it to have that classic feel. They want it to be, you know, you sit down, Punat's not going to fire 7 bullets, keep plopping down on your left and make your life miserable. Everyone gets a fighting chance.
Dylan Foster changing his name to just Dylan Die Foster.
Yeah, it's going to attract a lot of people who wouldn't normally play a 10K, and if you are ever thinking of firing a 10K, this is it. And pocket queens for Wingjun Liu in the cutoff.
Perfect timing for the short stack.
Yeah, just shy of 10 big blinds. I'm sure he wants some min raise, but perhaps jam is the only play. There it is.
I think it's one of those keep it simple, stupid spots. Probably get more calls if you don't induce in the spot anyways. It looks weirdly strong.
Close spot for Jiming Shu. It is a cutoff shove for 9 big blinds. Oh, like it's under the gun.
We're looking at an $11,000 pay jump. Pay jump alone is approximately the price of the used car I'm looking to buy when I get back home.
An has been commanding chip leader at this table, already up to 8 figures, 10 million in chips. He's played very well, been very aggressive all day long. He looks like he's dialed in and ready to continue this run. Fabian Gums, another very large stack. He's also applying a ton of pressure. Some players are playing very, very passive, not looking to get too involved. On the first place finish, will cross 7 figures on his hand in mob, currently sitting on 856,000. No cashes at the APT Jeju stop just yet.
But Ingjun Liu still short. Will jam ace jack off this time from the hijack. Jai Mingshu, the king queen, just going to lay it down. Jam is a little bigger this time, 12 big blinds.
All right, good night, Justin Fairbanks. Thank you once again for joining us for another wonderful series, APT Jeju. Can't wait to see you again in Taipei.
Maybe in Taipei. Hey, Justin, why not? The big one.
Abraham asked already.
There. Maybe he just needs to be asked one more time. No, if C-Spin can't get you out, then I don't think my efforts are. I think my efforts are powerless here.
Offered him a hoodie, a guest spot in the booth. So that's all right. Happy to have you in chat, Justin. And I'll ask Adrian to post the rest of the live stream in our channel so you can catch up when you do wake up. On 9-7 of clubs in the hijack and all the chips. I think he's got a third of the chips in play. 30.5 million chips total. Given we have a 100k starting stack, makes it quite easy on us. Going in for the raise. Lin finds himself with ace-10 once again facing An's raise, this time suited variety. Got a stack he can just reshove. Ace-10 suited, probably making the cut versus a hijack open from the chip leader. How many big blinds sitting on? Looks like 13. Yeah, I think it's got to be it. See if Lin wants to play conservative or start trying to chip up. One of the shortest stacks at the table, and there it is, taking his spot.
You said on with third of the chips in play. Fabian Gooms not too far behind, sitting on about 7 million. Both players could find some spots to apply some pressure. This pay jump's getting bigger and bigger.
Pressure asking if Abraham stayed up late at the players' party like one in Incheon. I can tell you, yes, he did. We all did. He had a great time. But Abraham's no longer in the booth. He's off to dinner. Commentating right now is myself, Sam Insel, as well as Pocket Kyles.
Hello.
We're going to bring you through to the conclusion of our series here in APT Jeju, awarding our final Mega Lion.
It's interesting that their name shows up as pressure for you, but it shows up as... Oh, it just switched. Okay, there we go.
I've got Translate on.
And so did I. Yeah. Well, because it was in English, so and then it showed it as Sahan at first. Maybe it wasn't. It turns off sometimes. But speaking of turning on, Shin Young Tang with pocket jacks. This is Fabian's button open with Queen 9.
I think versus Fabian, every cell in my body would be telling me to induce. He's been shown to fire some very light 3-bets. Is very capable of 4-betting with a hand like pocket jacks. Just praying for that 4-bet to come in. This is actually a really good spot to shove from the big blind. Does he have enough though? The small blind should be polar, so they're folding anyways. So this spot I shove extremely wide. Like in some of the sims I've run, you're shoving like 60% here of hands, and sometimes it can be any two, depending on how aggressive the small blind is. Right, Fabian's opening extremely wide. Tang should know that and be 3-betting extremely wide. And so big blind, some spots, even 7 deuces making money shoving.
Wow. Incredible spot, especially at a final table where every spot you could find it's worth so much money.
I will say 7 deuces not making enough money to ever go for the shove, but just to see that it has that 0.01 of a big blind being made is really eye-opening to how wide you can really take exploits in this game, and how much there is just to learn every single time you load up a simulation.
Obviously, value spots are very easy to spot, but it's those bluff spots that tend to come out of studying. And when you're on a final table, just the value that those spots are worth in dollars is usually tremendous. So,
yeah, just seeing spots where, okay, shoving here is making $1,800 and calling is losing 200. You go, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm going
right?
to start focusing a lot more study on final tables.
Sometimes that's it. Like
No, it's against small blind 3-bet, because small blind should be 3-betting so wide that you just get to cold 4-bet, even giving them like an insane price like that, because it just looks extremely strong, and they just have to fold such a large portion of the range. Sorry, go on, Kyle.
Don't recall what I was saying right before that.
No worries. Back to the hand, Shimeng Shu with pocket fours, raising it up +1. Just technically the low jack, so quite a loose open, giving his stack depth with Fabian Gums to get through. Lou, very defendable 10-8 of diamonds in the big blind. Sporting a lot of APT merch, I like that. We take a flop, ace, deuce, deuce, 1 diamond out there for Yingjun Liu. Not much else for him. This is probably one of the toughest boards to find proper continues on.
Shu takes it down. I think the only thing I was going to say before that was that, you know, there's so much to study in poker. It can be overwhelming to a lot of people. And I think once you've gotten down a lot of your fundamentals of tournament poker, you feel like you've got a really good foundation. You're starting to go into more specific spots. How do you feel about like just kind of skipping ahead to final table studies, because some of those spots beforehand, like, yeah, you got to get to the final table first. You got to make sure you know what you're doing in deep stack poker, but it's just worth so much more money to know what you're doing much to a more advanced level at the final table than what you'll lose if you're making some mistakes earlier in the tournament.
Wait 1 sec. So for odd interaction, saying you don't have fold equity shallow stack, you do because of the ICM pressure. They're not just going to 3-bet ace-9 offsuit, get jammed on from the big blind, and then call it off, right? So despite giving them such a good price to call, with ICM and the perceived nuttiness of your range, they just have to fold all their light 3-bets and all their bluff 3-bets, which they are going to be doing a lot, given Fabian Gums is probably opening something like 75% on the button. But back to your question, studying final tables, they're not so different than... I think you get more value after just learning the fundamentals from studying common spots. I think there's a lot more EV in just drilling, you know, the spots that come up most often, the small blind versus big blind, the button versus big blind.
Yeah.
Getting the buckets of flops dialed down, finding out, just working out systems for yourself that you can always fall back on to know how to choose hands that make good flop defends, make good flop floats, etc.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I know in my studies and on approaching more advanced spots that I've tried to study or just know a little bit on, I had this one poker dealer back in Toronto that always told me, it's like, anytime you feel a little bit too confused about a spot, just go back to basics, back to your foundation. And I thought that was such a great piece of advice that anytime I thought, I was like, oh man, this is happening, I'm not sure what to do here, go back to your foundations. And you've well studied ace in poker, then you have that to fall back on. Can't be that bad, as David Coe would say.
Exactly. Do you have a big stack on big stack battle? Fabian should be quite tight here, raising into the chip leader's big blind. Check, check to the flop, 8 of hearts. Very good card for the big blind. 6-5 gets there. Fabian doesn't have offsuit 8s. And will a lot more flushes in the big blind's range as well. Checks down to the river. Does On want to bluff it? Fabian's hand does feel like an ace high at this point. Four liner to a straight. Now just gives it up. Fabian gets to pick up 600K.
It's Yinjin Liu and Shang Su who are neck and neck for the shortest stacks. 1.7 million. Just a hair over 10 big blinds each. With that in perspective, if they were to both bust, it would mean a $26,000 pay jump.
On with a very playable queen 10 of clubs. Trying to get a glimpse of the big blind's effective stack. If it's short enough, we could just see an open jam. See a limp 3.5 million. I mean, I quite like a jam from On shoes.
Yeah, 2 stacks at 11 big blinds. Some pretty good pressure. Spot.
He's gonna have to fold king queen. Ace 10 off, maybe.
I didn't think it would be that tight, actually. It's wild.
So turn 4 of hearts. Nobody with any real connection to this board.
On fire again on the turn. Decides to check. Shan Shu floated one with the king. I think king high has showdown at this point. Checks back. Go to the river, 6 of diamonds. Front door flush draw gets there. Absolutely nothing going on. They're on, especially in terms of blockers as well. Those Quickly check, check. Jaiming Shu will take down this pot. Calling one big on the flop will be good enough, and king high is the best hand.
No, White Shark Neil has not jumped into the booth this series. He's been a little bit too busy. Always nice to have Neil, but you know, there's only so much of him to go around. I don't think so, odd interaction. You should be extremely polar versus the button open range. You shouldn't be 3-betting suited broadways, pocket eights. Pocket eight should be jamming. So I think your range is a little bit different. Like this is like a 100 big blind range for suited broadways, suited ace X, and pocket eights plus. And eights are definitely not comfortable calling big blind jams. You got 20% equity against their value range.
Xiao Yilin need to raise it up. 7 deuce off for the bluff from the bottom of his range versus Jaiming Shu's small blind flat. Take it down.
Folds the king nine suited. It shows the 7 deuce.
Nice try.
Wonderful. High roller final table. Surprised to see the king 9 suited take a fold there.
That's quite a strong hand. No, I do not, sir. Is my voice a little raspy? It has been 10 days of chatting. Might just be a little tired.
Just 111 big blind stack busting stands in the way of an extra 11,000 USD for everybody else at the table. Three middling stacks on the table. You're going to want to tango with the bigger stacks.
We do have some of the payouts on the top left of your screen. First place will be $186,000, as well as that APT Championship ticket. That's a $10,000 ticket to a $5 million guaranteed freeze out. November 14th to the 30th.
I believe if you find that main event in some of the flagship series or flagship tournaments in that series, are too expensive. We do have some fairly cheap buy-ins in that series as well. I think as low as 100 USD.
Yep. Yeah, something for everyone. $100 tournaments, all the way up to 50K tournaments, all in the same room. And pocket queens for Lin. And he gets some action, and he will, as Tang is going to be sitting in the big blind with pocket nines. Xiaoyi Lin starting the hand with 2.8 million, not even 20 big blinds.
Let's go for the jam. Just a 3-bet.
I heard that.
Just going to get some clarification. But yeah, on the amount of study needed is insane, and then just how much ICM changes the range as well. Seeing linear ranges completely drop off in favor of polarized ranges. You're not really incentivized to play post-flop too much, so seeing more open jams with the medium parts of your range. So far on has been terrorizing the table. Oh no, it's been ruled a call, it looks like. Nope, seeing chips being added. 1 second, we'll wait till we see. Oh, he's hit the min 3 bets. Lin must be so happy it wasn't ruled a call. Now come over the top. Yeah, I think King 9 suited is a little bit too strong to be folding. Is that just a click 4-bet? Up to 900K? Giving Tang just a little bit of rope in case he was bluffing and wants to come over the top. You ever seen a 4-bet that's only 5.6 big blinds?
At home games at my uncle's place, yes.
Yeah, we can see that.
They don't even have a min-raise rule, so definitely seen some silly 4-bets.
Nines fold. What a fold from Tang. Lin getting robbed. Pocket queens versus nines for less than 20 bigs. I really think jam is the play there. But decides to try and get some bluffs from Tang. Small 4-bet. Yeah, no kidding. That was a nines. Didn't even think about it for too long. Just folds. Maybe a little bit of frustration as was ruled a min raise and just wanted to be done with the hand. Maybe just really reading into that tiny 4-bet.
Yeah, it's interesting the meta of a hand once like a ruling comes out and there was supposed to be a different action, slightly changed, and then now you see how they react to your ruled action knowing you were going to do something differently. And I think once you start factoring all that meta, you go, maybe that is really strong. Why are they min raising my accidental min raise? It starts to get a little bit weird, and it's like, huh.
As well, the speed at which it came. Usually, if you're confused, you're sitting there with like ace-8 offsuit. I think it takes you longer than, but I don't think he has time banks, so possible to balance the timing tell.
It's a chance.
Even still, I think if the pressure's on and you're a bit unsure of a spot, like at the very least, you'll take a passive action. At least lean more towards it.
Yeah, I'd agree. Especially with those medium strength hands or those those bluffs. I think you're less likely to bluff against something like that.
Because if you haven't thought it through and you go for like a jam or something, now that might just feel like you're punting because you don't even know what you're doing yet. You're putting all your chips in.
When you do get into some leveling, is he just doing this because of the mistake?
Right.
And it's a whole thing. But credit to Tang for getting away. But back to this hand on, picking up ace-king offsuit under the gun, has been raising as wide as jack-5 suited in this spot. Let's see if he does get any semblance of credit. You do see Cheng Shu Hu, king 6 off, giving it a little bit of thought. And look at that. All in is announced with the king 6 offsuit, identifying how wide on has been, but is going to run into it this hand.
What did you say earlier about the pros? They just have it sometimes?
They just do sometimes.
So much respect for fighting back, but
APT
unfortunate
High Roller
timing.
final table. Liu Yingjun has king 6 up. 9, 8, 7. Pardon me. Mr. Hu Chengxu is all in at risk for his tournament life. Pardon me. With king 6 offsuit up against ace king, he is dominated. Needs to find a 6 for his tournament life. Sarah, the flop. Flop comes queen 5-3. No help at all for Mr. Hu Chengxu. Needs to find a 6 or runner. Sarah, the turn is the 7 of hearts. Mr. Hu Chengxu picks up a gut shot straight draw that's clean. Needs a non-heart 4 or a non-heart 6. For his tournament life, Sarah, the river is the 5 of diamonds. No good. Folks, please give it up for your 7th place finisher of the APT High Roller from China. It is Hu.
GG, Hu Shengshu, a very deep run, $43,485 for his efforts. No small chunk of change. Good for, what's that, 13 buy-ins. Yeah, rough spot to run into it there, given how wide An has been opening. An extending the chip lead, 68 big blinds, 11 million. The only one near him is Fabian with 43 blinds.
We're seeing Jin Lu, still one of our shortest stacks, or well, now the shortest stack, but has laddered up an extra $11,000 approximately, guaranteed to be added to his payout. $43,485 locked up for our top 6. Next pay jump, 14,000 USD.
Hey you, lucky guy.
Respect for fighting back versus the chip leader. we've also had the privilege of seeing here on stream on wide opens and aggressive plays.
Yeah, they've probably been playing with each other for 2 days now. Ace-6 offsuit, Ximing Xu really getting after it. This is the low jack. Sorry, Ace-4 offsuit. I think I said Ace-6. Taking away Lu's easy shove spot. Jack offsuit hits the muck. This is a decent 3-bet candidate from An. But versus the low jack, they decide just to give it up. He does.
Jin Lu, clear short stack. 2.5 times his stack would catch him up to 5th place. Big discrepancy. There'll be a lot of pressures on those 20x big blind stacks. Gooms, Ace-9 and the hijack. Maybe in one of those larger stacks on the table. Fold. It looks like it's time for a break. Our final 6. Locked up, 43,000 USD, still playing for that top prize of $186,000. Take a quick break and we will come back with the remainder of your final table action here at the APT High Roller.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
In a world where the stakes are high and the competition fierce, there exists a realm where the best of the best converge. From over 50 countries, they gather, drawn by the chance of winning millions of dollars in life-changing money. But amidst these contenders, only a rare few will make it to the top. Those who remain composed under the relentless pressure, armed with an analytical mind that dissects every move, adapting, adjusting, shifting strategies like master tacticians. Under the bright TV lights and the watchful eyes of thousands, they take center stage.
Is this the comeback we've been anticipating?
In this arena, they are not merely players, they are warriors, united by a common purpose: to emerge champions. The APT Championship from November 14th to November 30th.
For his tournament life, Zoe, the flop. Flop comes 8 in the window, but a king behind it. Hu Cheng-shu is holding with top pair, top kicker. Just needs to fade an 8 or a 9 or a runner. Zoe, the turn. Is the 6 of spades. Now Mr. Hu needs to also fade the gut shot. No 9, no 8. No 7. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river. Is the jack of clubs a double? Zoe, the flop. Flop comes clean, ace, 9, 5. The side and Ho just needs to fade. A black 7. The turn. Is the 3 of clubs very clean? Just needs to fade 2 outs. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river. Is this... Here at the APT High Roller final table. We're all in on the turn, folks. Looks to me that Peng Duan in seat 8 from Thailand has called the all-in. And is very behind right now with a pair of queens, but is behind The king high straight. Looking for a non-club 8 or a king for a chop. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river is the flop comes 8, deuce, 5, 1 club. Hu Chengxi is still behind, needs to find a king or a 9 or a runner. Sarah, the turn is the queen of spades. No help at all, now needs to find a king or a 9 for Mr. Hu's tournament life. Sarah, the river is a 9. Double up for Mr. Hu Chengxi. Flop comes queen 5-3. No help at all for Mr. Hu Chengxi. Needs to find a 6. Runner. Sarah, the turn is the 7 of hearts. Mr. Hu Chengxi picks up a gut shot straight draw that's clean. Needs a non-heart 4 or a non-heart 6. For his tournament life, Sarah, the river is the 5 of good. Folks, please give it up for your 7th place finisher of the APT High Roller Fade, the 9 or 8 for his tournament life, Zoe, the flop. Flop comes 8 in the window, but a king behind it. Hu Chengxi is holding with top pair, top kicker. Just needs to fade an 8 or a 9 or a runner. Zoe, the turn is the 6 of spades. Now Mr. Hu needs to also fade the gut shot. No 9, no 8, no 7. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river is the jack of clubs, a double. Zoe, the flop. Flop comes clean, ace, 9, 5. Decided Ho just needs to fade. A black 7. The turn is the 3 of clubs, very clean. Just needs to fade 2 outs. For his tournament life, Zoe, the river is the...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asian Poker Tour here in Jeju, South Korea 2025. This is the APT High Roller final day, the last event of the series. This is it, the final table. We are down to the final 6 players, one of them walking away with the last Mega Lion trophy. My name is Pocket Kyles, and of course, joined back in the booth by Sam Insel. Sam, our trip here in Jeju is almost over. Do you have any favorite moments from the trip so far?
It's got to be Seatsman winning the main event. I mean, so iconic, 3 times making it to the final table, finally being able to close it out. And, you know, we've become friends with a lot of the players.
Yeah.
Seatsman, no different. Always a very, very nice guy, friendly smile, and takes his bad beats very well, as we have seen on stream.
No kidding, no kidding. As you see there on your screen, we started with 305 players, a record-breaking 305 players, I might add, for the biggest ever high roller event in Korea. And here's our final 6. I'm not sure what. Oh, he sat in the wrong seat. Sorry, that was very funny. I was like, why did they kick him out of the seat? How do you get this far in the tournament? Forget where you were sitting. That's wild.
No, because they all moved over. They
did they?
out.
Oh,
yeah.
They spaced it out.
So
Okay,
he
sorry.
was sitting there.
I missed that. That can be okay. I got it. I was the one who was mistaken.
But hello to those of you joining us in chat, and JJ as well. Glad you got a safe flight back home. Still our chip leader on this final table, Gooms in second place with 7.2 million. Still tight. Still have the one short stack in the form of Yingjun Liu. The blinds are up to 100k, 200k, which will set him back to about a 6.5 big blind stack. On with another very playable hand, Queen 10 suited, this time the diamond variety on the button. Yes, it was fun. Always fun to catch up with you, JJ. And hopefully, I'm not sure, are you going to be in Taipei? Do hope you are.
On the man of the hour. 10 million in chips. Gonna add to that stack. Make that 11 million.
That's a reasonable fold. Cusp would be about 10-9. Given your stack and the presence of Yingjun Liu's 6.6 big blinds.
Now with the blinds up, that short stack got even shorter since we last saw this table. There's a $14,000 pay jump. It might just be imminent if our short stack cannot find a double up.
Nice, we'll see you in Taipei, JJ.
So we'll line up the karaoke there. Almost made it out to karaoke. Didn't quite line up this time.
Not what Yingjun Liu is looking for. 10-9 offsuit. It's getting tense. Lines are approaching. Over to Lin in the small blind, 15 bigs. Coombs with pocket jacks and has been incredibly aggressive.
Alright, for turbo double stack, we only have 2 minutes left for break time. So tournament player, please start with your wave investing. 2 minutes left for break.
And there's the raise from the big blind from Fabian Gooms. Shy of 3 big blinds, 550k. Xiao Yi Lin folds in the small blind, Queen 10 off. Very disciplined.
I'm not sure there's too much merit limping as the covered stack once you get to the final table. JJ, he's already made it this far, 6th place, still a decent finish. 3rd place definitely on the cards.
Yeah, I'd call 6th a deep run. But of course, maybe you mean deep from this point on.
He is 3rd in chips as well.
Wow.
To be, yes, he is.
Jin Yon Tang flopping 2nd pair. And the chip stack leader and the opener in this hand. To fire a C-bet. It's king high board.
Nine, 8 off, will continue. And turning into trips.
Doesn't get much better than that from a big blind defend.
Check from Tang.
Checking back, 8 on the turn, front door flush draw gets there on the river.
10 of diamonds could be a key card for An. I don't think block bet makes too much sense on this river coming from Tang. I don't think he's interested in betting a king for value. Like he's repping trips, flush, and bluff, so probably going quite big, like vicinity of 1 mil plus. Check quite reasonable as well, trying to induce a bluff. That is a tiny 300k blocker bet. Result is the same as An, just has queen 10 high.
JJ shouting out one of our live stream reporters, Gabby. Bringing some of those live reports you see on the website.
We've done very, very well. If you folks do want to read about some poker, head on over to apt.poker, our live reporting team working around the clock. Sometimes, you know, even up to 5, 6 a.m.
Yeah, thank you to Laura and JJ as well. JJ in chat right now. Another one of those live reporters. Apparently shouting out that Gabby did 200 plus hander on the main event final table. Is that more than you and Laura combined? You had 144 hands? Wow. Very impressive. I was watching them jot down some of these hands live in person, and I was like, how are you following this fastly on your notepad? Like, gotta have some shorthand system there. And I know I was just kind of like simply reporting the hand, but to me, I was kind of impressed. I was like, I could do that. Looks sick.
Tang with 8-5 off. Not a great hand considering how short big blind opponent is. And a walk for Lou with 4 deuce offsuit. Cannot get better than that, sitting on 7 blinds. also have some interesting insights into how our live recording team makes the magic happen in the chat. Very cool, JJ. Back to the hand, Fabian in the cutoff, ace-10 offsuit once again. Let's have to open a little bit tighter. Small blind can reshove very wide, and we have the chip leader in the big blind. Passing up on opportunities to really assert himself as the chip leader of this tournament. 10-5 suited, a very easy defended chip EV.
Kind of surprised, given the fact that we've seen a lot of aggression from him historically in this tournament so far, and yeah, just surprised he's not going for it even further here. Covering stack, these large pay jumps are in play, and there's a very short chip stack on the table. Now would kind of be the time to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, really just letting Fabian get away with murder, hand after hand. Lou gonna get a spot to get it in very good as long as the blinds don't wake up with anything. Ace 10 suited, 6.5 blinds. Tang with only 4.6 big blinds to call. There's the call.
High roller. He's got ace 10 of spades. Is dominating the covering player who has king 10 offsuit. Lu Ying-jun just needs to fade the king for his tournament life. Zoe, the flop. Flop comes king in the window, 8-8. Domination rotation. Lu Ying-jun now needs to find an ace to stay alive or runner. Zoe the turn. Is the 3 of spades. Lu Ying-jun now picks up a flush draw. He needs a spade or an ace for his tournament life, Zoe. The river is the jack of spades. Lu Ying-jun finds the double up.
What a sweat. I feel like we've had this a few times now on this final table.
Yeah, that's gotta feel terrible watching that king roll off on the flop. Now evening out the stacks, 3.1 million is still our short. No, Zhao Yilin is now our shortest stack with 3 million. Ying-jun Liu with 3.1, 3.2, 3.6, 4 very short stacks. And really needs to start finding some spots, start applying pressure. Cannot let Fabian take over the chip lead.
That dynamic just changed completely. Had one very obviously short stack that could have been blinded out in a couple orbits, and suddenly now it's more than half the table all sitting with that kind of re-steal sized stack. The only one covered not in a re-steal stack is Fabian Gooms. It's at least the second, what do we call that? Suck back, suck out, suck back. Maybe that's a better term, but that's what popped into my head.
Reese can shove here pretty comfortably to these 2 stacks. These are the 16 big blind stacks. Don't really want to raise and get jammed on with 3s. Either maximize your fold equity, and does do so. Takes it down. Back up to 10 million for on.
Getting hands as strong as King 10 to fold. A lot of profitable jams. Top 6 still fighting for that top prize of 186,000 USD. $14,000 pay jump imminent, but no longer an obvious short stack. Does kind of open up the window for 15 big blind stacks to take their spots. A little bit more than if there was that 6 big blind stack still in the mix. Of course, there still is the pressure of just outweighting one of the other team big blind stacks to take a re-steal or an open jam. See one here. Xiao Yi Lin, 9-10 suited. We'll get this through, but Vivian Gum's most likely just getting a count to stack up his opponents.
Nice spot for Lin.
The final 8 players for the travel high rollers, please on the way back to your tables. We are going to take the final.
Let's see what's still running.
Final 8 players.
In the money, micro main event still going on. They are heads up between 2 remaining players. Let's take a look. Jivan Vivian Lobo against Ting Yu. Heads up in the micro main event for 11.7 million Korean won. That's about 7,000 USD. Obviously, super high roller. Sorry, the high roller on your screen. You also have the high roller last chance, which is down to the final 3 players. Everything really getting tight.
Took a look at that. Was it the final? I'm trying to think of which high roller I looked at. I saw Dylan Foster.
No, that's the turbo.
That's the turbo one?
Yeah. This one has Michael Wang, Weidong Guo, and Hajime Watanabe. All vying for that first place finish.
No, unfortunately, Dylan Foster was eliminated in 6th. I think I saw Tennis Run Sailor in that one, if I'm not mistaken. Just kind of walked by quickly.
Yep.
I did, yes. Okay.
Medi as well. The other Fabian, King Bo Gao, and Eric Rosinski.
Just another Fabian? We got 3 Fabians here.
Yeah.
This tournament. Haven't seen that one.
Looks like Eric's partner was just eliminated in 8th place in the turbo double stack.
Not a bad cash for the Ukrainian couple.
So we have 22 people still playing poker on the floor in over 5 tournaments.
Fabian Gum's going to take that one down in the small blind. Have to raise too much to get King to fold. Fabian Gums may be the one at this table to use his big stack more effectively, or at least more frequently. Might allow him to climb into the chip lead, while these other short stacks potentially play a bit tighter, while they may outweight for one of their opponents to bust. A little bit more typical of some final table spots. Outweighting your opponents can lead to a ton of money with pay jumps. But we've seen kind of the opposite this series, especially the last few days in the main, last couple days in the main, and this final day of the high roller. Lots of aggressive action. JJ says back in Manila and ordered Korean food. That's very Very funny. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to enjoy the food here when we're, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still good food options nearby the casino and the resort, but you don't really get to go out into the local scene too much, working most days. Gooms has been applying the pressure. This time will do so for value with pocket jacks. Chip leader is in the big blind. These are our two big chip stacks at the table. Seven bigs effective. Un makes the call with queen jack off. Ace 3-3, two spades. Jack's well ahead. Just need to dodge a queen. Check, check on that flop. King of spades rolls out in the turn. Front door flush draw gets there. There's now two overcards to the jacks. Did not see bet that flop. Doesn't really want to play a huge pot as the chip leader. Check, check on the turn. The river doesn't change too much. The seven of hearts. Excellent showdown value on the queen high. Goes check, check. Again, Gooms takes it down with jacks.
Really closing that gap between first and second. Ace-9 of hearts now for Fabian, picking up hands. This could be the run he needs to overtake the chip lead and take over the table captain position. 400,000 is the raise. $9.1 million now with that line steal.
Almost there.
I think it's going to be a very big shift in dynamics. I don't think anyone at this table wants Fabian to take over the chip lead. He's going to be applying a lot more pressure to the shorter stacks than An is, which really reduces their expected value in this tournament. All right, there we go. I'm taking a spot with Queen Deuce off. Raise up to 400K. Lin wants to reshove with the threes. Yes, he does. All in. $500K pickup, as well as reclaiming the $400K in blinds he put out. With that, moves him to a clear third place.
With On losing a bit of chips there, it is closing the gap between On and Fabian again. Just a 3 big blind difference between their stacks at the moment. Short stack, Injun Liu. Jack 10 suited in the hijack.
JJ, I think there's another Fabian Hagen Bartusch, who is currently on the final table of the Turbo High Roller. So 3 German Fabians and 1 Austrian. That's a lot. Injun Liu. Surprised to see a raise off that stack depth in the hijack, perhaps wanting to be able to give himself some room to fold if he gets jammed on. Will work out.
These are short stack, trying to make some moves with theoretically the least amount of pressure. No longer a short stack. They are all neck and neck, just 1 big blind apart from 3rd to 5th, or 3rd to 6th tonight. We should all have a Fabian at the same table. I mean, I feel like if there were a lot more Germans, not that uncommon in the name, but just funny that there's only a handful of Germans here, and it feels like half of them are named Fabian.
Yeah. Another line steal. Snap shove from Tang as it folds round. Jack 5 suited.
Injun Liu really considering the spot with Queen 8. Let's make the fold. All those short stacks are so close that every hand, every big blind matters. Injun Liu going from 4th to 6th just from folding the big blind ante.
It's tense between all the short stacks. Nobody wanting to bust before each other. $14,000 on the line if you can just hang on for one more elimination. Ace-Jack offsuit for Shimeng Shu.
Being one of those short stacks, sitting on 15 big blinds. The clock checks his chips.
Whoa. It's quite risky.
Get it through. Very important 2.5 big blinds to pick up.
Quick folds round to the blinds on with the king, 9 of diamonds. Will he ask for the triangle? Yes, he does. Shimeng Shu forced to fold. Ace 9 of hearts. Liu in the cutoff, 13 blinds. All in. On with a real hand, pocket queens in the cutoff.
Hasn't been getting involved that much. Come off as a solid open, but Fabian Gooms, the other large stack, nearly the same size as On's chip stack, waking up with ace-jack offsuit in the big blind.
This could be a pretty deciding pot between the two chip leaders.
Just a call.
Ten, 6, 4, 2 hearts, backcourt, Nanza, Fabian, as well as 2 overs. Very big bet, 750,000. Makes sense in this board. Not sure you need to go this big in ICM, but Does make sense. Ace Jack is now in a very tough spot. Oh, that's like 60%. That's a great size. Really great size. You get Ace Jack to fold with the heart. Obviously not what you want with Queen specifically, but
That pot, no call on, will help separate that chip lead. Keep him ahead for now. With the way Fabian Gooms has been playing, I have to do a little bit more than wait for hands. I'm going to pick up another pot, back to back.
Nice open and a hijack.
Further separate the lead from Fabian Gooms. And big blind difference between the two. Stacks at the table start to run short.
Another reasonable open onto the chip lead. Does pass up on it. Does have a lot of shove stacks to get through.
It's notable that the blinds will be going up in 3 minutes. All those short stacks are about to get shorter.
Fabian with an ace. Moves all in. Does Tang want to take the risk? Ace 8 of diamonds. He does not. How about Lou with King Jack offsuit? Fabian Gooms getting pretty close to shoving, something like 50 or so % range, maybe a little bit more. Maybe has some min raises as well. There's not too much benefit in doubling up and putting yourself at risk with 4 other short stacks. Doubling up, the position isn't that much better. We sat on 5.4. Fabian will still be ahead of you. You'll still be behind Anne. You'll just have even more ICM pressure.
And of course, it would separate you from a couple of the shorter stacks, potentially leading to guaranteeing yourself a page up or 2, but then you can't. You're just going to find yourself as a shorter stack again if you fold to that page up or 2 as well. So not really great for...
Like, it doesn't really get you to play any more spots than you currently can. So the future game is not that great.
It's for Tongue. Jam gets through. 2 quick folds. Just a 2 big blind difference between 3rd and 6th. And they are both, and all 4 of those stacks are about to get much shorter. I'm not sure if the blinds are up this hand. I think not till next hand.
No, still on 100K, 200K. 38 seconds to the next level. Lou taking a shove spot, ace-6 offsuit on the button for 13 bigs. On ace-8 off in the small blind.
Getting a count, considering the call.
And Chi Ming Shu has kings in the big blind.
Xie Jianming calls. Both of them have very comparable stacks. It's hard to see who is covered. I see 2.6 million for Lu Yingjun.
As long as the graphics are right.
It is confirmed. Lu Yingjun is covered, all in at risk, with ace-6 offsuit up against pocket kings. Needs to find an ace from space for Lu Yingjun's tournament life. Zoe, the flop. Flop comes. King, Jack, Queen. Lu Yingjun no longer drawing to an ace. Now needs to find a 10. 4 outs for Lu Yingjun. Will he find the 10? On the turn is the 5 of diamonds. A 10 is still a live out. 4 outs for Lu Yingjun of China. For his tournament life, Zoe. The river is the 8 of spades. Folks, please give it up for your 6th place finisher. Round of applause for China's Lu Yingjun.
And there you have it. 6th place, Lu Yingjun. Fortunately jamming into the kings. What a run. $43,485. Quite a nice way to close out your series here at APT Jeju. That is a massive score in this high roller event. But for our final 5, they have just guaranteed an extra 14,000 USD on top of what they had already locked up. Nobody walking away with less than $57,000.
Huge, huge payday. Still, hills in comparison. The first place prize, 186K. 196 if you include the APT Championship ticket, and I reckon the Mega Lion's worth at least 5,000, so let's call it an even 200.
Yeah.
And chat had to rewatch Vin's little guest appearance. It's very cool having Abraham as well as you on, Renee. Thank you so much for jumping in the booth. Go bug Adrian for some free APT merch for your time.
I actually didn't get to see any of C-Spin's time in the booth either. Would love to go back and watch that.
Yeah, it was good. A lot of fans in chat asking quite a few questions.
Nice. Had Kiwi Special ask us, what would we do if we were given 100,000 Brazilian dollars to spend on any series we wanted?
$100,000 to spend on any series?
100,000 Brazilian dollars.
Brazilian dollars. Oh.
That was the question, yeah. So it started with figuring out what was 100,000 Brazilian dollars.
Not much.
Yeah. I mean, it ended up being about 18,000 USD.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
okay, that's a lot more than I thought.
Yeah. Curious, did you have an answer for that?
APT Taipei.
Yeah, that was my answer.
How could it be anything else? Vidur, you're safe. They're both main event champions. They're not coming for us.
Yeah, they'll be busy.
Another big stack collision. King 4 of spades versus the chip leader's Jack 10 offsuit. 7 deuce deuce 2 spades. Fabian 87% equity. Probably a low frequency check raise on this board. An can still have offsuit 7, and Fabian isn't really defending too much deuce X besides suited combos. And the call from Fabian is pot up to 2 million as we take a turn. And it's the 9 of spades. Fabian improving to a flush. There's the occasional lead from the big blind, but as the covered stack in high ICM, you don't see too many leads. An will continue firing, picking up gut shot. 600,000. Fabian Gooms setting the trap. 3.1 million out there. Fabian with the check mark. 5 of diamonds on the river. Does An give this one up? This will tie them for the chip lead. Fabian just shy by 100K. Does An want to? No, gives it up.
That pot was bigger than 2 of our players' chip stacks at the moment. Both of them sitting on about 10 big blinds. Always get a bit excited when you see bigger stacks get into action. Just praying for a cooler. You know that they're not going to get it in easily with the ICM pressure of small stacks on a final table, but
like, I don't even think Fabian's getting in second nut flush there for stacks.
Yeah.
Given those 3 short stacks.
If you're on and you think he's going to be folding that tight for stacks, do you just go nuts?
Well, I mean, in a spot where like it goes on fires river, Fabian check raises, and it gets jammed on. Like, you are so upset. I don't know what he does in that spot. You're still losing to nut flush. You're still losing to some full houses, and there are 3 very short stacks, but you almost lock up the win if you do manage to take that down. So there's also that to consider. So maybe pushing that in the favor, but you know, it's all up to player tendencies, how they think their opponents are going to react.
It would be a very gutsy play to do that with air. So we've seen wilder things. Maybe not that wild actually, but we've seen some pretty crazy bluff jams. Bluff 3 bets, 4 bets, 5 bets.
Especially on our main event table.
Yeah.
Which is where you sort of expect play like this, the sort of tense, trying to ladder up, but our main event finalists, just animals trying to rip each other's heads off every chance they got. It was beautiful to see.
The micro main event is finished. Now we have a champion from India, Jeju Noble. Please now give your applause. Congratulations.
Ooh, looks like somebody Mehdi won the Turbo High Roller after placing, I think, 10th or 9th? No. Did he make our final table? Let me check over here on apt.poker. Mehdi was 13th in the High Roller final day in this tournament, and then goes on to win the Turbo High Roller. What a beast.
Way to jump in just in time.
Even Vivian Lobo does win the micro main event.
You have a jam here for Chin Young Tong. King 10 suited in the small blind, but ace 7 of diamonds. Jai Ming Shu. Let's have a pretty healthy 5.1 million. Really want to swap stacks with Chin Young Tong, but gotta know that he's jamming wide enough as a short stack.
Cheap price, ace 7 suited. Not the best hand. A few pips higher, decision becomes much easier.
That's why I'm here, right?
Big pickup for Tang.
That adds a good amount of separation. Chin Young Tong and Zhao Yi Lin. 4 big blinds. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it's nearly 2 orbits worth of chips, and these orbits are coming fast. Just 5-handed. Likely to find a spot to get it all in sooner than later. Tang picking up that pot will potentially help secure a pay jump, and it's a big one. $16,000 imminent from 5th to 4th. King Queen off for our short stack in mention. Zhao Yi Lin leaves a chip behind and goes for the jam.
Oh no. We've seen this so much today. A short stack jammed with a very reasonable holding and running into a monster over and over and over again today.
But you know what we've also seen? Aces getting cracked anyways.
We did.
It's never over till it's over, but it does not look good for Zhao Yi Lin.
And if Fabian can hold, this will give him the chip lead. Very unfortunate for Lin. Still 125K behind. Jack 8-6, 2 overs, but no connection for Lin.
Lin gonna go for that last half a big blind. Zhao Yi Lin going to need to hit a backdoor straight, 2 pair or trips.
2 chips. He's up against aces. What's he got? He's got King, Queen offsuit. He needs runner, runner, nothing funner. All right, Sarah, let's see a burn and then a turn. Is the 4 of hearts. Lin Zhaoyi's drawing dead. Folks, a round of applause for your 5th place finish of the APT High Roller. It is China's Lin Zhaoyi.
Good game, Lin Zhaoyi. Fortunately, just going to run into aces there, but not walking home empty-handed. $57,450 US in his pocket for that 5th place finish at our APT High Roller final day. Everybody at the table has now locked up an extra 16,000 USD, getting closer to that six-figure mark. 73,280 guaranteed for our top four. Third place will just be 10K shy of six figures. Of course, still 186, nearly $187,000 up top. If that's not enough, you get the APT Championship main event ticket and the bronze Mega Lion statue.
Just for one last time, Kyle, why don't you tell our viewers what that APT Championship ticket is for?
Well, do my best game show Bob Barker voice.
There you are.
That APT Championship main event ticket is worth a whopping 10,000 USD. But before that, we have Jai-Ming Shu jamming from the small blind with ace-3 of diamonds. Fabian Gooms wakes up with king-queen suited and has a big decision on his hands. 18 big blind jam. With a massive stacks at the table.
Dominating a lot of Shiming Shu's jamming range.
He's very excited to talk about this ticket in this voice, but now we're in the middle of a hand and I'm just going with it.
He just got the chip lead. This would bring him down to 8 mil, and then Shiming Shu would be up to 9.3. It's a big hand.
There it is, the call from Fabian Gooms. Jimmy Shu, the very next hand, tournament at risk.
APT high roller Xu Jiaming jams the small blind for his last 10 big blinds. He's got ace-3 suited. He is covered by king-queen suited. Xu Jiaming just needs to hold and fade the king or the queen. Sarah, the flop. Flop comes. Jack 10. A very sweaty flop for Mr. Xu. Needs to fade the king, the queen, the ace, and the 9. Sarah, the turn is the king. Xu Jiaming now drawing to a queen, and only a queen. Correct? I believe so. The rail calling for Lady Gaga. Sarah, the river. Lady Gaga!
What a roller coaster head. 9.4 million chip pot, down to just 3 outs on the river, and finds the queen. Now second in chips. Fabian had the chip lead for a single hand. Just like that, down to third in chips.
What a river, he announces. A new fan of Lady Gaga is born after Greg calls it out on the river. Jimmy Shu, not only still alive in this tournament, but absolutely crushing it with 9.4 million in chips, surpassing Fabian Gooms on the leaderboard, only behind on 10 million chips, and not by much. 4 big blinds behind the chip leader.
Be crazy.
Fortunately for Chin Young Tang, sharing that short stack with Shu, and now is the lone short stack. Down at 13 big blinds as everyone else has more than 30 bigs.
But Kyle, back to the APT Championship ticket.
Yes, that's right, Sam. The APT Championship main event ticket is a ticket worth 10,000 United States dollars. You can use it to enter our flagship main event at our APT Championship Series this November, from the November 14th to the 30th in Taipei, Taiwan. If that's not enough, you'll be competing for a guaranteed prize pool of $5 million. Only at the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series in November. See you there. Oh, and it's a freeze out. I forgot. But now you know.
There you have it. $5 million guaranteed in a single tournament. Shiming Shu Ace-deuce offsuit. Larger than average raise. Tang folding an ace in the big blind as our shortest stack.
Let's go. I need a glass one more time.
Ximing Xu is just loving life right now. From nearly destined elimination to possibly chip leader. Could take down the whole thing. And it all came down to that river. For Qin Yongtang, it's unfortunate. They thought as the short stack, the third place stack was going to bust. That would have meant a $17,000 pay jump. That river now means that they not only miss out on their pay jump, but they're the only short stack. They're going to have to find a way to double up. People wondering why fold there with the ace. It's a tough spot to say. Maybe just the mental game a little shaken at the moment. Wants to find a better spot, maybe save it for some fold equity. Does take the spot with queen jack and a small blind. Picks up the aforementioned fold equity.
Very close. There you go.
Always nice to pick up 2.5 big blinds uncontested. Don't need to get sucked out on the river. Equity is 100% if they fold. Easy game.
Crazy.
We're one player away from our top 1% of the field. I didn't catch what he was saying there, but I couldn't tell if he was serious or not for a second with the tone of voice. And I was like, oh, was he irritated at something? But the laugh came after it.
No, I can't see it being.
Yeah.
Fabian Goom's a consummate professional. No, I think he's, 8 figures lifetime.
It's not bad.
Not bad at all. Opting for a limp strategy with a 9-8 of diamonds. Can you imagine 3 diamonds plop out right now? Oh no. Okay, only one of them, but the 8 follows. Not low for Ximing Xu and just backdoors. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Fabian has about 8 million online.
Oh wow.
Well over 3 million live earnings as well.
Loyal, this buy-in for this tournament was just shy of 3,600 USD. Clubs on the river. Make sure tried to take another stab on the turn, did not work. Going to give up on this river with the nut low.
I gave up. You gave up.
Two more places away from a 6-figure payday. 73,000 still, well over 20 big blinds to lock up. As we do see the venue really starting to empty out now. Currently have 4 players in our high roller. Heads up in the high roller last chance, and 3 players left in the turbo double stack, for a total of 9 remaining players on the floor. Basically a single table spread across 3 of them.
Suited for on and the button. Go for the open. Jaiming Shu. Newfound chips. Queen Jack suited in the small blind.
Looks like he wants to raise this. Having quite a few chips. Sides against it. Maybe a little bit of tell the way he grabbed those chips. Not sure how much An will be reading into that.
Fabian Gooms, the 3rd player with nearly 9 million in chips. Also wants to call everybody but our short stack going to the flop. If there's ever a time to feel uncomfortable with a lot of pressure, now would be the time.
No one connecting on the king 4-3. Checks around as the ace of hearts rolls off on the turn. Gut shots now. Fabian Gooms and Jaiming Shu.
Checks back to on, does cover both players. Ace on the turn, maybe a spot to stab, 9 high.
Queen Jack looking like it wants to stab.
Wow.
Is adventurous on the ace turn. Typically better for the opener.
Will work, but
that's the chip
definitely
lead.
a gutsy time to do so. Completely out of position against the opener on an ace turn.
Oh my god. How can I do that?
Jaiming Shu.
Crazy, crazy. You were so quiet all the time. At least we get something.
Get that close to death and to suddenly prosper as the chip leader. Hard to imagine how much money that's worth. That queen on the river.
Yeah, it's right away 17,000.
Yeah.
So I think was a pay jump. And now it's be chip leading.
Minimum tens of thousands in value.
Easily 20K plus.
Yeah.
Easy. And now it's chip leader just limping on the button. Jaiming Shu. Tang gets to realize his equity for free. Flop coming down, Jack 7-5. That's a gut shot for Tang, but top pair for Jiming Shu. Ooh, just 3x is the flop. Quite unorthodox. It seems kind of suicidal. Your opponent can just have Jack 5 off. You can have 7-5.
Yeah. Jiming Shu, though, finding that chip lead and just deciding to start to wreak havoc on this table. Maybe.
I don't think you get called by worse. I don't see Jack 9 sticking in for 3x pot. An interesting line.
Jiming Shu with $500,000 on his Hendon mob, of course from China. All his results are practically here in South Korea. A couple caches in Vegas as well.
This is an odd strategy, I'd say. Now that he's got the chip lead, has now implemented limping, which I think I would argue is the opposite of what you're looking to do. Now with the chip lead, you can put pressure. Big blinds have to fold tight against you. Players can't play back at you too often. You see top pair for An with the gut shot. Snap check.
I think Jiming's body language is suddenly very loose.
It is.
He's acting very quickly. You know, I do respect aggression, but I feel like he's not maybe taking the time to think through his spots as much at the moment. Maybe the adrenaline from that rivered queen is just too much now.
Could be.
Just riding on a high. That's where you need like a shot or something. Just bring you back down a little bit. I think if I was in this spot too, especially with like maybe that wild adrenaline action, I'd probably grab like a glass of wine or something, maybe a beer.
Oh, there you
Even
go.
on the final table, I think it would actually, because you know, obviously you don't want to be inebriated with important decisions, but I think one drink is kind of a nice little level you out.
Okay.
In a spot like this. That's just me.
Yeah.
Of course, I usually apply that in Atomic Pineapple turbos late at night, so not usually playing for potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Jack 10 offsuit. Shoving the button. Looking like they're going to be colliding once again. On with position. Ten, 6, 6. No connection for either player. Ace of clubs for On. Check, check. 7 of diamonds. Maybe an improving 2. It got shot straight draw. He's reaching. Both players with gut shot straight draws now. And An just folds to a 1/3 bet. Gut shot, ace high.
Like a boomerang. Always when I throw it, it comes back.
Yeah, always back.
With a lot of more passive plays than I've seen, and he's taken the spots more aggressive before. He's really slowed down. Soon going to find himself as a middling stack. He's saying these players play faster than level 1 of the mini main $600 buy-in. Well, to be fair, I have seen really small buy-ins have some pretty crazy tanking in them. Yeah, Renee was speculating that his winner's tilt from Jiming Shu. They seem to fit maybe what's going on. Bien Goom still on a mission for that chip lead as well. Slow down a bit. I'm sure seeing the crazy aggression was maybe a sign to back off for a minute. Tang hits a 6 on the river. He's ahead the whole time with queen high. Is a 6 enough to make a call for showdown?
I think he just snap folded.
Oh, really?
Looks like it, because Fabian just pushed his cards away as soon as the bet was made.
Oh, wow.
Tang doesn't even think about it. It's, I mean, you beat value. You beat 7-6. No, we didn't see anyone feeling the pressure yesterday in the main event. It seems like everybody on this table is really feeling the pressure. A lot of very, very tight folds are being made without much consideration.
Didn't feel like it started this way, the final table. It feels like we just arrived here suddenly. Maybe the pay jump's just becoming much more significant to these players. Also noting that Jiming Shu has been getting overly aggressive, and maybe everyone else noticing that. You know, regardless of his
I don't think he's been getting too aggressive. He's just been limping and check folding flops.
Jiming Shu?
Yeah.
Didn't he jam 3x pot there with top pair?
Yeah, but that just seems, I wouldn't call that aggressive. You have top pair, and your opponent is very unlikely to have something.
I guess just maybe not overly aggressive, but Maybe reckless is a little bit of a better word in some spots.
Could be,
Changing
yeah.
people's son's name. Like, sounds a little bit judgy to call it reckless, but I think just people seeing a 3x jam, maybe just makes them think about their spots a bit more that he's willing to put in his whole chip stack.
Perhaps.
Very easily, small pots. The button jam from Shin Young Tong. 10 big blinds, rides on 10-9 suited. Even Jiming Shu's body language has seemed to have changed again. It's a little bit more stoic. He was.
Maybe the rush has ended.
I think so. I think he just went on a bit of a rush there from hitting that queen, and it lasted, what, a couple orbits or something.
Ready to call. Boomerang? Yeah. Ready to call.
Ace 5 on the button for on.
Looking at a $17,000 pay jump, 4th to 3rd. Blind versus blind. Jack high paired board. Nobody hitting anything. 10 high is the best hand at the moment. Checks through to the river and a pair of 8s for Fabian Gooms. Basically the nuts.
Not going for any value. With the 8. I'm never expecting Tang to put in money for me.
Wei takes down the pot. Gooms just 1 million behind Jaime Shu. Once again, everybody around that 30 big blind mark except for Chin Young Tang. Sitting on under 9 big blinds. But he wants to be the one that busts before Tang.
Shin Shu limping the 5 deuce suited in the cutoff. Adventurous. Quite reasonable to overlimp Queen Jack on the button in position. Maybe it does do so.
Just checks. Is covered by both Jiming and Fabian. Once again, short stack, not welcome to the party. 3 bigger stacks go to a flop. 8-7 deuce. Bottom pair now ahead. Jiming Shu with the best hand. Going to be hard to keep it that way. Every card's an overcard to your 2. Over to Gooms in position. 2 overcards, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Might be a spot to take a stab at it. Find more aggression with a lot of turns. Shu makes the call with bottom pair. Another turn, the Jack of clubs. Fabian Gooms now hitting top pair on this turn. Sails into the lead. Now going for value. Pair of jacks. Make sure we'll make the fold. Really now taking way more time to think through these spots. Fabian Gooms pulls ahead slightly to 11 million. three of our bigger stacks still very close. Groom's fresh off a pot, picks up ace-10. Just four-handed, this is the cutoff. Goes for the open. Quickly going to run into a jam from Chin Ying Tong. Queen Jack off, jams 8.3 big blinds, and now Yoko An going to get a count with pocket eights in the small blind. Suddenly action central.
With the call, Fabian now ace-10 offsuit. Not feeling great about the situation. Suited, the cusp.
Tang Chun-young is all in and rest for his tournament life. He's got Queen Jack offsuit. He's up against 8-8. Tang Chun-young flipping for his tournament life. Needs to find a Jack or a Lady Gaga. Sarah the flop.
Can't call for Lady Gaga twice in one night, Greg.
Flop comes ace 9-6, no help to Tang Chun-young. Needs to find a queen or a jack or runner. The turn. The turn. Is the three of spades an absolute brick? 6 outs. Any jack, any Lady Gaga. For Tang Chun-young's tournament life, Sarah, the river. Is the 9 of diamonds. Folks, round of applause for your 4th place finish of the APT High Roller. It is Tang Chun-young.
Good game, Tang Chun-young. Not a bad finish at all. 4th place, $73,280 US. A beautiful way to end your series here on the island of Jeju. But now, our top 3 players, no longer battling with the short stack on the table, have all locked up $90,785. Just 10K away from a 6-figure payday. Looks like they're counting their chip stacks. Players are allowed to make deals here at the Asian Poker Tour.
8-5. 8-5, so you have 11-5, I guess. Like 11, 12. 11,975. Yeah.
I do realize they're all close in chips. Maybe considering an ICM deal.
10. Yeah, before the 10, yeah.
We will let you know if they do decide on a deal. APT always happy to facilitate such things. Players first. However, we have not heard any news of a deal, so as it stands right now, they're still playing the $186,000 up top, as well as the APT Championship ticket. I don't think Ace 10 is ahead of, in reference to your question, Sir Bronco, I don't think Ace 10 dominates any of Anne's overcalls, which is going to be a key consideration, right? Anne's not going to have Ace 9 off there. He's not going to have King 10 off, so I think Ace 10 just doesn't have the playability and domination to make a call there.
How much you got?
I have 2 trophies now.
Yeah, let's go.
Can you imagine?
Okay.
Went to APT like the last years, but it's only down to 2,000.
It's not fancy.
I have medium.
Jiming Shu could have been eliminated in this tournament. Still alive in our final 3. Picking up pots.
What's the stack distribution?
All even.
Oh no, rejam is way too risky, right? If you rejam, you still have to beat the short stack. So your incentive is to get an extra 7 blinds in the middle while putting 33 big blinds at risk, and then still most likely having to flip just to win those extra 7 big blinds. Rejam would be insane. In a bounty tournament, maybe I understand it, but here, no, the only option there is call. If you're rejamming, you've got a very strong hand, you know, something like jacks. You just want to force out the overcaller. Make them fold their, you know, ace, queen, or whatever it may be.
Oh, the walk for Anne with the pocket aces.
Rough.
Final 3, no better time to see aces. Even if you just pick up an open, adds so much to your stack at this point.